to order. It is 5:31. We are here very specifically to hear the evidence presented by the applicant for his rezoning request. Because of the nature of this quasi-judicial hearing, there are very specific rules. Everyone will have an opportunity to talk. Everyone will have an opportunity to redirect. But what I want to say is that we need to stay on topic. This is not about Beck property development. This is not overgrowth in Mount Airy. This is related to one very specific topic. And if you get up and you start talking about other than the topic that's before us, I will stop you and redirect you back on topic. Lynn, do you want to?
Yeah, a couple of things we have in our guidelines that we have, since this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, it's exactly what Council Secretary Reed said. It will be specifically on the topic. So if you get up and you start giving us your history and your background and your experience, that's not relevant to the facts in this actual case. So we are now at a legal proceeding of a quasi-judicial, if everybody hopefully knows what that means. We will be looking at the facts. You can present the facts. There will be witnesses cross-examine, and if you're going to cross-examine, it has to be directly related to what the testimony you just heard. So if you're getting redirected by Council Secretary Reed, who's actually acting council president right now, then that's because you've got to stay on topic, and it has to be relevant to what was just discussed.
So I'm actually going to start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll go into swearing everyone in that wishes to speak. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so swearing in of witnesses. Anyone that wishes to speak at this hearing must be sworn in. So if you could please stand, including John. Okay, is that everyone? Raise your right hand. Do you declare to affirm, under the penalties of perjury, that the testimony you are about to give shall be truthful, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, you may have a seat. All right, applicant's attorney, please introduce yourself.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is it okay if I sit?
Yep, so at this point, we just need your introduction. State your name for the record.
My name's Clark Schaefer, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, and I'm here on behalf of David and Nancy O'Brien, the property owners and the applicants. And I have with me Matt Herf. Matt, can you state your name and address?
Good evening, Matthew Herf, H-U-R as in Robert, F as in Frank, also on behalf of the applicants.
Okay, perfect. Is anyone in the audience represented by counsel? Okay, perfect. Counsel, you may make a brief opening statement.
Thank you very much. Matt, would you hand one of these to these? May I stay seated while I address the council?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Can I stand?
Excuse me? You can stand if you want. You're running the hearing, so you do whatever you want. First, I'd like to thank the council for being here on an off night and attending to this important town business. We appreciate it, and we appreciate your attention to the case. I don't have much of an opening statement, but I do want to say that our argument is change and or mistake, not one or the other. And I will not. I've just given you a brief legal memorandum. I know you've received advice from your counsel, but the change mistake doctrines overlap, and they're hard to figure out in terms of the law. They're not layman's terms. They're terms of art in the zoning field, and we understand that we have a burden to show by a preponderance of the evidence, not beyond a reasonable doubt, not clear and convincing, but by a preponderance of the evidence, that we either have shown enough for you to find change or mistake. I've been involved in more than a couple rezoning cases in my career in Carroll County, and I've researched. My research has shown one theme in the appellate decisions on change mistake, and that is that the municipality's decision is almost always upheld because they have tremendous leeway to weigh the facts, listen to the evidence, sort it out, and make the decision. The reason I say that the change mistake doctrines overlap, I think you'll hear tonight, some of the changes, and part of the change doctrine is unforeseen changes, or changes that were not in the master plan or contemplated by the master plan. Well, strangely enough, that's also some of the one of the themes in the mistake cases. Failure to ascertain trends or that were foreseeable. It doesn't have to be a mistake. There are some cases out there where the mistake is simply you looked at a map and you thought that there was a strip of land leading into that property, but you were mistaken. That strip of land never existed. It was a mistake in the tax. Those are mistakes, but the mistake doctrine is a lot broader. With that introduction, I'm prepared to begin my case.
Thank you, counsel. We are actually going to start with the planning director. We'll start with your report.
Okay, yeah, so,
Madam Chair, excuse me, may I just, for point of order, will the application that we filed be automatically included as part of the record?
Yeah, I believe it's attached to the staff report, which.
Okay, thank you very much.
So just so that you're aware, all exhibits that you introduce, you need to present to Holly so that she can number them. And if you have extra copies for us, that would be great.
I do.
Okay, perfect. So we will start with John Breeding, the planning director, staff report.
sure. So, good evening. Thank you, council, for attending this rezoning request. This is for 806 Park Avenue. Michael and Nancy O'Brien, they're residents of Mount Airy. The application is for requesting rezoning change from R3 residential zoning to community commercial due to change and/or mistake. Again, this property is zoned R3. It is in the water and sewer existing final planning. And again, my background real quick, it's very short but brief. This is 806 Park Avenue. It's a 0.80755 acres located at the corner of Park Avenue and Ridge Road, Maryland Route 27. The current zoning of the property is R3. The applicant, Dr. Michael O'Brien, has been operating his veterinary business from this location since 1987. Dr. O'Brien requested a rezoning to community commercial in the 2013 master plan update. His request was opposed by surrounding citizens and did not receive a favorable recommendation or the rezoning by the town council. Next, the applicant, Dr. O'Brien, requested a rezoning to community commercial as part of the 2020 master plan update, which we're currently going through, and those rezoning requests haven't come to the legislative body yet, which has not been finalized or approved by Planning Commission and Town Council. His request did not receive a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission and has not gone in front of the Town Council as part of the 2023 master plan. This request was opposed by surrounding citizens along Park Avenue and the Wildwood residents. On December 22nd, 2022, the applicant filed the application for rezoning based on change/mistake, which is under consideration. The Planning Commission heard this request on March 27th, 2023, after Town Council forwarded it to the Planning Commission for a recommendation. Town Council set a public hearing for May 8th, 2023. at the May 3rd, or April 3rd, 2023 Town Council meeting. This parcel is on the west side of Ridge Road, directly across from the Mount Airy Volunteer Fire Department, Carnival Grounds, excuse me, a community commercial zone property. The United States Post Office is on the opposite side of Park Avenue, which is zoned R3 as well. And again, attached is the information from the applicant legal team provided for your review on information related to the change or mistake regarding this request. And that's my report, and then the rest of it is the applicant's information.
Okay, can you submit that as Exhibit 1?
I can do that. You have a copy? You don't have a copy?
Counsel, would you like to redirect
Yes,
Mr. Breeding?
yes, thank you. Good evening, John Breeding.
Good evening.
Show him this. I'd like to mark for identification as Exhibit 2 a copy of the ordinance which effectuated the zoning of these various properties in January of 2015. John, are you looking at what's been marked for identification as I guess applicants number 2? Okay.
Yes.
Applicants number 2? Is that,
Yes.
what is that?
That's ordinance 2014-17. This is for the 2013 master plan. This is the documentation that was submitted to the town council at that time for recommendations and possible rezonings.
Okay. And that was the document that actually enacted some or all of the zoning changes recommended by the master plan that was adopted a couple months prior to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'd like to offer that into evidence as my applicant's number 2. I need to know that it's in evidence. Is it in evidence?
It's in evidence,
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
Thank you. Now, give him this, too. Keep one for me here, one for her. Okay, now I'm showing you what's been marked for identification, or will be marked for identification as applicant's Exhibit 3. Would you take a look at that, please? John, what do you have extra copy? I didn't have 10 of those? Oh, I know why. John, what is that?
This is ordinance 2021-17, and this is the,
Is that the ordinance that rezoned the Beck property to MXD?
that's correct.
Okay, I'd like to offer that into evidence as my number 3.
It's received and accepted.
Now, prior to that ordinance, John, I don't have a fully executed copy of it, but ordinance number 2022-25, which was prior, well, let me show you the ordinance. Mark that for identification as applicant's number 4 and show it to John, please. And does that appear to be the ordinance that adopted the MXD zone and added it to the zoning ordinance?
Yes,
And there was an ordinance, like, that ordinance was adopted by the town after the Beck property was rezoned, correct?
that's correct.
Was it after or before, do you know?
It has to be after. Yep. Yep, it was after.
Okay. I'd like to offer that for into evidence.
Received and accepted.
Okay, thank you. Now, John, what is the current status of the development of the Beck property?
So it's currently going to a charrette this month on the 20th, 22nd, and 23rd.
And what's a charrette, John?
So it's an opportunity for the citizens to come out and to give them feedback to the developer and the engineer for the project, to have it move forward.
What's the bank property have to do with this? I thought we were instructed not to talk about
It is their obligation to prove change of character. I assume that their counsel is going somewhere with this, so please be patient.
should instruct council, give council some leeway, but not much leeway. Thank you.
The
Continue.
Beck property is located in the neighborhood that we've defined here
Right.
for our application. So, John, is that the current version of the concept plan that's being reviewed?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to
It's a
offer that.
pre-concept sketch.
Pre-concept sketch. I'd like to offer that into evidence as my 5.
Yep,
Now, prior to the charrette stage, there's an application made to develop property, correct?
that's correct.
And that concept plan represents a proposal to develop that's being evaluated by the town. Is that correct?
At this point in time, it's by the planning commission, but yes.
Well, okay, they're part of the town, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, part of the town, okay. Bear me 1 minute. You familiar with what's known as the Harrison Leisure property?
Yes,
Okay, is that property contained in the future annexation area of the town?
yes, it is.
It's recognized in the master plan as that?
It is.
All right. Is it also recognized as a potential employment campus type development?
That is the future zoning for that property if it gets annexed.
Okay. Does that property, to your knowledge, have,
Hold on. Sir, you need to sit down. Everyone will have an opportunity to speak, including you. This is a quasi-judicial.
Council, he's opening the door, okay?
He is proving his case. Give him the opportunity to state his case. They will all be part of public record. There are not enough copies today to hand out.
Okay, so how are we supposed to testify about what we don't have access to?
well, you can come up and look at them at any time you want to, as far as I'm concerned. They're not secret.
I don't have copies either, so.
Please do so quietly so that we can continue. Leslie, you're going to have to hold on because John is currently being redirected by
Exactly.
counsel, so we can't interrupt him. Let him finish. They're not done.
Mr. Breeding, are you aware whether or not the Harrison Leisure property has wells located on it?
There are wells on that property, yes.
That's about 230, 240 acres of property?
Yep, it's about 230 acres.
All right, I need everyone in the audience to be respectful of the council and stop talking so that we can continue.
Are you aware whether or not the town, within the last 10 years, and by the way, I'm using my start date for my change argument and as January 2014, which is the date that the comprehensive zoning was enacted. So after 2014, are you aware whether or not the town entered into discussions and negotiations with Carroll County regarding the future annexation and development of the Harrison Leisure property?
Yes, they did. I was not in attendance.
I know you weren't in attendance, but you are aware of that, right?
Yes,
All right. And at that time, the property was owned by the Industrial Development Authority of Carroll County, is that correct?
that's correct.
All right. Now, that's the county's development arm, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, are you aware whether those negotiations ceased about 2 years ago?
That's my understanding.
All right. And are you aware whether or not around that time Carroll County or the IDA reconveyed that land to the county commissioners of Carroll County?
That's correct.
Are you aware of whether or not there was a newspaper article at that time where the town was described as being blindsided by that action?
I'm not aware of that.
I have the article. Can you, it's probably somewhere else. It's okay. Now, the post office facility that's located directly across Park Avenue from the O'Brien property, are you familiar with that property?
Yeah, I mean, I know of the post office, yes,
Now, that property is a U.S. government facility, is that correct? Or,
correct.
right. That property is exempt from town zoning, is it not?
That's correct.
Let me just, bear with me 1 minute, I've got my, no, it's not going to be in there. Here it is right here. Pull that out for me, that letter. Show it down. You go ahead and pull the rest of them out, just give that in. I have extra copies of this, but I'm trying to put my hands on them. John, I'm showing you a letter or a newspaper article. Can you tell me what that is? What appears to be
It's for the
anyway?
Carroll County Times. After 10 years of negotiation, Harrison Shear property begins being transferred back to Carroll County.
And what's the date of that article?
February 22nd, 2021.
And it's written by a reporter for the Carroll County Times, correct?
Yes.
What's the first sentence in that letter?
Mount Airy officials are saying that they were blindsided by the Carroll County Industrial Authority decision to transfer a 258-acre plot of land back to the county after years of negotiation.
I would like to mark that for identification and offer it into evidence as my, I think it's number 6.
Received and accepted. Is that 6?
That's 6, I think, yeah. That's all I have for Mr. Breeding.
At this time, if anyone in the audience who was sworn in that would like to redirect Mr. Breeding, you can do so at this time. If you form a line down the center of the aisle, everyone will give it an opportunity.
And they can sit at that table over there, or we can put the voting.
Madam Chair, may I ask one more question before we start with that?
Yes.
Thanks. John, showing you a document, can you tell me what that is?
This is part of the APFO screening for 2023 for the Beck property. This was submitted by the developer as part of their APFO, part of the pre-concept sketch plan.
All right, I'd like to mark that as number 7 and introduce it into evidence, please. That's a document that was submitted to the town by the developer and is in the town files, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Received and accepted.
You got extra copies of that?
Are these all my copies from out front that I just made this morning?
And thank you.
Yes. So just so that we're all aware of proceedings, this is an opportunity for you to direct Mr. Breeding directly, yes, and ask questions.
Within the scope of the questions that we're asking.
And you can go to the
And if you wish-
microphone,
If
please.
you would like to take a seat,
Can you please sit down, please?
please state your name.
My name is Peter Sabonis. I'm a resident of Mount Airy, 803 North Main Street.
Yep.
Mr. Breeding, can I direct Mr. Breeding directly?
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Breeding, the Carroll County Times, you're familiar with the Carroll County Times, aren't you?
Sure.
The Carroll County Times is not an official record of Mount Airy City Council, is it?
Nope, it's,
In fact, it's a journalistic publication that sells for profit, is it not?
sure.
And oftentimes, media gets facts incorrect. Are you aware of that?
I've seen discrepancies in papers.
Okay. Did you write the Carroll County's Times article that was offered into evidence?
No, I didn't write it.
Okay. Did you talk to the journalist who wrote it?
Nobody spoke with me.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
May I?
We're going to finish through with Ms. Dickinson.
Good evening, Leslie Dickinson, town resident on North Main Street. I have a couple of questions, Mr. Breeding. I haven't been able to see the ordinances, but I believe that they are referring to the Beck property, the Harrison Leisure property, and there might have been one more. Now, because this is a challenge, this is a alleged change of mistake of the zoning in the 2013 master plan, was there any type of pre-concept plan or in 2013 for the Beck property?
No,
Was the Beck property even zoned MXD in the 2013 master plan?
no, it wasn't.
Okay. And can you recall what the status of the Harrison Leisure property was in 2013?
I was not here at that time, so I'm not sure what the status was at that point.
Okay. I can't remember I couldn't quite hear what you testified to. As far as you know, has there been any type of a pre-concept plan for Harrison Leisure property?
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay, thank you.
Dickinson.
Dave Pyatt, 705 Park Avenue. On the LaShire Harrison property, that goes back 25 or 30 years. I know when I was on the town council, 2005, 2010, we had some very heavy discussions with the county commissioners, and I thought we were making some headway, but then it kind of broke apart and went into remission. I guess it was almost like a disease, and it would start percolating again, and then it would sort of die away. Last Monday at the election, I had a discussion with our current county.
Do you have a question for me?
Okay.
Do you have a question?
The question is, are you aware of a comment from our current county commissioner, Mike Warren, that the current negotiations between the town and the county are on hold?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. I mean, that's what he told me, so it may not be a
Didn't tell me
question.
that.
Okay. Another question is, in the package is the 1987 Board of Appeals decision.
That's not actually in the packet. That was extra ex parte communications that I received.
Okay.
Email, so I've made it a separate packet. It's not part of the official packet.
Will that be
Exhibit 1.
introduced as evidence in the file?
I don't introduce evidence.
Who introduces the evidence? Can I introduce it?
You may, yes.
I would like to introduce that.
Do you have it?
Madam Chair, point of order. This is a time for him to ask questions. He can
Correct.
present his case at when it's his turn.
So,
Well, yes and no. We have,
Hi, our attorney
on,
was
Mr.
speaking. One
okay,
second.
I'm sorry.
So right now, it's just cross-examination. When the case turns over to folks in the audience.
Okay. Then I can present it, okay. One of the things I'm a little confused about with evidentiary hearings, and I guess this is a question for Tom, is that the state guidelines are very general. They don't really have how the procedure should take place. Baltimore County has a very rigid process for evidentiary hearings where both sides can have expert witnesses.
Mr. Pyatt, this is a chance for you to redirect Mr. Breeding, so if you
Well,
don't
I
have a
thought
direct
the
question
question
for
was
him.
for whoever can answer it.
No. So right now, it's redirection to Mr.
Okay.
Breeding. So if you don't have a direct question for him, you will be afforded an opportunity a little bit later in the meeting to present your case.
Well, I guess then my question is for Mr. Breeding. In our town evidentiary hearing process, do we have a method to allow expert witnesses testify for the applicant and for the audience or the plaintiff?
I don't know that answer. I don't know.
Fair enough.
Does it, can I ask somebody else if Mr. Breeding doesn't have the answer?
When it's your time to present your case, you are more than
Okay.
welcome to ask.
Okay, all right.
All right. Counsel, do you have any further? Oh, we have one more? Oh, come on, Nicole. Just state your name.
Nicole Moon, address.
No, it's okay.
Mr. Breeding, may I address you?
Of course.
When the post office was first built, did the town have any say in what that was zoned or where it even was placed?
Yeah, it's zoned R3.
It's zoned R3.
And it was prior to me working here, so I don't know what the discussions were related to that project.
So the federal government decided where to place the post office, and the town really didn't have a say in, hey, that's not zoned.
I really
to be
don't
a-
know that answer.
Okay. My point just being Park Avenue is strictly residential.
Not a question.
Any redirect, any
Just
follow-up
one.
questions?
Going back to Mr. Sabonis's questions about you don't write for the Carroll County Times, et cetera, do you have any reason to believe that article is inaccurate?
Again, I haven't read the article, so
Well, how about the first sentence? Do you have ever any reason to believe that the town was surprised or blindsided when the county cut off negotiations?
I guess, I really don't know how to answer that because, again, I wasn't here for when the discussions happened. And, I think even the Carroll County commissioners were blindsided. I think it was something that was unforeseen.
Fair enough. No further questions.
Councilmember Galletti, do you have any questions?
Mr. Breeding, I have a question for you. So in your staff report, and you mentioned it tonight when you were reading it, you said, and I just wanted to find out what this is. I watched the meeting, but I wanted you to tell me. His request did not receive a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission. What was the Planning Commission's reason for that unfavorable recommendation? Do we have a code reference, ordinance, like what? Do you know what the Planning Commission's reason for turning down his request was?
You're saying at the December 22nd, 2022 meeting? Or from the
Right above,
2023?
yeah.
I don't have that answer right in front of me.
Yeah, I just wondered if we knew why the Planning Commission turned down his request to be CC.
I don't think that they were polled on exactly what their reason was.
Okay. And I said at the beginning of my statement I did, but I was asking him to let me know. So if you want to come up when you testify in your testimony and share that, that would be great as a member of the Planning Commission.
Councilmember Munder, do you have any questions? Councilmember,
Sorry, Council Secretary. No questions. Councilwoman Galletti asked mine about the reasons.
okay.
That's it.
Councilmember Demoter?
Yes, I do. Mr. Breeding, a question for you. So do you agree with the characterization of the nature of the Beck property and its attractiveness for MXD development?
I don't know that that's.
Well,
that's-
let me rephrase. Do you agree with the characterization of the Beck property as contained in Exhibit 3, Ordinance 2021-17. There are a number of whereas statements. I'm asking you a yes or no. Do you agree with the characterization of the Beck property as described in the ordinance?
Ultimately, I don't have a say, because I'm not the one that makes the
I
determination.
don't know that I understand the question.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but I'm just saying, me personally, I don't
Are you asking him
have,
if he agrees with the scope of the ordinance?
I'm asking if he agrees with the way the Beck property is described within the ordinance. And the
this
contemplation.
isn't related to the Beck property, this is related to MXD.
Okay. Let me try and ask another question and see if it's appropriate now or perhaps later. So because we have an exhibit introduced that deals with the zoning of the Beck property and it references that it was considered in the
Not
2013.
the Beck property, it's specifically MXD.
Okay, MXD. And it was considered in the 2013 comprehensive plan. I'd like to ask a question about the 2013 comprehensive plan. Is that allowed?
Yes.
Okay. When you worked on and finally submitted the 2013 comprehensive plan, what kind of evaluation of trends did you look at pertaining to the Beck property and what the comprehensive plan states, which is this is an appealing property for potential MXD?
I didn't work,
Was there any kind of evaluation of trends of the surrounding neighborhoods and communities that might be impacted by moving ahead with zoning properties MXD?
I wasn't employed with the town at that time.
Okay. Do you know if the Planning Commission evaluated any kind of trends associated
I
with?
didn't work for the town at that time.
All right. Thank you.
All right, moving on.
Just for clarification, I'm just trying to figure out, what was Exhibit 4? I missed that. Just to write it down so I have it for my records.
I think it was the article, right?
No, it's ordinance 2022-25. So number 1 is the staff report. Number 2 is ordinance 2014-17. Number 3 is ordinance 2021-17. Number 4 is ordinance 2022-25. Number 5 is the Beck property pre-concept sketch. Number 6 is the Carroll County Times article. And number 7 is the Beck property AFPFO screening assessment. You're welcome.
Hey, Holly, just one quick, Exhibit 4, 2022-5, I probably should know this, but what's the top?
2022-25.
20?
2022 dash,
Provisions governing commercial district, section 112-37.2, entitled Mixed Use District, MXD. Is that what you're looking for, Carl?
Yeah.
I think that's when we rezoned.
Thank you.
All right, so at this time, it is now the applicant's counsel's opportunity to present your case, including witnesses and any further exhibits that you have.
Okay, I call my first witness is Mike O'Brien. Mike, right there. Yeah, you can pull those out. Hey, Mike, I'll take them. We got it. State your name and address for the record. State your name and address for the record, please.
Michael O'Brien, 806 Park Avenue.
Or you pull the mic towards you. You have to pull towards you and speak right into the microphone itself.
Hello, hello,
'Cause it needs to come up higher.
hello?
Is the green light on?
Yes.
Okay, because it's hard to hear you.
Is this better? Thank you.
Mike, you stated your name and address for the record already?
806 Park Avenue, Mount Airy.
I'd like to mark for identification a booklet. That'd be my number, I forget, I'm at a number 7? Number 8. Mike, while we're handing that, I'll ask him about that a little later, but I wanted to mark it for identification. Tell the board a little bit about your background and in the Mount Airy area and with this property.
Can I get a copy of that since I've never seen this document before?
One for him.
Thank you. It's got my name on the bottom of it too.
So my background, in a shortened version, I'm the youngest of 4. My father died when I was 10, and then my mother, as a single parent, raised me. Except for 5 childhood years and college time, I've lived my entire life in Maryland.
Mike, can you just go without reading? Just tell them about yourself.
No,
Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
70.
Go ahead.
Come on. This is about myself, and I graduated from the University of Maryland in 1976 and from Purdue University in 1981 in veterinary medicine and began practicing in Walkersville Vet Clinic. I cared for my mother at my home at 806 Park Avenue prior to her having to move to a memory care facility. Married Nancy in 2003, both of us for the first time. Her mother also lived with us at 806 Park Avenue for 8 years until she passed. So what got me to Mount Airy? I bought Dr. Emmett Full's practice in 1985 and moved to Mount Airy Apartments in a cattle trailer. And a year later, I bought a townhouse in Windy Knoll. I was granted a special exception in 1987 to operate a vet clinic at 806 Park Avenue. Eventually, the original 3-car garage morphed into the clinic you see today and went commercially operational in 1989, where I've practiced ever since. That's how it's.
Okay, now, you have the booklet there?
The book.
Give them all out?
They're all out. Here you go.
So I'm showing you, well, I should show them the real one. Can I see the one that I put in? I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as applicant's Exhibit A. What is that?
That's a view from our.
No, that's a booklet you prepared, right?
Yes, yes.
You and Nancy.
Yes, we did.
Can you, by reference to that booklet, and the council should all have members, can you tell me what the first page with photos shows?
The uppermost photo is a showing of the commercial Twin Arts Shopping Center. Showing it wasn't built when we moved to Mount Airy. Neither was the post office.
What's the big photo to the right of that show?
That's a 4th of July fireworks display that we allow our neighbors to come and watch, community events, fireworks, parades.
So that's a picture, a photograph of your property,
Front row, yes, front row view of 27 facing our house.
Is it, the people that are shown on there, are some of them sitting on state highway right-of-way property?
Yes.
To your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you know about when that photo was taken?
They come every year. Take your pick. I don't know when
Let's turn to the next page. And again, the big photo on the right side, what's that show?
That's a picture of the Wildwood community when State Highway owned it. And it represents 72 acres of virgin forest that was torn down to allow for the Wildwood community to be developed.
And then to the right, the big picture is your property again, back before WAB was developed, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. And then the next page is showing some of the activity at the carnival grounds, is that correct?
Yes.
The next page.
It
was-
also shows medevacs coming in and out of the carnival ground, and the one picture of that helicopter was when President Bush came to town to go to the Calvary United Methodist Church for I believe, an AIDS conference related.
And Mike, later in your testimony, you're going to testify about accidents at that intersection, is that correct?
Yes.
Right, the next page show a photograph of some accidents that have occurred at that intersection?
Yeah, it sure does. So the top one shows where a trooper ran smack into the corner of Park Avenue and 27, right where a street light is today, but it was before then. He survived. The bottom two photos show I was on a treadmill in my family room, and I heard this commotion going over there, and you can see the close-up view, but you can see it from my view out of my front window of how that car landed on top of some I-beams on the carnival grounds. The bottom one that splits the page in the middle on the bottom is an event that happened on a Sunday morning. Nancy found this outside when she was walking outdoors to get the newspaper. A senior had hit the accelerator and gone straight up my hill heading towards the house.
So that shows the tire tracks in the grass?
Yes,
That is?
yes, and you can see it going up the hill faintly on the left, and you see on top of the hill going towards the house. And of course, that's an accident. The one on top up here was, that was an accident that I think I called this one in. 911's got a lot of calls from me, I can tell you that.
Okay, now turn to the next page, please. Does the next page, what do those photos show?
Those depict what I bought the property as. The top photo is Bill Fowler's, the original builder of that was Bill Fowler in the 1970s. He had a machine shop and a Studebaker repair shop. When he sold it to Evelyn and Leonard Bauman, who had a landscaping contractor business and a fruit stand. That's their equipment out there. And that's what I turned the building into, the second picture down there.
That building is now your vet clinic, is
And it has been, and hasn't changed since it was built. And the bottom photo is a Studebaker on the side of that garage.
Does that go back to the 50s?
That goes back to the 70s, I believe.
Now, the next page, what's that show at the top?
The top shows an old shed that actually almost fell down, and the one in the middle is the garage that I replaced it with.
And then the bottom one is more of the garage?
More of the garage, and you see actually some of the caboose in there, and that's before it got to the caboose. We did most all of that prep work at my house.
Right, and then the next page is showing various photos of activities that occur at the, what's called,
The carnival
what we'll refer
grounds.
to as the carnival grounds.
Yes,
Right?
yes, and it's a great property to advertise for charitable events, and we fully support all of that. The top is the Kiwanis Club golf thing. The bottom left would be the duck race over at the carnival grounds that benefited the Firemen's Activities grounds.
Suffice to say that there are lots of activities that occur over there that you're going to testify to, correct?
Yes.
Right. What's the next page show?
That was during, the bottom left is, those are donkeys. And after going through the parade, they were quite thirsty. So I parked them out there and got them a couple buckets of water.
Okay, how about the next page?
The next page is still part of the parade. The top,
No, the next page, turn over the page.
okay.
What's that theme? What do those photos show?
That shows my garage and this was all the caboose work that was done for all the woodwork that was done for the caboose that started in my garage.
You have a woodworking shop in your house, correct, or in your garage?
Yes, and you can see that on the bottom of the first page with the 3 doors open. Those were all full of all the siding that we painted the day before. It's on the top of the right-hand side.
Turn to the next page and tell us what that shows.
This page, the one with the boards,
Yeah.
that's, again, those are the green boards that are in the caboose.
Okay.
And we painted them. We had a painting party. The next photo over from that's Rick Blatchford, and there's a and go down, and the bottom of the page, you can see the genesis of the sign on Rails to Trails and where it started at my shop.
Now, did you prepare this booklet along with your wife, Nancy?
I did. We did.
Okay, and the photos, some of these photos you took, correct?
I took them all.
Really? You took them all?
I took them all.
So do they fairly and accurately represent what you just testified to?
Yes.
Right. And you've added verbiage in here that was designed to sort of support your 10 or 12-year-old claim that you would like to get this property rezoned, correct?
Yes, and there's more on page 17. That's the historical museum. I restored all those freight doors that are like 10 feet tall on the hinges. And you can see the bottom of the first page, the left one. Someone took a saw and cut the door in half thinking they'd make Dutch doors, and then you see the finished product to the right of it. And then there's a train display on the right that Larry Valet asked me if I could build that for him, and I said, sure. So you see the genesis of that, and from the garage to the museum to the finished product.
Okay, I'd like to offer that into evidence as my number 8.
Received and accepted.
So what exactly is the current use of the property? What do you use it for?
Pretty much whatever we want to. I mean,
Well, you live there, don't you?
we live there.
You operate a veterinary
Operate a
practice out of there?
veterinary clinic, and, whatever else needs to be done.
Have you taken pride in the property?
Absolutely.
Now, were you there when the Wildwood development occurred years and years ago?
We were there prior to the Wildwood development. As a matter of fact, a lot of the prospective buyers would come up to my clinic to look over the hill to see where their house was going to be built.
Since you've lived there, and especially emphasizing the time after January 2015, have you noticed any changes in the neighborhood?
Oh, yeah, we've seen a lot of traffic, a lot of traffic on 27, a lot of traffic on Park Avenue. The Wildwood development dumped a lot of traffic on Park Avenue. But traffic's been a big deal.
Right. Well, how about the nature of the traffic? Has the nature of the traffic changed in the last 3 or 4 years?
The nature of the traffic, principally from the post office, with 18-wheelers and other sized trucks, is we've seen a dramatic increase in that, and I think that goes to the COVID scare and the online shopping phenomenon that's taken over in this country, where you order online and it's delivered. And I think a lot of that's going to packaging, and these big packages have to go on bigger trucks to get in there.
Does that post office operate on a 24/7 basis?
Yep, you can go in there anytime and get your mail out of a box or put a letter in the mailbox.
Do tractor trailers go into that facility 24/7?
Yep.
Has that increased since the pandemic began? When was it? March of 2000? I guess it's not an official start date, but around March of 2020?
Significantly, in our opinion.
Well, you've seen it, have you not?
Yes.
Does it generate fumes and dust too?
Well, certainly the trucks, and it's not just limited to the post office. These 18-wheelers that come down 27 on a humid day, we start smelling diesel fumes.
Now, have you noticed any change since 2015, and also especially in the last 3 or 4 years, with regard to the intensity and scope of the use of the carnival grounds?
Since when now?
Since 2015, and especially in the last 3 or 4 years.
The activity in the carnival grounds has gone up significantly. They were really hampered by the pandemic. And because they couldn't have things, close things together.
Mike?
Yes.
Address your answers to the council,
I'm sorry.
please.
There-
I know I'm the most important guy to you. but-
I'm sorry. The pandemic's hurt the fire department. And in their fundraising efforts, they've had to cancel carnivals. They've had to come up with they're very resourceful, and the citizens have been very supportive of them, while the Planning Commission didn't in 2014, 15, that master plan. They came out against them big. But they're the people that come to rescue you, and they're funded by contributions and stuff. And
Well, so that's a money-making or fundraising
absolutely
area for the fire company, right?
Absolutely. That's
Now,
one of
there's
the biggest.
I know everybody knows this here better than me, but we're on the record, and nothing exists if it's not on the record. The fire company doesn't operate their fire protection services from that property, do they?
No.
What do they operate from there?
They're fundraising operations.
What is there a building on the property?
There's an activities building that was remodeled after they got commercial zoning in the 2013 master plan, and they use it a lot. And most recently, it's really increased after the worst of the pandemic's gone. But they've been hurt by the pandemic.
Well, have you noticed an uptick in the events that occur over there since the pandemic began?
Absolutely. Well, it's been an uptick since it was on the downslide. They've come back to some degree, and that's only because of their innovation.
I didn't understand what that meant. Say that again.
The pandemic hurt them. They couldn't have indoor activities. It hurt their fundraising efforts. They had to cancel the carnival and all that kind of stuff. But after things started to cool off, their activities building is now very, very active, with things booked out 2 and 3 years, like weddings and receptions. And
How do you know that, Mike?
all I have to do is look out the window.
No, but didn't you and Nancy go on the website and look at their calendars?
Absolutely. You can go on the fire department's website and look on their calendars. Yes, it's pretty well known.
Right. Now, has the outdoor activities increased since the pandemic?
Since the pandemic, the outdoor activities have increased. They've started, they've started with duck races, all these innovative type of things to get the community involved, and they had to, because their carnivals got really sabotaged by the.
Do you see food trucks over there
Absolutely.
on a regular basis?
Yes, we do.
When they have a special event, like a 4th of July or like a 4th of July thing, what effect, if any, does that have on your property?
It sounds like Vietnam with the fireworks.
Well, does it also increase the activity around your
Oh, absolutely.
property?
Yeah. I mean, you saw the picture of the crowds. We love it. I mean, we enjoy people having fun, and they put on a good show, and it really supports our fire department.
Have you noticed a general increase in traffic at that intersection in the last 3 or 4 years?
There's no doubt. Yes. It's been huge.
Okay. Now, how have those changes affected your residential use and enjoyment of your property?
Well, it's hard to get out some days, you know, the driveway's blocked, people don't obey stop signs, they have no issues with blocking your driveway. It's traffic, it's noise, and it affects you, because, you know, you don't know who's coming up your driveway. We have a lot of turnarounds.
Mike, did you start thinking about your future life plans 10 years ago or so?
Somewhere about then, yes.
You have children?
No, and neither does Nancy.
And did you at that time start requesting or advocating that the town change your zoning to CC?
Yes, we did.
You went through a master plan process in 2014 or
Yes, sir.
2013, 14?
Yes, sir.
And you advocated for that change, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The Planning Commission did not recommend it, correct?
That's correct.
And during that same time, another controversial rezoning request was to rezone the carnival grounds
Yes,
to CC,
Yes.
community commercial, correct?
yes,
That ended up being adopted.
yes. It did.
Yours didn't,
That's
correct?
correct.
Right. In the interim, you've remained interested in investigating the possibility of having your property rezoned, is that correct?
Yes,
And did you participate, and have you participated in the most recent study by the master plan update process that the Planning Commission is undertaking?
yes,
Right. And did you appear at public hearings, et cetera, et cetera?
yes,
And did you believe that that master plan would be completed sooner than today?
I don't understand the question.
Did you believe that the town would complete its master plan process sooner than today?
Yeah, I thought it would be done by the end of 2022 or the beginning of this year.
Okay. Now, you heard some questions of Mr. Breeding. You were at the Planning Commission meeting a month or two ago, maybe it's where the Planning Commission recommended against this particular application. Is that correct?
Yes,
You remember what happened there?
yes.
What happened?
We got denied.
Who spoke at that meeting from the Planning Commission?
Mr. Pyatt spoke.
No, I'm telling you, members of the Planning Commission, who spoke?
That would be Ms. Dickinson.
Did one other person make some short statement? If you don't remember, just say you don't
I
remember.
don't remember.
Okay. But Ms. Dickinson made a long statement against it, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And she said, among other things, that there was a demarcation line defined by Maryland 27, did she not?
that was during the master plan rezoning hearings in 2022, and I was asked about, I made a comment that everything was commercial around me, and I believe Mr. Butts said that there's an imaginary line down the center of 27, everything to the east of 27 at Park Avenue and Twin Arch Road is considered commercial, and everything the west is considered residential.
Okay. Did Ms. Dickinson also say that you had already been told no and she couldn't understand why you were back asking for another recommendation?
Exactly, yes. In other words, we weren't entitled to a piecemeal rezoning after being denied a master plan rezoning.
Mike, just bear with me 1 second. That's all I have for Mr. O'Brien, Dr. O'Brien, I'm sorry. No, you got to stay there. You're not off the hot seat yet.
Right. Thank you. Now is an opportunity for anyone who wishes to cross-examine Doc O'Brien. Please don't make statements, ask questions directly to the testimony that he gave. So if anyone would like to ask Doc O'Brien some questions, please feel free to come up. We're going to pull the podium out for you. Please state your name.
For the record, I'm Peter Sabonis, Mount Airy resident, 803 North Main Street. I am conducting cross-examination on the witness. May I direct my questions to the witness?
Yes, please.
Hello, Dr. O'Brien. How are you this evening? Very good. Thank you for your presentation. It's very, very informative for someone like me who's only lived in Mount Airy for 12 years now. You get your chance to speak. Let me ask you this, first of all, based on your testimony. 10 years ago, you started thinking about your future life plans. You were thinking about your retirement.
Sure.
You were thinking about the funds that you need for retirement.
Sure.
You were thinking about how your property and selling your property might contribute to those funds, yes?
Not really.
You mentioned that your counsel brought out the fact that 10 years ago, you started thinking about your future life plans and you started requesting a change in zoning. You started requesting a change in zoning because of your future life plans. That's what you testified to, isn't that correct?
Those are your words.
Can we read the record back? Counsel? All right. 10 years ago, you started thinking about your future life plans.
Yes.
You started requesting a change in zoning.
Yes. Are they mutually exclusive?
No. My point is simply, my question was, you started to ask for a change in zoning because you needed it for your future life plans?
Objection.
That's
That question's been asked and answered. And he said, not necessarily, sorry.
I don't need to sell my house for my future retirement.
But yet you started 10 years ago when you started thinking, you requested the zoning change when you started thinking about your retirement. This is a point that your counsel brought up. You brought it up, okay? You opened the door on this, okay? I didn't ask. There's nothing about this change in zoning that should involve your future life plans.
There is.
Your counsel brought it up, okay? And quite frankly, that's what this is all about, isn't it?
Not about my retirement
Sir,
plans.
you can address me as Mr. Sabonis.
Mr. Sabonis, if
Thank
you
you.
could just keep your interaction as questions, please.
Okay, all right. You did testify that you started thinking about your future life plans 10 years ago.
I did.
And you did testify that that's when you started to request a change in zoning, did you not?
How are they linked?
Did you not? Answer the question, please.
Yes.
Yes or no? Thank you. The packet of pictures and information that you put together, which we have not seen. There are a number of pictures. It's Exhibit 8, a booklet prepared by you and Nancy. The Wildwood community pictures that show 72 acres of virgin forest, those pictures were taken prior to 1987? Is there any indication on the picture
Those pictures were taken before Wildwood was developed.
And when was Wildwood developed?
I don't remember all that,
Okay.
but I do know that.
The pictures of the green boards and the caboose,
Yeah.
That's relevant to how is that relevant to your application tonight?
It's relevant to the activities that are conducted on my property.
Those activities being the woodworking shop?
Yep. Some. There's lots of activities on my property.
Is that part of the change that you're alleging now, that you're operating a woodworking shop in addition to a veterinary clinic?
No,
Oh, I didn't think so. All right.
it's a hobby.
And the donkeys, those.
The donkeys are there because of a parade and they were dehydrated.
I understand that. I'm just trying to figure out the relevance of the donkeys, the caboose, and the old shed that almost fell down.
You're asking about improvements to my property?
Yeah, and how it relates to the question before the council, before the quasi-judicial entity.
I don't know. I don't understand your question.
How is it relevant to a change in?
It's relevant from the standpoint of when I bought that place, I tore every wall down inside of that house and replaced it myself. I rebuilt the whole property, basically, from the inside out. I needed a shop to do that. That's how the wood shop got created.
And this all occurred after your 1987 special exception to operate the clinic, or before then? After?
After.
Okay.
The clinic was redone independently by a contractor. I didn't have the wherewithal to create the shop that I've made since.
And in 1987, the Twin Ridge Shopping Center did not exist when you got the special exception?
So you're talking about the Twin Arch Center?
The Twin Arch Shopping Center, which is diagonal across from
That was
you.
a farm field. It's illustrated.
That was a farm field in 1987 at the time of the special exception?
Yes.
Okay. Begging the council's indulgence, just 1 minute. I'm almost finished. Has the population of Mount Airy changed since 1987 when you got a special exception?
I think. I don't know the answer to that. I would assume it has.
Has it increased?
I would assume. We're at about 10,000 now. I don't know what we were back then.
So you agree that the population of Mount Airy has increased since the time you got the special exception?
Absolutely.
You'd agree that the population of the surrounding areas has increased since the time you got the special exception?
Certainly.
And these were unexpected increases?
I can't say they were or weren't.
Thank you. And just to finish up, you have no problems generally with the activities on the carnival grounds?
No. Why should I?
Okay. And the carnival grounds were rezoned to community commercial when?
Last master plan, 2013.
Okay. I have no further questions.
May I
Okay. 7:05. Dr. O'Brien, would you consider us neighbors?
I guess I'd have to say yes.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a feel for this. Were you aware that most of the residents along Park Avenue, including me and Sheila Pyatt, signed the petition to get your special exception for the veterinarian clinic?
I am.
Were you aware that at the time the Planning Commission voted to grant you your special exception, it resulted in a tie?
You know what?
In a tie vote. In other words, no decision. As far as the recommendation to go to the Board of
I believe
Appeals.
that's correct.
And I suspect, and this is a question, do you think that the support of the signatures of all the citizens had a major impact to get your case through the Board of Appeals?
I don't know that I can answer that.
Okay. Were you aware that the time from when the meeting took place of the hearing until the facts and findings were released were about 3 months because of the thorough work and examination of all the material that went into it?
I don't remember that.
Do you still have your copy of this special exception?
I do.
Okay. I would like to enter this into evidence for the case. Okay, okay. Okay. Is this the document?
I can't see it.
Okay.
Just a second, I want to read this.
Mr. Pyatt, is that the findings and decisions from case number MAA 87-13? Yes, it is. Okay. We're going to take this one in an exhibit. You have to introduce it as an exhibit first.
The last page. Henry Mason. I guess it's accurate.
Enter that. And there was two clauses in this.
Are we going to label them consecutively? But they're going to be marked. They're going to be marked protestants or something.
Yes, so the marking scheme will be exhibits 1, 2, 3, no matter who introduces it. Now, the clerk will write the date, and also the party will introduce it at the bottom, so like the applicant, like the director, like the
Okay. Okay. Finding D says, generally, the neighborhood is residential in character to the north and west, vacant and planned residential to the south, and a mixture of planned commercial and other traffic-intensive uses to the east across Maryland 27. Are you familiar with that clause?
If that's the document, I assume that if you're reading it correctly.
Okay. And then E says, is the zoning patterns, including commercial.
Objection. If he wants to put that into the record, he can testify to it when he gets up.
I would agree. Mr. Pyatt, do you have a direct question for Dr.?
I guess I just wanted to ask Dr. O'Brien, or it says the zoning patterns, including commercial, industrial, and rural, carnival grounds, zones to the east, as well as R1 and R2 residential zoning to the south, west, and north, whether you agree to that or were aware of that.
I don't have the copy in front of me.
Okay. I guess the question is about the carnival grounds that were rezoned in the 2013 master plan from commercial. The carnival, the volunteer fire company purchased that in 1954, and I believe zoning was established in 1958, and it was commercial until 2013, 14. And myself, I felt that might, result in some intensive zoning. And did you feel the same way when they were granted that zoning?
I felt that whatever we could do for the fire department, we should do.
Okay, but
Whatever they wanted, I agreed.
whatever they wanted was okay.
And I was a neighbor.
Yeah.
a direct neighbor.
What I have found, I actually had some reservations about that.
Sir, please keep it to
Rezoning.
questions.
Okay. Did you notice that there was a drop-off in the Mount Airy Lions Club and the Fire Club in the last 15 or 20 years with their summer carnivals?
Yes.
And the traffic that used to back up all the way to Marydale and beyond in certain weeks was there. Have you agreed that that at least has abated to some extent?
I don't watch traffic all day, Dave. I live on the corner. I see traffic right out in front of me.
So you see traffic, okay. From my perspective, I guess I have to ask the question, but I have to say that some of the usage that you mentioned regarding the new activities building has picked up. And I just wondered if you felt that they sort of balanced out and that the net traffic flow is roughly the same, maybe a little different, mixed a little bit, but because of the drop-off and the carnivals and the Kiwanis and the both the Four County and the Lions Club, I used to go there for a week at a time, has sort of evened out. Have you noticed that?
Since when?
Last year or two.
The last year or two, the fire department's recovering. The traffic has been lower, but it's been picked up since the COVID event.
Okay, I just noticed from my...
What traffic is picked up is development within Mount Airy and outside of Mount Airy, flooding the arterials and the 27 and Park Avenue, not coming from the carnival, but Wildwood development.
Just traffic in general.
Traffic in general with development.
Okay. Do you agree, I asked you at the very beginning if we were neighbors. Do you agree a neighborhood is where, for good or not so good, people have face-to-face contact, they interact socially, and they know who the people are in those houses, that is really what defines and characterizes a neighborhood? Do you agree with that?
Why are you asking these questions?
Well, I just wondered what you and your team are trying to show that there's a change in the neighborhood, significant change.
You just mentioned traffic. How about
Dr.
starting
O'Brien,
there?
I'm so sorry. Can you, I have to direct you to answer the question.
Okay. So what's the question again?
Do you believe a neighborhood is identified by personal interactions, close awareness of who the other people are, and
No.
you don't?
No.
Do you have a definition of what you think a neighborhood is?
Neighborhood is a neighborhood where people live, where they live.
Would you consider people up 27 hypothetically at LaShare Harrison, would they be your neighbors?
No.
What about people that
My
would?
neighbor's my next door neighbor.
Okay, so you feel your next door neighbor, you have a closeness and a personal interaction
I wouldn't
to
go
consider
there.
people.
No.
So you don't have to have a personal
No, you don't
interaction?
have to have a personal.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a feel because I'm a little confused. We're here trying to figure out what is a neighborhood, and I'm trying to feel what your concept is or whether your team has a.
Get on with the next question.
Well, I think it's important because that's what we're trying to find a change in. I think that is the question. What is the neighborhood that we're trying to change? And I'm just asking you for what your opinion is.
I'm going to object. We have proposed a neighborhood in our petition. We have neighborhood as a term of art in the zoning field, and we have expert witnesses that are prepared to testify on what a neighborhood is. I don't mind a few questions on what he considers a neighborhood, but it's not determinative legally of any kind of neighborhood boundary for this one. And by the way, Harrison Leisure was not included in the neighborhood we submitted, so I don't get that question.
Would you consider Black's Law Dictionary a good source of defining a neighborhood?
Is that a question for Mr. O'Brien?
Okay, for Mr. O'Brien, but you can ask your team.
I think that's a personal definition. Everyone has their own, Dave. I mean,
Well, we're trying to, I mean, it's important because
your
we're,
definition may not be the same as mine.
I looked at Black's Law Library, I looked in Wikipedia. Do you consider them reliable sources?
Objection. Mr. Pyatt will have plenty of opportunity to argue his definition of neighborhood when it's his turn to present. I think we've argued enough here.
I agree, Mr. Pyatt.
Okay.
Definitely bring it back when you are given
Okay,
the
I
opportunity to
appreciate
present,
your
please.
indulgence in my, I was thinking of Mr. Rogers and his definition of what a neighborhood is. That's what got me going, so I will indulge my thoughts later on.
Anyone else would like to cross-examine Mr. O'Brien?
Hello, Doc O'Brien. Good, how are you? Good. Regarding the post office, you mentioned that you had seen a serious increase in traffic, especially the tractor trailers, since COVID. Have you talked with the postmaster about that?
They won't give you any information.
But you have asked him directly, has there been an
I asked
increase?
the postmaster, they referred me to their office of public affairs or whatever.
Okay.
I think a lot of post office information we derived from researching. Not me. I'm not
Okay.
a researcher, I'm a veterinarian.
Okay.
But no, we've noticed an increase generically just from the number of tractor trailers and big trucks that go out and into that place. We see them come, they come right
Oh,
through our.
I'm fully aware. I live in Windy Knoll, and personally, because I can hear each tractor trailer comes, and it's sometimes 5:30 in the morning, and it's always been that way.
Yes.
Personally, I have not seen an increase. I've actually seen a decrease in traffic from the town to the post office. It's been kind of nice.
Questions, please.
I'm
Keep it to
relying on-
questions, please.
Okay.
I'm relying on statistics
Okay.
and my personal observations, but we know when they're coming.
Okay. Also, regarding Park Avenue, would you say Park Avenue is a safe place for children?
No,
Okay.
it's not
So-
safe for a lot of adults.
Do you have children next door to you?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have children the next door down? There's two and one on the way, if you weren't sure. So there are,
The two houses that are directly next to me, yes.
yeah, so there are children in those houses. Would a commercial property make that situation safer for them?
I don't see why it would make it any worse.
Okay. No further
I'm a
questions.
commercial property right now with a residential zoning. Think about it.
That is true, but it's very much in and out. Would,
We're in and out too. I mean, they come in and they.
it's small in and out is my point. If it's zoned commercial, could
Questions,
it?
please. Keep it to
That's where I was
questions.
getting to. If it's zoned commercial, there could potentially be more traffic at that intersection.
I can't see that any more than it is already with my existing use.
Okay. No further questions.
Hello, Dr. O'Brien. Just doing my duty as the citizen. This is not personal against you by any stretch.
State your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Leslie Dickinson, town citizen. I guess starting with, where someone left off with the traffic. So you're concerned and saying that there's been an increase in traffic. So if this property were zoned community commercial, I mean, you know what that allows, right? It's a much more intensive use than what you have currently.
So I would not agree with that.
You wouldn't agree with that? Well, you are residential, and you can't have a convenience store or a bar or a restaurant or anything like that, which if it were commercial, it could.
So most Most convenience stores are associated with gasoline, and you need a special exception.
I know, I'm not saying that you would have gasoline. What I'm saying is,
You asked a convenience.
if you, I just gave it as an example, it could be a restaurant, it could be a bar. So,
Doesn't that get taken care of at the site plan?
what I'm saying is that if this property were zoned community commercial, it could potentially have a much more intensive use than what is currently there. Because what you have there would fit into, it kind of fits into neighborhood professional, except I know you don't, the sizing doesn't work.
Objection.
Okay.
What's your question,
occurring-
Leslie?
All right, well, that was my first question, because, traffic and commercial, and, I think, yeah, we can all do our closing arguments later. So you were talking earlier about, I didn't see the photos, but I kind of heard you describe them. So you're in this, can't even think of the word, proceeding, yes. You are challenging the town's denial, the town council's denial of rezoning your property as community commercial in the 2013 master plan, based on change or mistake. So that's what this is, right?
That is a mischaracterization of the posture of this. This is an application for a piecemeal rezoning. It's not a challenge to any action that the town has taken or not taken.
Mr. McCarron, was that addressed at the beginning? No, I was here at the beginning of this hearing. I think that that's important for this hearing, for us to know that. Prior to 2013, was the Weiss, the Twin Arts Shopping Center, and the Weiss grocery store already there?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to 2013, was the Carnival Grounds there?
Yes.
Okay. And it became community commercial in the 2013 master plan?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that there's been increased activity at the Carnival Grounds since 2015, subsequent to the completion of the 2013 master plan. Is that right? You testified earlier that there's been an increase in activities at the Carnival Grounds since 2015.
I think, yes, can I expound on that?
Well, you can later. That's all I need for now.
I need that to answer your question. There's been an increase, but then COVID hit, and then it was a decrease.
Okay. Now, well, never mind. That's not really relevant. Just one more, well, a couple more questions. So when you moved into this property in 1987, and you knew that it was zoned residential, correct? R7? Or, I'm sorry, R3? Okay. And,
I don't know, I think it was R1 back, I don't know that.
okay, but it was residential, which is one reason you needed to get a special exception, right, to run your business, your vet business. And, yeah, okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to cross-examine Doc O'Brien? Okay, perfect.
I have to redirect, if I may.
Yes.
Mike, Mr. Sabonis asked you about the other developments, Wildwood, the post office, and the Twin Arts Shopping Center. Those did develop after you moved in, right?
Yes.
Did you or Nancy participate in any kind of an opposition to those projects when they were proposed and developed?
No.
Do you operate 24/7 at your
I do.
place now?
I do.
Do you dispense drugs as part of your veterinary practice?
Yes, prescription drugs as well.
And do you sell them retail from the property?
Yes.
All right. Your woodworking operation, you describe as commercial grade, but it's not used commercially, is it?
No. We don't charge anything to anyone for that.
Now, your testimony with regard to the drop-off in the carnival, or Mr. Pyatt asked you if the carnival-type activities, I believe he mentioned the Lions, Kiwanis, and the fire company, have dropped off in the last several years, correct? Because of the pandemic?
Yes.
All right. And are you're familiar with the fire company, its operations, correct?
Yes,
Is the carnival one of their largest fundraising activities in any given year?
yes,
Is it your belief that they have been able to make some of that up by increasing, and luckily, the event facilities that
Yes.
run over there?
yes,
Have you noticed that increase in the last several years?
yes,
The post office is right adjacent to what's known as the Windy Knolls development, is that correct?
correct. I used to
Where
have a
Miss
townhouse
Nicole, I
there.
forget her last
Yes.
name, Nicole was her
Yes.
first name, she lives there. What is the entrance? Is there an entrance to the post office, sort of catty-corner from your property on Park Avenue?
Windy Knoll Drive is one common entrance that the post office is to the east, and you go further down, I'm sorry. There's one entrance into the development. The post office is on the east side of the road, and as you go forward, the Magahas are on the left side of Windy Knoll. So you keep going straight, and the Windy Knoll townhouse development is at the end of that road.
And that is a single entrance for all those uses, is it not?
Yes,
There's no outlet.
no,
If you want to go to the post office, you go there.
Yes.
If you want to go to Windy Knolls, you go there.
yes,
If you want to leave Windy Knolls, you leave there.
Yes.
And if you want to leave the post office, you leave there, correct? Right. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Galletti, any questions for Doc O'Brien? I have one question, two questions, actually. So we don't know what year Wildwood was built, correct?
I don't know that. Is Mike here?
No,
I don't,
it's okay.
I don't
was just
remember the
curious.
year, but it was after I moved in.
And what about the highway? When was it extended from 2 lanes to 4 lanes? Do we know what year that was?
Oh, that was around 2015. Don't hold me to that, but it was enlarged from the Mount Airy Shopping Center to Park Avenue, Twin Arch Road.
Right.
And it had a turn, it's got a turn lane and a left turn lane, and then it's a raceway to go forward.
But that was after the 2013 master plan.
That's my belief. I can't assure you of that, but I think I'm correct with that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
1999 was when Wildwood
Okay.
started.
Thank you. Councilmember Munder?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Demoter?
Yes, a few questions. So Dr. O'Brien, Mike, so a couple questions regarding the booklet.
Yes.
That's Exhibit 8, I think. There are no page numbers, so I'll just read this. So,
I think-
oh, here it is, page 2, I'm sorry.
Yes.
They are here, some of the pictures. On page 2, the first main paragraph on the upper right-hand side, it talks about a community commercial zoning designation would allow future changes only under the strict dictates of the town's ordinances, regulations, and site plan process. And then you state, this property is only 1 acre, meaning that only a handful of the community commercial uses would even be possible. Can you give some examples, characterize what you meant by that, by only a handful? What types of uses were you thinking when you wrote that?
And I will, but I want to make one other point that I forgot to make earlier. The reading of the size of my properties, not .08 or .8, it's almost, there's 2 parcels there. It's almost .999 acres. So whoever gave that description at the beginning, that's incorrect. There's a parcel and the main parcel. So back to your question, Mr. Demoter. We can't put a shopping center there. It's an acre of ground. What can you fit on an acre of ground? You can put any number of things on an acre of ground, and that's one of the reasons why we asked for community commercial zoning, because any of these other zonings, you'd have to build a high-rise to fit all the things before someone would use it. Who's going to go into a quilt shop, that's part of a mall? What about, there's one in town. There's not many things that you can, it goes to the site plan, what you're using, how many parking spaces you need, how much square footage you have in your house and stuff like that. And our reason for all of this is there's a limited number of things would fit all the regulations to fit on that size of a blueprint, and with such a visible property, what could we best do for the town? That's our philosophy.
Okay.
Councilman Demoter?
Yes.
Our next witness will be Mike Van Sant, and he'll testify directly on that issue, in addition to Mr. O'Brien's.
Okay, thank you. Another question, if I may? Page 14 of your booklet, you have some text, and it says, hundreds of people overflowed to 806 Park Avenue. That's your residence, correct?
Yes.
Your business?
Yes.
During town events requiring commercial liability insurance. So help me understand what I'm hearing you say by this statement, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that, so that's commercial liability insurance that you carry?
It's the event, and this came about because of the 3rd of July fireworks display, the ones that a group of people, and we joined that group as sort of to help give them grounds for other people in the neighborhood to come and view the fireworks. And of course, they have to carry additional liability insurance because if something happens because of the fireworks. And that group has got a policy, and they included us on that policy. It's a commercial liability policy that includes our property for that use.
Okay.
For that night.
For that night, okay. All right, thank you. And then a last question. You spoke about times when you came before the Planning Commission and asked for rezonings, and those were indeed formal meetings with agendas, and that was certainly on an agenda in advance. And you spoke of one reason why your rezoning request was denied, and you mentioned the demarcation line of Route 27 on either side being as you stated, Mr. Butts said, an imaginary line of Route 27. When they denied your rezoning, are you aware of any documentation that documented the Planning Commission's rationale for why they denied the rezoning request?
Well, there were two issues with that. Number one was the imaginary line. I don't know of any imaginary line. I've failed to document that, see it anywhere. But if you're going to say the midline of 27 is the demarcation between having residential on the west and having commercial on the east, what happened to either intersection? Center Street, where there's a commercial building on the west side of 27, or the Mount Airy Shopping Center, which is on the west side of 27. How did Park Avenue get isolated out? There's no imaginary line. And secondly, it blows my mind to think that way.
Okay, I appreciate, I mean, that's helpful information. My question is, were you provided or are you aware of any kind of documented rationale that was
I've searched.
documented that said, here's a record of why this zoning request was denied?
Oh,
Was there a piece of paper that the Planning Commission prepared that you were aware of?
You're talking about the master plan rezoning hearings of 2022.
I believe he's talking about 2 months ago when you came in front of the Planning Commission to ask them for a recommendation in favor of this rezoning request. Remember that?
I do remember that.
Remember Ms. Dickinson was there, and there was another, did you get any written decision, any written explanation of why they recommended no?
No.
Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
But go back to March of the master plan rezoning hearings. And when we were asking to be included in the master plan to be rezoned community commercial, and the arguments kept going back and forth about having no buffers between our property and commercial. I brought up the fact, and that's when I brought up the fact that there was community commercial across the street at the Carnival Grounds and the Twin Arts Shopping Center. And that's when I was told about the imaginary line, which I couldn't understand then. And this was in the March Planning Commission meeting for the master plan a year ago, 2022. And it kept going back and forth and back and forth. And buffers were, they were coming up every time I asked the question. And there weren't any buffer ordinances. It came before the council subsequent to that, and it was denied. So I was denied a fair hearing for an ordinance that was not in existence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe Councilmember Galletti had a
Yeah,
question.
I do have a question. So back to what Councilmember Demoter, I want to make sure I understand this. So when you went to Planning Commission 2 months ago, prior to that, we know last year you went for the master plan meeting. The discussion 2 months ago when they denied your request, you said it had to do with the imaginary line down the center of 27. Did they also talk about buffer zones then?
No, the first thing we were met with at the master plan, or the piecemeal rezoning, was that we already denied your rezoning at the master plan hearings a year ago. Why are you back now? You trying to do it again now for another reason? Something to that effect.
Okay.
Pretty rude.
And then my next question is on your page 19 of your book. I just want you to, if you wouldn't mind, reading after Councilmember Demoter's part that he talked about the handful of commercial uses would even be possible.
I don't have numbers in this book.
Oh, it's your last page. I can read it for you. I just want you to explain this, just your input on this. Future changes could only be done with town approval under the strict dictates of the town's ordinances, regulations, and its site plan process.
Yes.
So that's in reference to if you had it rezoned community commercial.
Sure.
You could hypothetically get it community commercial and then come forth and say, I want to put a movie theater, and the town can deny you because that doesn't fit within our zoning, correct?
And yes.
Okay.
Absolutely, yes.
So that's,
That's why the site plan eliminates most things that could go on that property because of
Right.
the sheer size.
that could hypothetically be put there if we thought worst-case scenario is a neighbor, right?
Absolutely.
It's all going to be controlled. That's your point in putting this in there. It would be controlled by the town's ordinances, strict dictates of town's ordinances, regulations, and its site plan process.
Yes,
And all current buildings could remain to be repurposed.
yes.
Okay, thank
And
you.
that's probably the incentive to do it, because I could repurpose all the buildings.
Right.
If I tore all the buildings down, I'd have a 13,000 square foot plot.
Yeah.
And that,
Mike Van Sant will testify.
I'm
about that.
sorry, yes.
Okay, that was just, I just wanted, since Councilmember Demoter touched on that page, I wanted to finish with my question on that page. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leslie,
He redirected, so I just wanted to.
allowing you to,
Yeah,
you don't need.
I just want to let you all know, I assume you have this, it answers some of the questions. Mount Airy Board of Appeals findings and decision, case number,
Leslie, if you have a question.
yeah,
for
I'm
Brian,
just letting you know, I assume that you all have this, so let me get this marked.
It's number 9. It's number 9.
It's already marked in.
Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9, yeah.
Findings.
Okay.
Mr. Hyatt.
So Dr. O'Brien, when you were granted your special exception, did you go before the Board of Appeals?
I did,
Okay, and did you get a copy of their decision and their findings
yes.
and decision? So I'm going to, may I approach the witness?
Please come back to the microphone. Please come back to the microphone so they can hear you.
Okay, that's in evidence as the findings, the Board of Appeals.
Okay.
Can you read, I don't know what number it is now because I don't have my copy, but the first highlighted,
It says generally the neighborhood is residential in character to the north and west and vacant planned residential to the south and a mixture of planned commercial and other traffic intensive uses to the east. 27. Yep.
okay, so basically, It says which is primarily where the planning commission got their information is from the original Board of Appeals decision, as Dr. O'Brien just read, that the commercial would be to the east. So everything else is residential.
So what's your question for Dr. O'Brien?
I just wanted him to read that.
Okay.
Now, also,
Did you read the date?
it was when you got,
1987. You don't think things have changed since then?
well, that's what was the design from the beginning. That's the point. I mean, your whole test,
Please
your
keep
whole,
it to questions.
okay. The other thing in,
I'd just like to point out that's the exact same paragraph that Mr. Pyatt read to him.
you want to know where we got our information? It's from the Board of Appeals. I mean, that's where we got our information. Does it also, in that paragraph you just read, indicate that there was planned residential behind that parcel?
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe we don't know when it was built, but it was already, you knew when you bought and opened your vet business that there was going to be residential. I'm just asking you, does it say that or not?
It does say that.
Okay.
All right. Dr. O'Brien, thank you very much. I appreciate everyone who came up. We are actually going to take a 5-minute recess. We will be back at 7:27.
He needs to sign in as well, so. Your mics are hot.
She enjoyed that a little.
When we are cross-examining the witnesses, it is not an opportunity for open-ended discussions. It is strictly question and answer. So please, if you come up to cross-examine a witness, only ask questions. So we will go ahead and resume. Counsel, if you want to call your next witness.
Thank you. I call, Mr. Bullis. Is that you? Pete Bullis.
Sure.
Mr. Bullis, would you state your name and address for the record?
Sure, Pete Ballas, 804 Candy Apple Avenue in the Wildwood Senior Housing Development.
And how do you spell your last name?
B as in boy, O-W-L-U-S.
Dallas. All right.
Can you put the mic towards your mouth, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ballas, how long have you lived in the Wildwood development?
So we have been in Wildwood Development for 6 years.
Okay. And during that time, have you become familiar with the neighborhood, including the O'Brien property?
I have.
And I'd like to note, I'm not using neighborhood in the term of art sense there. But, and do you know Dr. Mrs. O'Brien?
I do know Dr. O'Brien.
Okay.
And Mrs. O'Brien when I see them out there.
Okay. Are you opposed to their request for community commercial zoning?
I'd like to address that. First of all, thank you very much. Appreciate this time to speak to you folks, especially since this hearing has been going on a little long, and I had to leave, unfortunately. But I am now back, and I am not opposed to changing the zoning on this property. Something that I take exception with, down here in the third paragraph down, it says this request was opposed by the surrounding citizens along Park Avenue. I don't know about Park Avenue. I don't. I just know it says, and the Wildwood residents. And being a resident of Wildwood Park, not all the residents in Wildwood Park are opposed to this, and I am one.
Mr. Bullis,
Yes.
Were you, over the years, or within the last year or so, and over the years, have you been approached by anybody soliciting your opposition to this rezoning request?
So a gentleman did come to me and said he wanted me to sign a petition that opposed this change of zoning. I told him at that time I was not opposed to the change in the zoning, and even though I see this gentleman on a regular basis, he has not asked me again.
Is that Mr. Henderson? Do you mind saying, or you don't prefer not? Yeah.
It was Mr. Henderson.
Okay. And,
Henderson and I tend to disagree on a lot of things.
and that's possible, isn't it?
It is possible, sir.
Now, during the course of those discussions, were there any particular uses mentioned as likely or possible for the O'Brien property if this rezoning were granted?
In the discussion Mr. Henderson and I had,
Yeah.
the discussion was like this. Pete, I'd like to talk to you about signing a petition for Dr. O'Brien. Earl, I happen to be for this project and this change. Now we're at the end of the conversation.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for Mr. Bolus.
Thank you, sir.
Would anyone present like to cross-examine Mr. Bullis?
I would.
State your name, please.
Good evening. My name is Earl Henderson. I live at 803 Merry-Go-Round Way. I'm the one that approached Mr. Ballas, as well as several other residents of Wildwood.
Do you have a question for Mr. Ballas?
Pete, are you aware that I spoke to you?
That's correct.
Are you aware of the fact that I obtained the signatures of 111 people in Wildwood Park?
I did not know
opposing Dr. O'Brien's change? Are you aware of the fact that I have 93% of the residents of Merry-Go-Round Way, where I live, opposing Dr. O'Brien's change?
I did not know that.
I have the signatures with me. Sheila has the originals. I have a copy. I like to mark these in evidence.
I'll object for the record.
You object to what?
I object for the record. I understand that the council will likely allow them to be entered for their weight. My objection, if you want to hear the reason, is that those people are not here. I can't cross-examine them. I have no idea what was said to those people.
I have two signatures here right now.
I have no idea what might have been said to those people before that were described to those people before they signed their name to a petition. So I understand that generally these documents get introduced and they're considered for their weight, not their admissibility.
Okay, so we're going to admit it. I believe it's Exhibit 10.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to cross?
Could I do a rebuttal on that?
Counsel, do you have any questions?
Yeah, do you have any rebuttal? Go ahead. Do it in the mic, though.
I do have a rebuttal on that, Mr. Henderson. I do appreciate that you got all those signatures, sir, but being a resident out there, I would say this to you, and having been with you in different aspects, you're kind of an overbearing individual. And when you show up at the door and knock on some of the widow ladies right there, door, and ask for them to sign this petition, sir, they're gonna say yes no matter what. And some of the people on our street don't understand the process that we have here in that area.
All right, so I'll be very specific here. Earl, if you have a question, please ask it, but this is not going to be an argument back and forth. So no
Pete,
statements.
are you aware of the fact that there's a lot of widows that feel I am not overbearing? That's a question.
We're not done listening to you. Mr. Henderson, please have a seat. We're done with this line of questioning. It's not productive. It's not going anywhere.
Okay.
We all can have a sidebar conversation. And I've got other pieces. Councilmember Villetti, do you have any?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Ballas, for being here. Do you have any idea, because I know you've lived in Wildwood and you're pretty active, what is the total population in Wildwood?
I'm sorry, I don't know that.
You don't? Because I just wondered what percentage 111 people would be out of a total. Looks like Mr. Henderson might have my answer, but he's not on the
I can
list.
answer the question. Wildwood Park consists of approximately.
Thank you, Mr. Ballas.
Nope. So that was actually my question. So Councilmember Munder?
No questions, thank you.
No questions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Ballas.
Thank you.
Now you can.
I think he wanted, this gentleman here wanted to ask.
Oh, my God.
My name is on that list, and I wasn't pressured by Mr. Earl Henderson at all. He just explained what Mr. O'Brien wanted to do.
It's not, okay, this is an opportunity for questioning and cross-examination. Council, would you like to introduce your next witness?
Yes, call Mike Van Sant. Mike, state your name and address for the record and spell your last name, please.
Mike Van Sant, 310 South Main Street, V-A-N-S-A-N-T.
Mike, briefly summarize your professional qualifications and experience in planning and zoning.
I'm a licensed professional land surveyor. I've planned, prepared, and processed the residential, commercial, and industrial projects in the town for 40-plus years.
And during that tenure, have you been recognized as an expert in the area of surveying and land planning and site development by, for instance, the Mount Airy Board of Zoning Appeals?
Yes.
Circuit Court for Carroll County?
Yes.
And other bodies in the Baltimore metro area?
I reckon.
Okay. I'd like to ask that he be qualified or recognized as an expert in the area of surveying, land planning, and site design.
Voir dire? Voir dire? Not that I know what I'm going to voir dire him on, right? Not that I have any idea what I'm going to voir dire him on, but let me voir dire.
This is a serious hearing. We're here for a serious.
It is, and this is what I'm worried about in terms of procedure. Okay. This is a rezoning request under change and/or mistake, correct? Do you know that's what this proceeding is? Are you an expert in rezoning requests under change or mistake? Do you have any experience with change or mistake rezoning requests?
I have testified as an expert in zoning cases prior.
Okay. Are you getting paid to testify tonight?
Well, I've not made a bill yet, if that's what you're asking.
But you're getting paid to testify tonight, aren't you?
I'm not getting paid.
You will get paid. You anticipate getting paid?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Could you go through your education again? What is your educational background?
Well, like I say, I'm a licensed professional land surveyor in the state of Maryland. I'm a graduate of the land surveyor's training.
So you're a land surveyor. Could you read back the record? He's being, the request is to certify him as what? An expert in what?
Surveying, land planning, and site design.
Okay. Have you worked with this attorney before?
Yes.
Have you been paid by this attorney and his other clients before?
Objection.
Bias. It's bias. What do you mean later? When do I get to request him as a witness after he leaves?
My objection is to the characterization that the attorney is paying the witness.
All right, have you been paid, you've worked with this attorney before? This,
Later, you can cross them later after you start testimony on bias. Right now, it's voir dire on the issue of is this witness qualified enough to be accepted as an expert?
good point, counsel. My mistake. Thank you very much. So I currently, since I will have no opportunity in this proceeding to object to his certification as an expert, I object right now. Okay? And you can say, no, you have to wait until I put on my case. I think that is, quite frankly, a wrong reading of the procedural formalities of this proceeding. So let the record indicate that a member of the public objected to his certification as an expert. Thank you.
Actually, you've hit upon a correct, I believe, situation. I've presented him as an expert. This man has voir-dired him, and he objects to his certification as an expert. Now, I would like a couple more questions, and then I expect the council to make a decision on the expert question.
Please proceed.
Okay. So, Mike, during the course of your 40 years' experience, have you designed residential developments?
Yes.
Have you designed multi-family residential developments?
Yes.
Have you designed industrial and commercial projects?
Yes.
Have you designed them in the town limits of the town of Mount Airy?
Yes.
Have you designed them in Carroll County?
Yes.
Have you done that work in Frederick County?
Yes.
All right. And during, and as part of that work, have you looked at things like grading, environmental regulations, zoning regulations, setbacks, traffic studies, and the like, and dealt with them in the course of your presentation to various governmental bodies?
All the above.
All right. That's all I have. I submit him as an expert.
Expert on what?
It was offered on land surveying, planning,
And site design.
and site design.
And I'd also object on the basis of relevance. Why do we need this expert on land surveying?
I was gonna say, yeah, we'll see, it could be good, be that, yes. He's only relevant.
Okay. Mike, congratulations. Describe the, are you familiar with the O'Brien property?
Yes,
And you've been contacted by Mike O'Brien and myself to testify as an expert in this case, have you not?
yes,
You expect to be paid something for this testimony?
yes.
Okay. Will the fact that you're getting paid influence your testimony one way or another?
Not in the least.
You'll give your honest, full opinion to the
Yes.
board? All right. Are you familiar with the O'Brien property at 806 Park Avenue?
Yes, that's, it's situated at the southwest corner of Maryland 27 and Park Avenue. It's approximately 1 acre in size, and it has a number of structures on it. I think there's a survey that I've signed in the packet that shows all the current improvements on the property.
Mike's referring to the rezoning plat that was attached to the application, which is in the record. All right. And in fact, Mike, you surveyed that property or did some kind of surveying work on it back when Dr. O'Brien bought it, didn't you?
Yes,
And you had that back in your old files.
yes.
So you're going to give O'Brien a little discount for that work, right?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Now, describe the area that the property's located in.
Well, the property's located, as I said, at the southwest corner of the intersection of Maryland Route 27 and Park Avenue. Just, background, Maryland 27 is classified as an intermediate arterial. A lot of traffic flowing from and to Interstate 7. Park Avenue is classified as a major collector. Twin Arch Road is classified as a minor arterial. And I think this will show up on an exhibit that Clark will send in shortly. But the property, if you're out there, the property looks bigger than what it really is. The Maryland 27 ownership is about 70 feet off of the edge of pavement. So there's a huge right of way there for Maryland 27. They were back. Believe it or not, I worked for State Highway Administration back when a lot of this right-of-way was bought, and it was intended to be dual. It was intended to be a dual-lane highway.
Now, is that what in your profession you call a controlled intersection?
Oh, yes.
What's that mean?
But it has a traffic light.
And what are the uses that are on that corner, other than the O'Briens?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, all four corners are used commercially or institutional.
You describe that as an opinion. What's there? What are they?
Directly across the street is the post office.
What's that post off, what area does that post office serve, do you know?
It serves the entire 21771 zip code.
Do you know if that post office has any retail operations or anything like that?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, it's, you don't mail there for free. You purchase stamps. There's also a little retail store if you haven't been in there. They have a little retail shop in there.
Does that post office handle truck traffic?
Oh, yes, yeah. It handles substantial truck traffic, and I think as Mike or someone else mentioned, it is a 24/7 operation.
Right, now, the Twin Arts Shopping Center is on the south, I guess that'd be the northeast corner, is that right?
Yes.
What's the Twin Arts Shopping Center? Describe that to us.
Well, that is a large commercial shopping center. In addition to the, has the TJ Maxx, the Wise Market, and in addition to that, it also has 3 commercial pad sites.
Are they developed?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, you have the Jiffy Lube, you have the High Store, and you have the bank.
And you say there's a Weiss, W-E-I-S, food store there?
Yes, yeah, Weiss Supermarket.
Okay, and then what we call an inline shopping center, right? Not enclosed, but a strip center.
Strip center, yes.
Gotcha. All right, now how about, and directly across to the east of the O'Brien property, what's located there?
Well, that's the fire company carnival ground. That grounds has major events, June through September. It has 2 carnivals. It has the 4th of July celebration, and then it has a duck race. And it has, those are major events, right, where the parking is nearly at capacity.
Okay, and then it also during the year has an event facility there that for lease, is that correct? Or rent?
Yes. Yeah, I think others have introduced the listing of events.
Right.
Through the year. And now that, where I was yesterday afternoon was my grandson's baseball game. They have from, I'm going to say March through November, there's barely a day that there's not an athletic event occurring.
That's actually an exhibit.
Yeah, but we marked out enough, John. So this is number 11. Number 11 is the neighborhood map that we submitted with the application. But Mike has written on it the identity of the properties that are shown. And we show, I don't have extra copies, but I'll put it up there in a minute. Mike, I'm showing you a document. Is that the neighborhood map that's marked up with the, did you mark that up?
Yeah.
And does that show the various owners of the properties?
Yes, it does. Yeah, you can take that.
Now, and that just basically just lists the fire company across the street, Twin Arch, post office, what's that, Ridge Swim, Beck West, Beck East, Mill Farm, Watkins Park, right?
Right.
Now, that neighborhood, do you feel that neighborhood is defined mainly because of the fact that Maryland Route 27 is the dominant feature in defining that neighborhood?
Absolutely, yes.
And it just, and now it's you've got to draw a line somewhere, so it goes north to Watersville Road, doesn't it?
Yes.
It goes south to include at least part of the Wildwood development, right?
Yes.
And do you believe that's a reasonable neighborhood for the evaluation of this rezoning case?
For this property being at the corner along, Route 27, yes.
Okay, I'd like to move that into evidence as my number 10, please. Number 11, I'm sorry. Now, Mike, have you looked at the limitations? Are there any limitations imposed by the bulk regulations on the location and development of CC property?
Yes.
And is that contained in, one of them is contained in 112.42 of the Mount Airy zoning ordinance, correct?
Yes, that's the 50-foot buffer requirement when you're adjacent to a residential zone.
So Mount Airy has in its current ordinance a buffer, a minimum buffer requirement for CC from residential zone property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you prepared an exhibit, which I'd like to be marked for identification as number 11. Do you have a copy of that, Mike?
I do.
Can you tell the board what that is?
Well, that is the property and its location there along Park Avenue and Maryland Route 27. The property shows existing structures, and what it also shows is has been illustrated, the 50-foot buffer that would be along the Phillips property there off of Park Avenue, and also off of the Wildwood Park residential lots in the rear, and then the two 40-foot building restriction lines that would be associated with Park Avenue and Route 27.
Now, Mike, that document did you draw that document or prepare that exhibit to show what the likely development envelope or building envelope would be if the property were developed for CC?
Yes.
Now, that assumes, however, that someone would demolish the existing improvements on the property, or most of them, correct?
Yes, this is just theoretical. If that were to happen, out of this, 1 acre property, there'd be about 13,000 square feet of it that would be a building envelope.
Now, you've heard, or have you heard, talk, rumor, accusations about gas and goes, CVS stores, and other uses that could occur in the CC zone if it were rezoned that way?
I have.
And if those uses were to occur, would they have to fit in this 13,000 square foot building envelope?
Yes.
Could they?
I don't see it, okay, because that 13,000 square feet, I mean, we've got to get a road into the property, we've got to get parking spaces, potential loading, so.
Well, on the contrary, if you were to redevelop or do an adaptive reuse of the existing improvements on the property, would that allow a more flexible design for the property?
Yes, I would see no reason to demolish the buildings that are there. I think they could just be redeveloped and adapted to, and allow commercial use.
Now, In your opinion, would the commercial zoning be appropriate for the O'Brien property?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate to place this property in the CC zone.
And state your basis for that.
Well, like I say, I've been out on the property. I stand at the front of this property, I look across the street, and I see a substantial post office facility. You know, I don't care if it's zoned agriculture. It is an active post office facility that, in my vision, works as a commercial entity. Still on the front of the property, I turned 45 degrees, and I see the, you know, Twin Arch Shopping Center and those pad sites with a sea of parking in front. I turn to the right, and just with the history of the 90 degrees to the right, and just with the history, I see the carnival grounds, and I've just mentioned about the, you know, a very active and really, in my opinion, appropriately zoned commercial because of the uses that have occurred there over the years.
See any undue interference with residential, adjoining residential?
Well, with the placement of the buffer, I mean, I see nothing across the street if that's zoned residential. But with this 50-foot buffer, you know, I think that would well protect the, you know, residential properties.
Would this, if this property were to develop for anything other than a veterinary, would be proposed to be used for anything other than a small veterinary practice like Dr. O'Brien's special exception, would it have to go through the site plan review process?
Yeah, any commercial use that would be proposed on the property, for instance, the conversion of the existing house into some commercial use would have to go through site development plan.
Does that include landscape ordinances, traffic studies, et cetera?
Yeah, the whole shooting match.
The whole shooting match.
Stormwater management.
Now, have you been informed or heard that the statement that the town doesn't like commercial zoning that abuts residential?
Well,
I think O'Brien told you that, right? Or he told you he was told that?
Yes.
Have you looked at that?
Yeah, I looked into that, and there are at least about 6 cases where we have CC commercial zoning abutting residential zone properties.
We'll list them real quick. I mean, you took a look at them.
The Mount Airy Shopping Center, that abuts Marydale Gardens, and the Joy property. That's kind of right there on the corner of Ridge Avenue. There are commercial zone uses along Ridgeville Boulevard on the west side that abuts the Ridgeville Heights, you know, subdivision. That subdivision that has the duplexes. The Food Line Shopping Center abuts the Village of Tall Oaks residential project. Commercial uses along Center Street abuts residential properties and uses along Lookout Avenue. The fire company carnival grounds abuts the residential Conestoga Heights property. And the Mount Airy Health Center, you know, the old Super Fresh, has a portion of that property abuts residential property.
Thank you. That's all I have for Mr. Van Sant. I'd like to, if I haven't, I'd like to offer into evidence my 11. Well,
It'll be quick, just two questions. It's time for cross, I believe. I think we've already established the bias issue. We won't go there. I'm sorry, I don't even, I forgot your name.
Mike Van Zandt.
Mike Van Zandt, okay. May I call you Mike?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
What's your first name?
My first name is Peter. You can call me Peter. Or you can call me John. You can just, don't call me late for dinner, of course. Is 806 Park Avenue currently a community commercial property?
No, in my opinion.
Is it legally, is it a community commercial property right now? Is it zoned community commercial?
It is not.
It is not. And this is a rezoning request under change and/or mistake, correct? Is that what this proceeding is that you're testifying to today?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to strike this witness's remarks and all of his testimony because it goes to an issue that is not before the council today, which is the perspective, the future use of this property under a legal question that deals with change and/or mistake. So I move that the witness's testimony be struck. Thank you. Could you explain how it's relevant? Could the chair explain that, or the quasi-judicial for?
may I respond to the motion?
No, you may not. That you are not the quasi-judicial authority making the ruling here.
Running the hearing.
They are running the
May I
hearing.
respond to the motion?
The motion has been decided, counsel.
I'd like to put on the record the fact, which I don't believe you understand, that change mistake is only one part of this hearing. The next part of this hearing is whether or not it's a good idea, to use the technical term, to rezone this property. We seek to show enough evidence of change mistake that allows you to move to the next consideration of, does it make sense to rezone this property now that we've talked about the change mistake issue? This testimony is directly relevant to that question of what makes sense for this property. Thank you.
Your ruling is noted.
Would anyone else like to cross-examine?
Yeah, Dave Pyatt again. Mike, I guess we've known each other a long time. I've reviewed stacks and stacks and stacks of drawings from Vanmar from my years on the council and on the planning commission. But I have to say, this one just doesn't make any sense. I've seen a lot.
Dave, do you have a question?
Yes. Can you explain to me why a three-quarter acre lot that was commercial can be scrunched down to 13,000 square feet, which is like a quarter or less of what it is? What is the point? I've seen all your drawings and your plans over the years. They always made sense. Can you explain the benefit of getting this 13,000 square feet of commercial space in a 3/4 acre lot? I mean, it doesn't define, it defines logic. I mean, I am an engineer. I'm not a good engineer, but I mean, so can you just explain, what the hell this is all about?
This is very basic, rudimentary. This is not site development plan.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, but still.
The purpose of this is to illustrate that large buffer zone that would be created if those buildings were taken down and someone wanted to build a structure, they would be limited to that 13,000 square foot buildable area.
And that's a small area. Okay, the next question is, the next master plan, or even before, Jesse and Gracie Phillips are going to want commercial because they can. The precedent has been set. Is that the point of this exercise, to put a flag in there and say this is commercial, even though it's only 13,000 square feet? So in the next master plan, everybody else can get commercial. That I can understand. That makes sense. Do you think that's really what the intent is?
Well, that's not what I'm doing, Dave.
That's not what you're doing. But I mean, you're only getting paid for this sketch. But could you expound as to why somebody would want to open the door? You remember on Ridgeville and, back in the day when Frank Eliano got all those, that's how he did it. He bought one at a time and just stepped his way down the street. And I could see, even though it's an innocuous 13 square, little tiny 13, that's about the size of my
What's your question,
yard.
Dave?
So do you foresee a possibility that this would just open the door in the next few years and you would have a cascading of commercial property?
Dave, I just don't see it here. And the reason I don't see it here is because you have this what Frank did was up on South Main Street, right?
Well, and also on, South Main Street was.
This is a piece of property that, in my opinion, should have already been zoned CC, but I'm not powers to be. I'm just giving my opinion. It's a unique situation. It's not. I know what you're referring to.
Well, they're all unique.
This one gets zoned, the next one gets zoned. I think that's part of why we wanted to bring this exhibit out, Dave, is to show that there's a serious limitation on this property if it's zoned CC and one wants to tear down those buildings.
Okay, so he was granted this special exception in 1987 by the Board of Appeals. There was a master plan in 1990, there was a master plan in 2003, and there was a master plan in 2013. Why was this never brought up as possibly commercial? And all three, not just the last one, in three previous master plans, can you explain why nobody ever mentioned that this should be commercial?
So I'm going to interrupt here because I don't think that's an appropriate question for Mike, because one, he wasn't on the planning commission during those master plans. He wasn't part of that process. So that's not, in my opinion, relevant to what you should be asking him.
So I guess my question is, why in the past 30 years has that question never been asked? If it's so obvious. It never was. But now all of a sudden, a 13,000 square feet, little tiny hole in a 3/4 acre lot makes sense because it always should be commercial. That's what you're saying.
Dave, I think you're misinterpreting what I'm.
Well, I probably am. I'm trying to get a good explanation.
So, my opinion would be reuse of the current structure. Okay, it would not be to tear all this down.
As commercial.
Yes.
But is it possible, now, is it possible that this would set the precedent for a cascading of commercial property creep down Park Avenue and across the street into Windy Knolls? Is it possible?
I don't see it, honestly.
Well, you don't see it, but is it possible?
Asked and answered. He's hectoring him.
All right. Okay.
Hello, Mr. Van Zant. You look like a friend of mine. Every time I've seen you over the years, I'm like, that looks like my friend Mike, a different Mike. Well, I don't know what to start with. Maybe the CC Community Commercial Code, because there seemed to be some questions earlier about what can actually be built in a CC code. So you're familiar, because you're the expert, right, with our Community Commercial Code?
Yeah.
Do you have it? Yeah. So what I have, I'm looking at the town code right now at section 112-39, CC Community Commercial District. And what I've got under uses permitted, and you can stop me if you think that these are not in there.
Question.
This is, my question's going to be, am I right that everything I'm reading is in the code? Because there seemed to be some confusion about that earlier. Clubs, fraternal service organizations, public building structures, services, lumber and other building materials, retail, heating, plumbing, and electrical equipment, retail, including service contractors, paint, glass, and wallpaper sales, retail, hardware sales, retail, general merchandise, variety, drug, and major department stores, food retail, apparel and accessories retail, furniture, home furnishings, and office equipment retail, eating and drinking establishments, finance, insurance, and real estate services, personal services, laundry, barber, beauty, funeral, business services, advising employment agencies, business management, automobile repair and services, repair services, electrical appliances, upholstery, jewelry, professional services, medical, dental, legal, engineering, consulting, contract construction services, no outdoor storage, theaters, I think that question came up earlier, theaters, bowling alleys, health and fitness clubs, swimming pools, skating rinks, amusements, except arcades, hotels and motels, vehicle sales and service, autos, motorcycles, vans, places of worship, animal kennels and clinics, specialty shops, retail, amusement arcades and shopping centers only. Okay, so that doesn't count. Accessory use buildings. I won't read that whole thing. Okay, and then I'm not going into the special exceptions. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You spoke about adaptive reuse. So is that, in your view, if this is granted CC zone, that it should it be limited to this adaptive reuse that you're talking about?
I feel that is the best use. I'm not going to dictate what one would end up doing, but this illustration means that
Oh, I haven't seen that.
That there's very little room, and you're not going to put a hotel.
Right.
You're not going to put a
No, that's a special exception, anyway. Okay, so in your expert opinion, an adaptive reuse would be the appropriate use.
Maybe in a small addition or something, but I don't see those as making sense to tear those structures down.
Okay. You also you testified that when you stand on Dr. O'Brien's property and you look out, so you see, the White Shopping Center and you see the carnival grounds, and you see the post office, but do you ever turn around and look over the back and see the houses in Wildwood and look down Park Avenue and see all the residences? Do you look that way? And right next door, where there's residences and I think kids, someone spoke, do you see that too?
I just went to the fourth floor.
You also testified about lots of traffic at the post office. Do you have any data? Have you had, how they come out, like that when the State Department of Highway comes out and does Main Street and they count all the cars? Have you done that? Do we have data on the amount of traffic that uses the post office?
I do not. I just mentioned that it's busy traffic.
Okay, but we don't have any data. Okay. You talked about there's 6 cases in the entire town of Mount Airy where community commercial abuts residential. One that you mentioned, Center Street, I just have to correct because that's actually downtown zone there. But my,
No, that's CC.
I'm pretty sure it's downtown. Anyway, we don't need to argue. We don't need to argue about it. Yeah, downtown zone. Okay, we don't need to worry about that. So my real question is, out of these 6 that you mentioned, were the commercially zoned properties there before the residential? If you know.
I don't think I can answer that.
Okay. Okay, because that could be relevant at some point. I think I might have one more question. Yeah, I'm about.
One more question?
No, I think I'm actually done. Thank you, Mike.
All right, Council Member Galletti, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. So that was one of my questions, because I was trying to list them as you listed the 6. So you said Mount Airy Shopping Center, so I want to back up a second. That includes the Walmart,
Yes.
which has been built since I moved here in 1990. So is it safe to say the residents were there before Walmart went up? The Marydale Gardens was there. And I'm looking at a map too, if you could clarify for me, since I think you know this town pretty well. We've got, where Walmart went up, we've got not only Marydale Gardens, but the residences on Main Street that are affected by, kind of butt up against Walmart a little bit.
I have a fairly narrow view of things, and I think those properties along Main
Just a couple.
may have been given neighborhood professional or something.
Okay, and I think there's a couple residential. So to answer that question from the last cross-examine, that Walmart was not there, but the Marydale Gardens were there, those residences. So then, that does include the Walmart. Carter Q and Bella Med Spa, aren't they next to a residential? I believe that we had a planning commission member that is residential, if I recall, from a planning commission meeting and tried to get neighborhood professional. And so there's some residential sprinkled along Main, but I believe right next to La Bella Med Spa is a residential. But I guess it only counts if it's a neighborhood?
So that's LaBella. Yeah, LaBella is neighborhood professional. I think Carter Q is limited commercial.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
I had a very narrow window here.
Yeah.
That was CC zone, residential zone.
Okay.
I did, like I say, if we wanted to include downtown, neighborhood, professional, limited commercial.
Yeah, it'd be a long list.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify, because the commercial, clearly Walmart was not there before Marydale Gardens. Those residences were there, and that commercial came up in their backyards after, long after. Okay, so then my next question is, so clarify this drawing you have hypothetically. So if you look at this, this is for purposes of if somebody came in, purchased the property, wanted to tear down the buildings to put up something else, they're now gonna, and I would like you to just explain to me in your drawing, you've got that 50-foot residential buffer zone that is in our ordinances for community commercial? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And it looks like they'd cut off half the existing house, an existing deck, an existing building, an existing shed. So if they wanted to tear everything down and then build, they'd lose all that square footage. So it brings us down to a 13,000 square foot, what you're calling envelope, which is, you've added the buffer zones according to our ordinance. Okay, so, and the setbacks, thank you. So, and that's why I'm asking you, because you're the expert on this stuff. So if you cut all that out and you move all that, the worst case scenario, somebody says, well, I don't want to repurpose the buildings, which is what you're suggesting, the best option. I want to tear it all down and build it. In your opinion, because you've been doing this for over 40 years and you've done a lot in Mount Airy, what kind of business could go into a 13,000 square foot envelope? Let me ask you, for example, hypothetically, could I put a gas station? You've already said no. Could I put in a strip mall? 13,000 square feet. Oh,
Your building structure, remember, we gotta get parking and.
that's my other question.
Management and all. I mean, your building may be, I mean, let's say it's 8,000. I don't think you're gonna have many 8,000 square foot.
Buildings. So let me back up. I jumped ahead. So you did mention that they'd have 13 square foot of building envelope, but they've got to get in road parking spaces and potential loading. I didn't catch the rest of what you said. What, in your professional opinion, how much square footage would be taken up for the road, the parking spaces and the stormwater management and everything else? How much would that cut down that 13,000 usable space?
And again, this is very rudimentary. I mean, just in my brain, just looking at this, and I've looked at a number, 6, 7, 8,000.
6 to 8,000 most.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, thank you. And let's see. I think that was all my questions. Thank you so much.
No questions, Mike. You've answered a lot of them. Well, maybe I just have one, just to get something. On Park Avenue, someone could consider, say, if, when the post office came in, if we rezoned it back in 1995 to, say, commercial or whatever, an appropriate thing, that could have been considered the gateway to rezoning down the street, too. Any property that is what's happening anywhere, if you start, you can rezone. So the post office could have started that down Park Avenue, too. It could still, because someone could come in and argue that the post office is commercial, even though the current zoning is R3 or a residential zone on it. Okay, thank you. The council secretary reminded me of a question. Sorry.
I have a question.
Yes. I wouldn't expect anything less.
So thank you, Mike. A question. You made a statement. You said, in my opinion, this property should have already been zoned CC. So given that, I think I heard in your testimony and other testimony, the post office has been there at least 10 years. The Weiss Shopping Center's been there at least 10 years. So if you think it should have already been zoned CC, when do you think it should have been zoned CC? Could it have been rezoned in 2013 as CC?
That would be my opinion, because those uses were in place. So this was, I don't, like I say, I don't care if post office is zoned agriculture. It's a commercial use.
Okay. So it's conceivable that, in your view, this property could have been zoned CC as part of the 2013 master plan. As they were going through that process, could they have zoned that CC, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. Just a follow-up question. I think I heard the answer, but I wanted to confirm it. So this 50-foot residential zone buffer to a commercial property, I heard you and several people say that's in our current town ordinance. But is there a broader reference for that? Is that a standard practice outside of the town of Mount Airy in terms of zoning with commercial properties that abut to residential? Would that be considered, is that a common buffer zone used across the building industry or in other towns or counties?
I'm thinking, Steve, but I don't know, I'm going to recollect. But in my experience, Howard County, I mean, most zoning, when you have a community commercial type zone and a residential zone abutting, there is some kind of extraordinary buffer.
Okay, I was just trying to see if this was unique to the town of Mount Airy, or this is more of a standard buffer. Okay, thank you.
I have a question for you too, Mr. Van Zandt. So I'm looking at the drawing here, and I noticed Exhibit 12. To the north side of the property would also have the 50-foot residential zone buffer as well, correct? So your building envelope is actually smaller than is proposed, because across Park Avenue is residentially zoned.
So you're going to take another 10 feet from it.
I'm just saying, that's the way it should be.
But okay, so.
Yes or no?
Well,
No.
I don't consider confronting adjoining, okay? So
Okay.
that's a confronting property. They do not share a property line because Park Avenue is owned by the governmental entity.
So that's a dividing line.
I see that as a divider.
Okay.
I have a couple redirect.
Yes. We are actually going to have to take redirect from council. I will let you come up when he's done.
I think I'll be fairly quick, thank you. I know you've been asked about various uses in the CC and talked about adaptive reuse, et cetera. In your opinion, if someone's looking to open a bakery in Mount Airy, and they look at this property, are they going to build a brand-new structure? Or are they going to adaptively reuse the existing house and the veterinary property section?
Well, I can see the existing house with that deck being, outdoor little dining.
There would be a great incentive to, wouldn't there be a great incentive to try to use the existing, I mean, the existing structures are pretty nice, aren't they? They're not dilapidated, are they?
Very, very good shape.
Now, you pointed out the 50-foot buffer. Does Mount Airy have its own landscaping ordinance, or do they adopt the county's?
They have their own.
Does that have special provisions for residential commercial?
Oh, sure.
So in other words, not only is there a buffer requirement, there are special landscaping requirements that are required when you're developing property, commercial property that's adjoining residential. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's designed to protect or buffer the residential properties, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Moon?
Hello, sir. On this drawing that you have, this 40-foot here buffer, is that including when, say, the state highway decides they're going to widen 27?
The State Highway Administration already owns the land. If you look there, you'll see I wrote approximately 70 feet that the State Highway Administration already owns off of their edge of page. So, but that's the property line between the O'Brien property and the state highway, so we have to honor that 40-foot setback off of that property line.
Okay, so if the state highway came in and added another lane, would that affect this drawing at all?
No.
No. Okay, so that includes that plan?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so the 13,000 square foot would still stand? Okay. And would you say that you could potentially build something, say I know that marijuana is about to become legal in Maryland. That would be something that could require a smaller building with a lot of traffic. Would that be a use that could be used here as commercial?
Objection, because that would require a zoning text amendment. But I'll withdraw the objection, I'm sorry.
Any use that's proposed is going to have to go through a rigorous site development plan.
Well, yes, of course.
Engineering plans, so, yeah, I don't know Leslie read off what was.
I don't think we can make an assumption about what it could be used for. We're talking about more available land
Okay.
that can be developed potentially if the buildings are taken down. I mean, we can't make an assumption that it would become a marijuana dispensary.
So if they don't tear down the house, there is no buffer? Because they're using the existing structures.
The buffer would only apply
If they tear it down.
structures.
Okay, thank you.
Counsel, do you have any other witnesses?
I have one more.
Oh.
It'd be a little time. David Thaler, call David Thaler. David, would you state your name and address to the record, please?
My name is David Thaler. My business address is 7115 Ambassador Road, Baltimore 21244. My last name is Thaler.
Thank you.
David, describe briefly your, well, first of all, let me show you a document. Do you know what that is?
That's my resume.
I've had that marked for identification. Would you briefly, I know it's a very long resume and.
Clark, are you admitting this is an exhibit?
Yes, I'm going to submit it as.
Okay.
Yes. Briefly describe your education and experience in the engineering and land planning field, please.
Education, Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering, 2 master's degrees and a PhD, all but dissertation, all from Lehigh University. I've been, I'm the president of D.S. Thaler and Associates Engineering Company, very much like here in Mount Airy, but in Baltimore for almost the last 50 years. I'm a licensed professional engineer in Maryland, a licensed surveyor in Maryland, a licensed real estate broker in Maryland, and I've been doing this kind of work my whole adult life.
And have you qualified as an expert in the area of land planning in various forums?
Yeah, I've qualified before the circuit courts of Baltimore County, Baltimore City, Frederick County, Carroll County, Anne Arundel County, and the Federal District of Maryland.
And during the course of your career, have you dealt with commercial, industrial, and residential projects in the Baltimore metropolitan area?
Yes.
And have you dealt with rezoning cases that involve change mistake?
Yes.
I'd ask that he be recognized as an expert in the area of engineering and land planning.
I'll accept him. Oh, sorry, are you coming?
Mr. Thaler, just some questions about your expertise. And again, he was offered as an expert, certified as an expert in, again, counsel, what was it?
Engineering and land planning.
Okay. You didn't go to law school, did you? Oh, where'd you teach? No, but you live in Baltimore. You've been qualified as an expert witness in various circuit courts around the state. Right. You've also been rejected as an expert witness, correct? Never. Oh, wow. And you've been called to testify in these expert circuit court cases all across the state of Maryland on issues of mistake or change of use? You have. And you have expressed your opinion on those. Could you explain to me the legal requisites of that change and change of use and mistake?
Objection.
On what grounds?
It calls for a legal conclusion. It does not, it's not a matter of voir dire. You could ask him when your cross-examination on other matters, but we're talking.
Oh, withdraw the question.
Excuse me, I'm not finished. We're talking now about whether he qualifies as an expert.
I agree. Stick to the qualifications.
I have no further questions.
I will accept your witness as an expert witness.
Thank you very much. Now, David, have you been retained by Mike and Nancy O'Brien to investigate this matter and participate in this process?
Yes.
How long?
I guess I've been involved with something on the order of 10 years, perhaps back to the 2013 hearings.
And during the course of those times, have you visited the O'Brien's property and visited the Mount Airy area on several occasions?
Yes.
Testified at public hearings?
Yes.
All right. Please describe, and I know we've already done this, so with that in mind, can you just describe the O'Brien property and the neighborhood in which it's located?
Well, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but they have a lovely house and then a veterinary building where Dr. O'Brien runs his practice. Across the street is the post office. Across Park Avenue is the post office. Caddy corner across 27 is Twin Arch Shopping Center. And across 27 on the southeast corner is the Carnival, what we've been calling the Carnival Grounds.
Now, the post office is about a 2.5 acre property improved with a post office facility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, are you familiar generally as a land planner, not as a lawyer, with what is commonly referred to as the change mistake doctrine in Maryland law?
Yes.
And have you been involved in rezoning cases where that matter was discussed and argued?
Yes.
All right. Do you believe there's been a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood since the 2013 master plan and January 15th comprehensive rezoning was adopted by the town of Mount Airy?
I do.
Can you explain that, please?
Okay, well, for change of mistake, there's a number of elements that could be a change of mistake. You could have a scrivener's error or a drafting error, but what counts here is some premise that the town council relied on that over time turned out not to be true, or some circumstance that changed since the last rezoning that they couldn't possibly have anticipated. And I think that there are several matters that fill that definition here. And if there's a little theme to it, it might be the pandemic, among some other things that have happened in the town, which, for the legal purposes, were the change in mistake. Mistake doesn't mean you did something wrong. It's a legal term of art. That means that there was a premise you relied on that worked out differently, or there was facts you couldn't possibly have known. And so...
Do you believe the pandemic had a specific and unique effect on this property because of its location?
I do. Now, the pandemic had an effect on everybody, but I think it had a very specific effect on this particular property. Now, the first is the post office. Okay, we've heard from Dr. O'Brien sort of his anecdotal evidence that the trucks come all night, and over time there's been a tremendous increase in the parcel deliveries to the post office. I could not find any specific statistics on this particular post office, but nationwide, over the time of the pandemic, the package volume increased from about 4 billion packages in 2014 to 7.2 billion packages in 2022. This is an 80% increase, and we all know what it's from. First, the pandemic, and second of all, nobody goes to the store anymore. Everybody orders their things online. But second of all, the United States Post Office put out a new strategic plan in 2021, which replaced its last strategic plan, which I think was 2010. And the post office is sold. I'm sure everybody knows that the post office is, the building, the structure is not owned by the United States Post Office.
Let me interrupt you there. I'd like to offer this, this, before you documents my next report. Yeah, I'd like to offer this. I call that an SDAT printout. You're probably familiar. I have an interview. I'm going to show you something now. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead. Now, this will be my next, so I'm going to give you a head start. David, I'm showing you a document that's been marked for identification as number 14. I think, Holly, is that correct? And you can see, you're probably familiar with these documents, you can see, was that property transferred, does that reflect that Carroll Developers, Inc. transferred the post office property to APIF Maryland LLC in May of 2019?
Yes, this is the SSAT, state SSAT data, and it shows the transfer from Carroll Developers, Inc. to APIF Maryland LLC in May of 2019.
Now, it's a public record, everybody, 1.78 million. But not that it's relevant, I just thought I'd say that. So I'd like to offer this as my exhibit 14. Okay, and then David, you looked into the APIF company to see what their plans were, did you not?
I did.
With our office's help?
Yes.
And can I get that next exhibit? It's showing you what's been marked, is this 15?
Correct.
Marked for identification is 15. Does that contain certain information about APIF's plans for and use of the post office facility?
It does, and it's consistent with the post office's 10-year plan, new 10-year master plan that was just established.
So what's the gist of it, David?
Well, the gist of it is they figured out the post office is losing money, and they need to sort of expand the kinds of services that the post office offers. People aren't sending first-class mail very often anymore. And they say, this is just coming right out of that, our vision is in line with the 10-year plan, and we're preparing our postal properties to become the post office of the future. We're exploring enhancements to help revitalize postal properties such as solar power, parcel pickup, lockers, business services, and on-site banking. Many years ago, post offices used to do on-site banking, and now they're going back to that. They are also proposing to do community centers, remote learning, telemedicine, and broadband, to name a few. And so in this post office, as I'm sure you guys know, it's already becoming a little bit of a retail store. And I went in and I bought, of all things this afternoon, a McDonald's gift card that you can get at the post office. if this isn't, what McDonald's has to do with traditional postal services, I can't imagine. This is straight up a retail that's now being offered by the post office.
Does that document also indicate?
One second. If I could ask members of the audience to limit the chatter, it would be helpful to keep us moving forward.
Thank you. Does that document also mention in one of its pages that COVID-19 has exacerbated our problems?
Yes.
Do you, and does that tie into your testimony about COVID?
I think it's fair. I think it's a little sub-theme to this. I think it's a little sub-theme that it's changed. It's a change that has happened since the last rezoning. This happened with COVID. People stayed home. They started buying packages. The amount of package delivery has sort of exploded, and the nature of the post office itself is becoming less and less a post office and more an additionally provider of other kinds of services.
Do you believe that's evidence? Do you believe that's evidence of a change in the character of the neighborhood?
I certainly do.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Now, you've also been, you're aware that the Beck property has recently been rezoned to MXD, is that correct? And you've seen the concept plan for the Beck property, is that right? Well, and we put it, and does that concept plan show, excuse me?
It's a pre-concept.
Excuse me. You've seen the pre-concept plan, is that correct?
Yes.
And does that pre-concept plan show a proposed connection from the Beck development to Park Avenue via Beck Drive?
Yes.
Now, that's just in pre-concept stage, but that is what's proposed for development, is that correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, would that affect the Park Avenue neighborhood where Dr. O'Brien lives?
Well, you know, first, as I'm sure this council knows, the Beck property is proposed for something like 93,000 square feet of commercial. At least this is, I'm reading this from the ATFO analysis.
The APFO analysis we submitted earlier, correct?
119 single families, 363 townhomes, and 200 apartments. If connecting that much development to Beck Drive and then to Park Avenue isn't a change in the neighborhood, I've never seen one. I mean, that is a textbook change in the character of the neighborhood. But for our discussion today, MXD didn't exist at the time of the last rezoning. So MXD got adopted somewhere around October 2021. The last rezoning was 2015. And the MXD being applied to the Beck property didn't happen till October 2021. That to me is the definition of change or error. It was something that could not possibly have been anticipated at the time by the council at the time of last rezoning. Now, it might not be connected. It's as planning director notes, it might not be a road connection, but it'll, I would bet a lot of money it'll end up a bicycle connection or a pedestrian connection or some kind of a connection that will have an effect ultimately on Park Avenue.
Did you also look at the use and intensity of the carnival grounds at the request of Mike and Nancy?
Yes. And again, I think the carnival grounds, the subtext here is the COVID. So the anecdotal evidence is that the real evidence is that the fire company could not have carnivals. And so in order to keep up their fundraising, there had to be other events. And we took a review of their reception hall calendar of events, which you can get on their website. And the reception hall had 120 events from 2017 to 2018, that's pre-COVID, 120 events, 2017 to 2018, but from June 2022 to 2023, it had 188 events. So that this is a 56% increase in the indoor activities over at the carnival grounds. And I don't have numbers on the outdoor activities, but the outdoor activity, it's heavily used, as you all know. And while I'm sure that the council could have contemplated, certain increased uses at the carnival after the rezoning, I think this jump is a result of the pandemic, which is something that nobody could have anticipated.
Now, you also took a look at traffic. Has traffic increased during the applicable time period?
It certainly has. We've researched the traffic counts on 27. Dr. O'Brien says when he moved out there, and he moved his practice there in about 1990, it was a little country road. But it has, I don't have to tell you guys, it has just increased and increased in traffic. In 2004, to give you the background, the average daily traffic was 22,643 at the 27 Park Avenue intersection. In 2019, average daily trips had burgeoned to 33,700, and in mid-pandemic, it was, in 2021, the trips were 32,470, and so that the intersection has shown an increase in traffic of 13.6% between 2014 and 2021, and a 43.3% increase since 2004. Now, what's odd about this is the last number, the 13,000 increase, was mid-pandemic. Should have gone down. So why mid-pandemic, everybody was ordered home. Almost everybody was staying home. Why did traffic increase 13% during the mid-pandemic? And that tells me, later studies haven't been done yet, but that tells me it would have been way significantly higher had it not been for the pandemic. And then again, this is something that could not have been possibly contemplated by the town council.
Now, you've been made aware both prior to the hearing and here tonight that the Harrison Leisure property was proposed for, well, is a future annexation area, was contemplated for fairly near-term development, and then that stopped. Is that correct? Did you know that?
That's my understanding.
Right. Now, that's about 236 acres of land. Is that correct? Yes. Now, that's outside of our neighborhood. That's correct, isn't it?
It is correct.
In your opinion, can that still provide evidence of a mistake?
Yes.
Okay. And if the zoning body assumed that that would be brought into town and developed as an employment campus, would that likely have supported a conclusion that we really don't need that much more commercial zoning in Mount Airy? We're going to get plenty of that kind of outlet.
Well, I think it's significant. So as I best understand it, the Harrison Lashir property was planned to be almost immediately annexed into the town and was to be heavily developed into employment, industrial, some commercial uses by the Carroll County Industrial Development Agency. And suddenly, according to the newspaper article, but suddenly it didn't go forward. Suddenly the IDA pulled out, and that surprised the town. Well, I think the town council, when it did the 2015 rezoning, was planning for an industrial park, a big industrial park, a big employment center, just up the street, just up 27 of 254 acres. And all of a sudden, that premise that they relied on turned out to be not true. And
Right.
so that I think that had they known that, the town council might have been more favorably, felt more favorably towards rezoning of the O'Brien property.
Now, did I ask you to take a look at the population figures published by the Carroll County Department of Planning based on the last census?
You did it.
And did I print out a page for you from the website showing the Mount Airy area?
You did.
There hasn't been a substantial increase in the Mount Airy population in the last 8-10 years, has there?
That's not.
So you're not asserting that population is part of a substantial change argument, are you?
No, it's not.
I'd like to offer this into evidence with my number.
Well, we still have to accept 14 and 15.
I'd like to offer 14 and 15 into evidence. 14 is that SBAP printout, and 15 is this package. Now, is there language in the current Mount Airy Comprehensive Plan that suggests that the town should encourage commercial growth, especially infill of a retail service nature?
Yes, the master plan talks about encouraging commercial growth, especially on the connecting corridors.
Do you believe that the CC zoning requested is appropriate for this property, and why?
I most certainly do.
Convince them, not me.
Okay. I'm not sure from the questions in the audience that Mr. Van Sant's point got properly made. And I have heard through the years that I've been involved in this that there are fears from the Park Avenue residents that there's going to be a gas station on the O'Brien property, or there's going to be a CVS on the O'Brien property, or God knows what. What Mr. Van Sant, the answer, and the answer to Ms. Dickinson, reading off the long list of possibilities, is that you can't do most of them, and you might not be able to do any of them. And that's the point that I don't think got made clear. When you take the 1 acre O'Brien property and you take the setbacks that are established by the town, the only developable area, if you take the existing structures down, is 13,000 feet, or if the planning director is correct, and he may be, something less than 13,000 feet. You can't put much on 13,000 feet. A CVS is 12 to 15,000 feet, right there. The parking for it is another 12 to 15,000 feet. And then you have the loading and the trash pickup and the stormwater management. And so, in my opinion, I don't think you're going to get any new, you're certainly not going to get much. If you got new, it isn't going to be much of a new commercial use. And I think, I've been doing this for almost 50 years, I don't think you're going to get any new commercial use. I think what you're going to get is an adaptive reuse of the beautiful O'Brien house. And I think you're going to get an adaptive reuse in a very low intensity type of use. Restaurant, bakery, antique shop, things like that are in the character of the town. But what I don't think you're going to get is any of the typical, commercial uses. Even a Starbucks, which is as big as a postage stamp, is too small for a Starbucks to get the parking that you need for it and the circulation that you need for it. So I think these are, I deal with fears and rezoning a lot. I just got off-track betting at the Maryland State Fairgrounds. We had 1,000 people show up on the coldest night of the year, worried about off-track betting at the fairgrounds. and now you get 25 old men, come for lunch, and it's absolutely nothing. So I understand the fears that come from rezoning, but I don't think that's what's going to happen in this case.
David, if this property developed commercially or additionally commercially under CC, in your opinion, would it contribute to the town's walkability goals?
Well, I do. I think it's no mean feat, to cross 27 to go to the shopping center. And I think you're going to get a certain amount of walkability, from Park Avenue and Wildwood. I don't know that you're going to get less traffic. I think it'll probably be neutral in traffic, but there's a possibility you'll get slightly less traffic. And the other fear that I've heard is that it'll be a precedent, that it'll creep, that the commercial will creep, right down Park Avenue. Well, I think, sir, it was you who said it. If commercial was going to creep, it would be creeping from the post office, which, despite what it may be zoned, is a commercial use. So I don't think the fear. I think there's a lot of fear that I've certainly heard. I think if this ends up a coffee shop or a restaurant, I think the folks at Wildwood will be the ones that end up using it.
Thank you, David. Can you look over your notes and see if there's anything you feel like you left out? I'm pretty much through my outline. I'm sure you'll have a couple questions.
Would the council have any questions? Oh, okay.
Okay, hi again. Mr. Thaler, you have a very impressive background, and I enjoyed a lot of your anecdotes. I'm from Palmer Township, by the way, if that makes any sense. No, Penn State.
Okay. Stay on topic, fellas.
Yeah.
It's getting late.
I did get my master's there. Maybe that was it.
Mr. Pyatt, do you have a question?
Yes. Would you, Mr. Thaler, you had a lot of statistics. If I told you that there were 185 residents of Wildwood and 111 of those signed the petition to, I guess it was to have me represent them at the meeting, but basically to oppose the annexation or the rezoning mistake, would you think that's reasonable, or do you think it's too few, too many?
Mr. Pyatt, I think petitions don't count for anything. Okay?
So let's.
I think that hearing bodies accept them because it's the right thing to do. This is America, but you don't know. You can get people to sign a petition for anything. I've been doing this a long time. You don't know what the person who signed was told or how much they were pressured when they signed it, and I don't think you can give it much value. So congratulations, you got it signed.
Well, this is my persistent partner that got 111. I only got 42. And I have to say, I didn't pressure anybody. I explained the situation very carefully. And I said, this is what's happening. And I had maybe a 15, 20-minute discussion with each person.
So hold on, fellas. Mr.
So-
Pyatt, you need to ask questions.
So would you consider my polling the residents and talking to them for 15 or 20 minutes a total waste of time or irrelevant or not bearing on the situation?
I would give it very little weight if I were on the board, because I don't know what you told them was going to be developed if the zoning was granted. If they were here and we could ask them, it would be one thing, but we can't.
Okay, but on the other hand, I live in the neighborhood, and everybody asked you what your opinions were on the post office situation, and you live in Baltimore. And yet I live a block away, and I get down there every other day and talk to them. So,
Right, Mr. Pyatt, you need to ask questions, not make
Okay.
statements, and you need to ask questions directly related to his testimony.
Okay. I believe that what you said about the post office getting into new business ventures and having a new plan, strategic plan, there is some truth in that. But what I have found in my discussions and frequent conversations, because I've been aware of this for
Do you
quite
have
a
a
while.
question, Mr. Pyatt?
Do you think that the Mount Airy post office is busier today than it was 10 years ago?
That's not my testimony. Okay, my testimony is that the amount of packages,
The total packages, yeah.
that the packages which come in trucks in the middle of the night, if you're living.
But what,
Let me answer the question.
okay.
My testimony is that nationally, the amount of packages being delivered is up by something like 60%. And although I don't have specific numbers, I believe that applies to the Mount Airy.
So what is the conclusions you drew? Do you think there's more total traffic on Park Avenue and nearby, about the same, or less? I mean, you have all these statistics about the strategic plan. What are you saying about the traffic from the post office? I mean, that's what you were trying to say. Does it mean anything at all? Is there any relevance to the case?
Is that the parcel delivery package traffic is up substantially from the post office.
But what does that mean? Is traffic busier? You don't know.
It is a change. It means that it's a change that the town council could not have anticipated because of the COVID from when it did the prior rezoning. That's what it means.
But it's not clear I mean, you have the number of parcels and you have this unanticipated change. Of course, with COVID, everything was anticipated, but you really haven't demonstrated, have you demonstrated that there is indeed a factual, verifiable increase on Park Avenue? Or is it just a bunch of numbers? Well,
I have not said anything about traffic on Park Avenue.
Well, okay, so,
I've said that the number of trucks coming into the post office for package deliveries has increased.
so there's more trucks. But what does that do to the total traffic? I mean, I don't see an increase. So you don't really know what these facts and figures mean, other than that it's different.
I'll take that as a statement.
So real quick, Carroll Media is having difficult hearing us, so we need
Okay.
to make sure that we talk closer to the mics and maybe
Okay.
a little bit louder.
David, is your light on? Because can you hear me? I can speak loudly.
Okay.
Okay. No.
Yeah. And one final question. Our counsel in his memorandum that was handed out said that traffic increase per se does not mean a change in the neighborhood. Do you agree with that?
There is case law that traffic per se, increasing traffic per se, does not count as a change in the neighborhood. Yes.
So is our town attorney wrong in saying that?
No, I think he's quite eminent.
So what's the right answer?
Well, the right answer is there's actually an exception to the rule that rezoning, that a change has to be from the last comprehensive zoning. And the exception is if there is a trend that goes beyond that, you can take into effect facts that are prior to that. And here we have a steady increase in the traffic on 27, but because of the pandemic, it is oddball. It's going up during the pandemic in a way that could not have been anticipated. And therefore, my view, it counts as a change.
Well, how could that be a mistake? I mean, who could have anticipated a pandemic? How could something, as you say, progressively increasing, how could that be considered a mistake?
Well,
I mean,
that's
that's
exactly-
variability.
You put your finger right on it. You
That's
put your-
variability, but
Dave,
that's
you
not a
put your
mistake.
finger right on it. Things that can't be anticipated, mistakes are not typographical errors in this context, or errors in judgment. You put your finger right on it. Things that cannot be anticipated are legally count as mistakes or change in the character of the neighborhood.
I think that's very unusual. That means just about every master plan ever written.
Objection,
is-
argumentative.
Okay, would you agree that every master plan that has facts and figures is obsolete because of all these variabilities and
Well, that's why you-
unforeseen events that happen?
Well, that's why you do them every 10 years or so, because they become obsolete.
So the one in 2013 is obsolete, is that correct?
Well, there's already been changes. You've got the Beck property, which wasn't in that master plan, I don't think.
But are these changes, these variabilities, which aren't really all that large in magnitude, are these just events that occur, climate change, growth, do these constitute the basis for a mistake in a zoning?
Well,
Because if that's the case, anybody, anywhere could argue their zoning is improper. I think
Objection.
every resident in town.
That's
Would you agree or disagree with that?
That's exactly what his entire testimony was designed to try to say. Yes, they do constitute a mistake. I'm sorry.
So you,
Want me to answer that?
do you think the 2013 master
Let's
plan?
use your example as climate change. Okay, we're in a
Okay.
period of arrival. I happen to do some work in St. Michael's. Okay, the
Okay.
whole town is flooding. Okay, and is flooding rapidly. And so that there need to be, to save the town, to protect the people from catastrophic flooding, there need to be changes. I don't know when they did their master plan, but if they did their master plan in 2013, they need to make some changes. And those changes can require certain zoning changes and count as a change in the character of the neighborhood under Maryland law.
Was the 2013 master plan more accurate than the 2003
I
master
don't believe
plan?
that's relevant. That is open to interpretation, personal opinion. The questions need to be related directly to the testimony.
I'm trying to get to it, but what I'm struggling with is, I worked on the 2012-13 master plan. No master plan was perfect, but it was a pretty good one. And what I'm trying to get is specifically, what was the specific, identifiable, discrete mistake that you want to make to have us change the zoning? That's what I want to know.
I gave the board 5. I don't think you really want me to go back through them at this late hour. I will if you want me to answer that question.
I don't think it's necessary. I mean,
Okay, all right,
I did give you reasonings.
okay.
I think I answered that.
Okay, those are my questions.
Sean, I don't have you on the original sign-in. sheet.
I didn't sign in earlier this evening.
Were you here when we swore everyone in?
Yes, I was here.
Did you get sworn in?
I don't think I stood up, but I was here.
I'm going to swear you in real quick.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So if you're just asking questions, if you decide to testify afterwards, I'll need to swear you in.
Okay, I have 2 questions.
Perfect.
Yeah. Good evening, Sean Kelly. I'm a town resident. Sir, with your 50 years of experience that you testified to, what are the benefits to Dr. O'Brien, his immediate family, possibly his heirs, of rezoning that property CC?
See, here's the deal. His property, he's 70 years old. How old are you, Mike? 70? He's 70 years old, and the property sort of has no future. Is the problem? It is you can't use it for any commercial use except the veterinary practice, and there are like 15 veterinary practices within 10 miles of here, or something like that. So it really has no value as a veterinary practice. And for somebody to want to live there, it's pretty dicey. You know, it's pretty dicey living on 27 with the noise and the fumes. So I think what he wants to achieve is to have the flexibility to be able to sell the property in the future to somebody like any of us would.
So his property as residential hasn't increased like the rest of ours over the last several decades?
Well, I'm sure it has. I'm sure inflation has brought everybody up, but his property has deflated from the effects of 27. You know, 27 and the traffic and the backup that you get right at the intersection on Park Avenue. So I guess he'll be able to sell it to somebody, but it would be at a decreased value. And I don't think that's evil.
You think it's a decreased value from what he paid for it?
Well, he bought it in like 1987, so I don't know. But let me say it this way. I think the value of the property is depressed from your house.
Depressed.
Is depressed from a house that is not on 27 and all those effects, and is not limited to a veterinary. It's not to a medical practice or a chiropractor. It's got to be a vet practice. Well,
Or a residence, correct?
Or a residence. And the residential value, again, I think is depressed because it's right on 27.
And
as I go up and down 27, there are a few houses that sort of back up to 27, but his is really the only house at a corner that kind of fronts on 27 in the whole town.
And same question, but for the town. If this property were to be rezoned as community commercial, how would the town benefit?
Well, I think the town benefits because it gets a viable commercial property that it gets taxes on, but I think it adds value. You know, I'm thinking the highest best use is something like, you know, a bakery or a little restaurant in there. And I would be willing to bet you, if this gets rezoned, if we come back 10 years from now, you know, I'll bet you my McDonald's card right here, that if we come back, everybody on Park Avenue will be walking up for a cup of coffee, you know?
Yeah, you wouldn't say that that's in disagreement with your earlier testimony, that there isn't much to do commercially at that lot?
Suppose it was a benign, do you live on Park Avenue?
I do not.
I know you do. You're going to be the first one up there for a cup of coffee.
Yeah, apparently there are 100 and some residents that say they wouldn't, but, okay.
Questions only, please.
Yep,
It's getting late.
Yep.
I'm sorry, they're right. Is there another question?
No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay. All right, Leslie, I'm going to preface, questions only, please, to the testimony.
Pam's gone. So, Mr. Thaler?
You can call me Dave.
Dave? So I think that if you all could guarantee that there was going to be a bakery or a small coffee shop, that people maybe not be as worried, but as you know, what's in the code, I mean, that's part of the issue here, is that they want, not neighborhood professional, but community commercial, which, has a lot of uses that are not compatible in our view.
Keep it to questions.
So would you think that some other type of residential, like a higher density residential, would be appropriate there?
I think it's a lousy spot for residential. You know?
For like apartments? You think it's lousy for apartments?
I think it's lousy for apartments.
Okay, why is that?
Because you got the fumes.
Can you talk into the mic, please, Dave?
You got the noise, you got the traffic, you got the fumes. It's a lousy spot for residential. Would you want to live
Okay,
there? I mean,
well, you keep talking about the Beck property. On the east side of the street, they're going to propose lots and lots and lots of houses right on 27. Really, really expensive houses, I'm sure.
What's your question, Leslie?
My question was whether there was other types of zoning other than commercial. So, and you stated earlier that out of all the the uses that I had Mr. Van Zant read, or I read and he listened, that Dr. O'Brien might not be able to do any of them. So why then should the town zone it CC?
I thought you quite weren't understanding my point, and I think you still aren't. Because I've been doing this for 50 years.
I know, right.
Just like Mike, just like Mike. And and I've seen how these develop, and you figure out how small the developable area is. I know, how do I know? I know from experience that nobody's going to come in there, tear down the house, and try and build something, in that tiny spot. I know from my experience that what's going to happen, they're going to adaptively reuse the house. And so what are they going to reuse it at? Those things on your list that you can.
Not my list, that's the community commercial zone.
Things on the list that you read out to everybody, which is what's worrying everybody. I get it, but look at the list.
That's the zone.
We zone it. But what's going to happen? What's going to happen is it's only going to be those uses which by necessity are going to be benign that can fit in the house, in my opinion. And I think your worry, as passionate as you've been about this, I think it's misplaced. I just have to tell you.
And can the town rely on your expert testimony that that's all it's going to be?
This is, I've been.
I'm just asking, you keep saying that, we can rely on your statement,
I'd have been fired a long time ago.
Dr. O'Brien will let whoever purchases the property know that.
I'm still here 50 years later because my opinions are generally right.
Okay, I just have a couple more questions. Can you, you talked a lot about the increase in packages due to COVID, but there was no demarcation about the numbers and the data, whether it's Amazon or UPS or Federal Express or the post office. So how do we know what the numbers are of the packages? Do you have all that data to show that the dramatic increase in packages went through the United States Postal Service?
I only have the gross data, the gross national data, but Amazon is shipping to the post office, who is whatever they call it, the endpoint of delivery, and that's part of the increase in the.
Okay, you know that there's a lot of Amazon that delivers direct to people's houses, right? And directs to like Weis and other grocery stores where people pick up. They're not all going to the post office. So basically, you don't really know the numbers or the increase in the U.S. Postal Service packages, right?
The point is because
right, we know that, but I'm trying to get you to actually, I'm just trying to get you to explain what the actual, if you have the demarcation, the breakdown. Okay, thank you. And then you talked about, and this is another thing that I think concerns, especially the Park Avenue residents and maybe
Leslie, can you hold
Wildwood.
on? I need members of the audience to limit the chatter so that we can focus on the questions and the testimony.
So you testified at some length about the increase in the traffic on Route 27 over, you gave the years and the ultimate percentage between 2014 and 2021 was 13.6%. So is it, and you may also know that we have a failing intersection, at Twin Arch and 27. Is it somehow going to help the town to then add more commercial to that intersection? I mean, it might help Dr. Nancy O'Brien to sell the property, but how is that going to help everybody else in the town?
Well, I think I answered the question, but I think there's three ways it helps everybody else. First, it increases the tax base. Okay, it's economic development, creates a couple of jobs, increases the tax base. Second, a certain number of people are going to walk here, assuming this is one of the benign uses, which I think is going to end up. Certain number of people are going to walk here, which certainly will be neutral as to the traffic and might decrease it. That's how it helps the town.
Okay, and can you provide us with statistics, data on how that's going to happen? And of course, we need the guarantee that it's going to be one of these types of shops. We're all going to walk there for coffee, but how do we know it's going to be a little coffee shop? It's like a circular answer because it's only going to increase walkability if it's a place that somebody wants to walk to.
Objection. This is the same exact ground we went over 5 minutes ago, which is How do you know what it's going to be?
He testified that it's going to increase walkability and it's not going to increase traffic. I'm just trying to figure out how he knows that.
It's getting late. Is there another question? about
But do
my
you know that? Do you actually know that?
50 years of experience.
I don't care how much experience you have.
That's how
In
I-
this
Okay.
town, right here, do you know
Enough.
that?
That's how I know it.
Okay. I think it was.
I just have one more
his
question. Oh,
Professional opinion. So
My
next question,
professional
please.
opinion To a reasonable engineering certainty.
okay. And last point is, question, is you indicated to someone who said, why isn't this going to open the door if this is zoned commercial? And you went to, oh, the post office that hasn't happened with the post office. Yet the post office is zoned residential, so it wouldn't open the door, would it?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
About if this is zoned commercial, then the house next door that has the children, they're going to want to be commercial so they can move because they have children, then they don't want to live next door to a commercial property, and then it'll go down the road. That's what's been just spoken of before. And you said if that were going to happen, it would have happened with the post office, even though the post office is zoned residential. So how would that open the door? That's my question.
I think Mr. Van Sant said it best. It doesn't matter what it's zoned, if it's zoned agricultural, it's a commercial property. If that were going to set the precedent for the falling dominoes down Park Avenue, it already would have.
Right, except that under the code, under land use article, under our code, it's what it's zoned as.
Leslie, we're not
right?
arguing back and forth. You asked your question,
Okay.
he answered.
Okay. Thank you. Not a very good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just for a day.
Might as well get it called once before you leave. I'm going to ask you some questions about the post office, Mr. Thaler. Cross-examination based.
You can call me Dave if you want.
Oh, and I can call you Mr. Thaler too, right? Okay. Okay, Dave, and Mr. Thaler. You testified the package volume went from 4 billion to 7.2 billion from something to 2022. That statistic was not the Mount Airy Post Office, correct? That was a national statistic that encompassed UPS, Amazon, Federal Express, United States Postal Service, other deliveries, correct?
No, it was postal deliveries through the United States Post Office.
Went from 4 billion to 7.2 billion in 2022. Oh, okay, so that's the testimony.
Yes.
Okay. You also testified that the post office is losing money.
You did? I didn't.
You testified that there was a necessity, you testified that the strategic plan of the post office involved a reuse of post office facilities, their 10-year plan, they needed to expand. Folks are not sending first-class mail, correct?
Sorry, say it again?
I'll strike that question. Let's just go to what I want to talk about. You indicated that the post office, its 10-year plan involves things like utilizing its postal facilities for things like solar power. You testified to that, didn't you?
I'm not making, yeah.
You testified to that, right?
Yes.
Okay, I
I'm
know
not
you're a very
making it
smart
up.
guy. I know you want to run the whole thing. I got it. Okay. It's not a judge. There's not enough land there to do any solar power, is there?
Oh, that's wrong. That's completely, the answer is no.
What's the requisite amount of land that you need for a solar farm?
Well,
For a solar farm?
community give you solar.
What, solar farm,
We usually
just for a
do
solar
megawatts,
farm.
But you could put solar power on your roof, on the roof of
Oh,
your
of course, of course. I don't need 50 years of experience to get that information, okay? But to put a solar farm, you,
You say they're going to do solar power on some post office.
so they're going to put solar on their roof, so that the plan could anticipate solar on the roof.
On the roof or over the parking lot?
You have no idea what they're talking about, do you? In terms of their plan, it's just solar, right?
This is their statement about where the post office is headed, to have additional services, presumably to help them make more money, which include business services and on-site banking.
That's right. And, all right, on-site banking, you testified that they are now going back there. Now, they are now going back to on-site banking. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yes.
Where are they doing on-site banking right now in the United States?
Well, I don't know where they are. This is their plan.
They're not doing on-site banking right now in the United States because they don't have the authorization to do that. Isn't that correct?
I don't know.
You're familiar with case law, you're familiar with a lot of law, but you're not familiar with the fact that
He's hectoring the man. I mean,
he's not making it up, by no means. The testimony, its relevance, because it is relevant, I guess it was relevant, its relevance has to do with the purchase of this property for $1.78 million by APSF MD LLC in 2019, and what that property might be used for in the future. That's the only relevance I can garner from this.
In my
Okay, so
opinion, that's why
based,
the testimony is relevant, because he's showing that the character or the usage of the post office is evolving as we speak.
that's right, okay. And, Your Honor, the point I would like to make with this expert is that there are certain things that he is not an expert on. Your Honor, this is called impeachment, okay? When he states that they're going back to postal banking right now, as an expert,
I don't think he said right now, but next question,
he
please.
says now they're going back there.
They state that they are.
That's right. He stated now they are going back there. Okay? My point simply is to credibility. That's my point here. Okay? Those were speculative. That's speculative uses for the post office. Isn't that correct? That's speculation based on that. Yes, very good.
This is what it is.
the actual business plan statement of the group that bought the post office in 2019, and that's what it was offered for.
And Mr. Thaler, the transfer information that was presented was from the State Department of Assessment and Taxation, correct? Is that the only source of information on land transfers in the state of Maryland? What is the other source of information?
The courthouse, get deed records.
Did you go and examine the deed records on this? Did you go and examine the deed records on this?
No.
Please
Okay.
speak into the microphone, I'm sorry.
No.
Who is APSF MD LLC? Where is it? Where are its offices? Who are the members of it? Who's the resident agent? Do you have any information about this?
No.
Yet they purchased the property for $1.78 million from Kroll, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay, can we have relevance to your questioning and everything? Because I'm going to take this as it says. It's a presentation by the company of their business plan for when they purchase a post office. Many businesses that are out there do strategic planning. Some things become relevant, some things become evident. There's some things they abandon when they look at specific sites. So please, no more badgering. Keep your questions point, short, and sweet, so we can continue on, because we have a lot more people here to get up and speak, say for and against. So please, we've already gone past, we scheduled 5:30 to 8:30, we're past that. The way we're working now, it's going to be midnight before we finish, and maybe have to make a decision on this tonight. I would rather be somewhat awake to make a decision on this. So please, questions only to testimony from now on. Thank you.
I second that.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Question, wasn't, per the guidance, wasn't the target time to be somewhere around 5 minutes for this?
No.
No? Okay. 5 minutes per person.
We're trying to be fair and let everyone ask their questions, but I think some of the line of questioning is not being fair or directly related to the testimony.
My point, Your Honor, my point was simply about relevance. It was about relevance. The postal plan was introduced as relevant to this proceeding, okay? So that was my point, and I was asking about the postal plan because he seemed to know a lot about it, okay? Thank you.
I share the frustration, and it seems to me that Mr. Sabonis will have an opportunity at the end to get up and say things like, I don't believe that's really a plan, the post office is not getting to it. That's the time for him to do that, as you, I'm sorry, it's questions.
Okay, do you have any other questions?
I don't.
Does anyone else? All right, Councilwoman Galletti, any questions for the witness?
No, I don't, thank you.
I have no questions.
No questions.
What do you think I'm going to say?
You're going to say no questions.
I have a question. So, sir, we've gone down a winding path with your testimony, so I'm just asking you to remind me of a few things. So I know we're here to discern whether or not there's been a change in the neighborhood or a mistake. Was your testimony, would you characterize your testimony as primarily focusing on the mistake component? Or did you bleed some of your testimony? Would some of your testimony also apply to the argument that there's been a change in the neighborhood?
They're
Okay.
intertwined.
Okay, so I'll stop you there. Thank you. So let me ask you specifically as a basis for a mistake. It sounded like your main thrust there was the fact that we had a pandemic and that was unforeseen by anyone. And that sounded like your main argument for a mistake. Can you please remind me, you don't have to give me 5 paragraphs, are there any other arguments that you were making to support a mistake other than the pandemic argument?
Well, they're really intertwined. Okay, so I've made 5 arguments, just real quickly. The post office argument, the Beck property argument, the 27 argument, the Carnival Grounds argument, and the Harrison-Lashir argument. And it's hard to get them apart. They are a change mistake under Maryland law is some premise turns out to be incorrect or something that you couldn't have foreseen.
Okay, and one last question, and this came up in your testimony, so I want to ask you as an expert. You've been certified here to be an expert, so we got into the discussion of population, and you said that that's not an argument because population hasn't changed that much. You're not arguing that. On the topic of things being intertwined, there's traffic, and there's the Beck property. And I think there was some conversation about, a change in traffic per se is not a basis for making a determination that there was a change in the neighborhood or a mistake. But let me ask you this. If perhaps a change in traffic patterns per se by itself may not be, but would changes in multiple components, such as what you brought up. The Beck property, the post office, traffic, each one of these, perhaps on their own, may or may not carry enough weight. But if all of them in combination, in other words, not looking at them isolated by themselves, but now I'm looking at them holistically, looking at it holistically, would that be a basis for making a determination that there was a change in the neighborhood or a mistake?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our presentation.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, counsel. Thank you to the witnesses. Okay, this is an opportunity for members of the audience to testify or call witnesses. Who would like to go first?
I would like to, Your Honor, I'd like to call Mr. Thaler.
Is that allowed?
He can walk out if he wants to. I'd like, we're not paying him. I'd like to call Mr. Thaler.
You cross-examined him.
I have one more question to ask him.
I'm going to say no.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I object, but thank you.
This is kind of your opportunity to say what you need to say.
No, it's our opportunity to put on a case as I understand it, Your Honor. Okay, I'd like to call Thomas McCarron as a witness. Why?
Because he represents the town council, so you are not allowed to call him to the witness stand.
Is Thomas McCarron a party in this case? Is the town council a party in this case? Or
So
are
I'm
they
gonna-
a
You can
quasi?
argue with me all night, and I'll sit here and argue with you until
I'm asking you a
midnight.
question, Your Honor.
You cannot call the town's attorney as a witness in this case, period.
I
The
second
answer is
that,
no.
And it's going to be there the whole night.
I'd like to call Mr. Breeding as a witness.
Can do that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Do you have any new witnesses to call? Because we've already cross-examined all the witnesses so far. Do you have any new witnesses?
I was going to call Nicole. I might call Dave. They've all been sworn, I think.
I'm going,
You're going to object?
I do object. And are you a lawyer?
I am an attorney.
Are you you're an attorney?
I am an attorney, yes.
Barred attorney?
Barred from what? Of course, I am a certified Maryland attorney, right?
You're a member of the Court of Appeals State.
Would you, if,
Okay.
Your Honor, what is the relevance of this?
This is your opportunity, excuse me, sir, this is your opportunity to present your case as to why this is not a mistake or change of character, or if a mistake was or not made. This is your opportunity to present your case.
And Your Honor, as far as I understand it, it's also, this proceeding is also one to decide whether it's, if that mistake
That is
or
correct.
change
So
is
you have
made,
new evidence
then
to
we are
present.
going to have another decision made after that tonight on whether this should be community commercial. Is that correct?
Do you have new evidence to present?
This is a point of procedure, Your Honor. I am trying to figure out the procedural form of this hearing. I'd like to call Mr. Breeding.
You cannot. He presented the data, his planning report.
I can't ask him
You
questions to
you've
put on my
already asked
case?
him questions.
How do we get in our evidence that you did not allow in through cross-examining witnesses? There were attempts by Mr. Pyatt to put evidence
Can you
in.
wait a
That was
second?
denied.
Hold on.
Can you hold on?
We're going to allow you to call John Breeding, but the questions cannot be to rehash what we've already spoken about. You need to present either new information or new questions.
Okay. Mr. Breeding, did you receive a briefing prior to this hearing as to the nature of the hearing?
I'm not sure what you're referencing.
What is your understanding of the procedural nature of this hearing? What was your understanding?
Well, it's a quasi-judicial hearing to present testimony for the rezoning request.
And who are the parties to that hearing?
The parties at the hearing, I'm not sure what your question is again.
There's a petitioner. There is,
Where are you going with your line of questioning?
I am trying to understand this. Your Honor, there have been a number of attempts to introduce documents through witnesses based
Now
on.
is the time to do that.
Okay, and that's fine. No, oh yeah, I'd like to call Leslie Dickinson. I don't think we need to shepherd this in. I just want the ordinance.
Excuse me, point of order. Are you stating that you're here as a lawyer representing Leslie Dickinson tonight in this hearing?
I state under the penalties of perjury. This, obviously, you have some idea of the procedural nature of this proceeding that Mr. Breeding does not, that I do not, and Mr. Karen cannot testify to, and I think the members of the council are not really familiar with. What you're saying right now is I need to be.
We need to start talking about the rezoning requests. Your questions need to be directly about that. Clearly, we're all aware of what the process and the proceeding includes.
I don't think
okay?
we are, and we spend a lot of time here tonight because he is making a record.
You are
okay?
wasting everyone's time.
Well, actually, Pam, he's making a record for the Court of Appeal.
Well,
I mean,
then
for
get
the
to
Circuit
it
Court. So
already.
it all matters, as Tom should probably have told you.
No, I'm well aware, Leslie.
Yeah, so that means that this
Get to the
side
point.
gets to call witnesses too.
You are
It's not
welcome
just
to call
one-sided.
her as a
All right.
witness.
I am representing on the record Leslie Dickinson. My name is Peter Sabonis, Esquire, 803 North Main Street, Mount Airy, Maryland. Miss Dickinson.
Yes.
I show you a document, I think it's marked, it has been marked. Could you describe that document? I don't know what it was been marked as. I know it is not in evidence.
That document's in evidence. It's the copy of the minutes or the Board of Zoning Appeals decision from the special exception case.
It's been introduced
Exhibit,
and
I believe it's number 9, exhibit number 9.
I think so.
That's correct.
Yes, it's in evidence. Yes, it's in evidence. Calm down.
And Ms. Dickinson, what is the relevance of that document?
Well, this document is from the initial, Board of Appeals hearing for when Dr. O'Brien and Nancy O'Brien received their special exception to have the veterinary practice at their property. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't want to leave you out. Dr. O'Brien, when he got his special exception.
And are there particular provisions in that go to the quasi-judicial decision that the council is here to make tonight?
Not that I know of, no.
Oh, okay. You don't think that?
Not their procedure. I mean,
I'm sorry about the procedure. No, what I mean at the substance
well,
of
what
the,
I find relevant to why I think that it should say residential is because in the Board of Appeals, when they granted the special exception, they specifically indicated that the neighborhood is residential in character to the north and the west, that a vacant and planned residential neighborhood would be to the south, which presumably is Wildwood, and a mixture of planned commercial and other traffic intensive uses to the east across Maryland 27, which is why the Planning Commission determined, well, it's not the only reason, but it's one of the reasons, and that they were referring to earlier about Mr. Butts, said that Route 27 is a demarcation between the east and the west side of 27. And further, that's D in the findings, and then E says the zoning patterns include commercial, industrial, and rural, parentheses, carnival grounds, zones to the east, as well as R1 and R2 residential zoning to the southwest and north. So it basically confirms.
This now constitutes the third time that you have, had to listen to
Why is
somebody
he interrupting
read
me?
the same decision. that-
Your Honor, objection to the council's interruption.
This is the first time that I've actually gotten to testify. Before when I was up there and you're saying you can only ask questions, and if I accidentally started to testify, then I was stopped. And now I have my chance to
great. Now it's your
testify,
chance.
and he's
So-
saying I can't testify. Okay. Oh, I think I'll repeat that last. So the first was paragraph D, and E says, which is sort of confirms what D says, the zoning patterns include commercial, industrial, and rural, parens, carnival ground zones to the east, as well as R1 and R2 residential zoning to the south, west, and north. So that is consistent with the west side of 27 staying residential, and that the east side is for commercial, and it also confirms that Dr. O'Brien was aware of this at the time that the Board of Appeals granted the special exception.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure
is
it
there anything-
matters how long ago it was, because that
Next
was...
question, please.
How long ago was that, Ms. Dickinson?
Well, this was in 1987. Excuse me. But there's no indication that, that the Board of Appeals said you get special exception until you don't want it anymore, and then you have the right to a more intense zone. It was like this was a special exception, which the neighbors did this big favor and supported it, and now are just shocked that after all this time, now they want to have this more intense zone to the detriment of, it's like one family, one household, one property gets this tremendous advantage of being upzoned at the detriment of all these other families. Like there's numerous houses on Park Avenue, all residential. Behind the O'Brien property is Wildwood. I mean, you've had these very, elderly people, some of whom could not come, so they couldn't be cross-examined. And as is also indicated in the Board of Appeals findings and D, is that there was a planned residential community to the south. So maybe it wasn't built yet, but it was clearly planned. Any other questions?
Anything else?
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. You are a member of the Planning Commission of Mount Airy, is that correct?
Yes.
You've been a member for how long?
About 13 years.
13 years. And you are an attorney as well?
Yes.
And during the time you've been on the Planning Commission of Mount Airy, you've entertained all sorts of requests about this property, about other properties, et cetera.
Yeah,
correct?
variety, yes. Various
Would you say
properties.
that you've entertained hundreds of requests?
Probably, I don't know, 100. Well, anyway,
Irrelevant.
a fair amount.
I'd like to certify Ms. Dickinson as an expert in the issue of, what is the issue? The issue of rezoning request under change and/or mistake. You can voir dire.
Haven't heard her qualifications yet.
Ms. Dickinson, where did you go to law school?
I went to the University of Maryland School of Law,
And when did you graduate?
1992,
And what was your undergraduate degree in?
psychology.
And during the time that you've been as a member of the Planning Commission, have you done research on the law relative to land use and planning in Maryland localities, and generally?
Yes, I have.
And what did that research consist of, in general terms?
I've learned a fair amount. I've learned a fair amount about zoning. I know a good deal about the Mount Airy zoning code. We did have a prior application based on change and mistake. That was the Vazla property a few years ago. So that's when I learned more about that.
Okay.
Yes. But I would not consider
Your Honor, again, I'd like to certify her as an expert on the issue of a rezoning request under change or mistake.
I don't believe that she's an expert on rezoning or change of mistake. She is certainly well-versed in planning, but in that matter, I won't accept her as a subject matter expert.
I'd like to move her as an expert in planning and use for the town of Mount Airy.
What is your law degree in?
Well, it's just general. JD is not, it's not specified unless you get in, what is it, LLM? I've always done predominantly housing related and consumer law and some zoning. Planning.
I just object. I don't have any voir dire, but I object.
That's fine. I don't really consider myself to be an expert in change and mistake.
Yeah,
Ms. Dickinson, why did the Planning Commission, in repeated attempts by Dr. O'Brien to have this property rezoned, deny that?
I think Leslie can speak to why she voted a specific way, but she can't speak for the whole commission.
Yeah, that's appropriate.
Ms. Dickinson, why did you vote to deny repeated requests by Dr. O'Brien to rezone his property when it came before the Planning Commission?
Well, I mean, it's basically what I've already said here tonight is that, you know, we had this information from the Board of Appeals that, you know, that it was commercial. I get that, you know, yes, the neighborhood's developed, but for when you have change and mistake, it's got to be change of the most recent, you know, like that you didn't approve us for CC in the most recent 2013 master plan. And someone else made a good point where it's like, Dr. O'Brien's had his practice there since 1987 or soon thereafter. And there was a 2003 master plan, a 2013 master plan, and one, Dave Pyatt mentioned one before that. But so you need, you know, if it was a mistake originally, then, you know, you needed to request, I'm getting tired, I'm sorry. Needed to request it sooner. Now, when I look at this, and the reason, and I did not say, or maybe you misunderstood what I said when we had this at the Planning Commission in March, I believe it was. I didn't say, why is he here? He doesn't have a right to be here. I was asking procedurally whether the process was accurate because, so yes, they got turned down for the 2013 master plan. The Planning Commission recommended not to make it CC, as did the town council. So if there was the change and mistake had to come.
Gentleman in the back of the room.
Had to come from that point on. So that's why I asked. So, I mean, the White Shopping Center was already there. The post office was already there. The Carnival Grounds was already there. And always, even when it was zoned residential or agriculture, whatever it was, always had activities there, which, you know, maybe shouldn't have been there, but they were. So all this stuff going back for decades is actually not relevant to this discussion because the challenge is why didn't you change our zone to CC in the 2013 master plan? It's like, well, these changes all happened before that. Now I'm getting like tired. Now, anyway.
All right, any other questions?
And Ms. Dickinson,
Well, let me just, you were asking why we, okay, so, and also it's also a balance. So we've got, as I said, all these residences, everything else other than the post office, it's all residences. You know, Park Avenue, Wildwood, people come, they show up, they talk to the Planning Commission, they send their emails, they make phone calls, you know, and so it's like a balance. It's like, why, what is the reason? What is the purpose of upzoning this one property, which is going to change the entire, potentially, because we don't know. All we know is what the code allows. So it would potentially change the entire residential nature of the west side of 27 that's all residential in Wildwood. And when the people moved to Wildwood, there was no indication that there was going to be a commercial, building anywhere in any master plan, when they purchased their property. So and I know that, people get angry, and I understand, but if you look back at the last 13 years, I try to be consistent, and I try to be fair, and I don't play favorites. I don't play favorites, and even if I like you, I don't like you, doesn't matter. So that is my thing. I'm consistent, and I try to be fair.
Okay.
So there's another part about why we did. Yeah. So and actually, I learned this from Peter Helt, like before the town council signed off on the 2013. It's like that you don't basically give one person or family this huge benefit and take away from the other people, because this property will become more valuable and every other property will become less valuable if this change goes through.
Another question,
That's why.
Ms. Dickinson, another question. In your opinion, as a planning commission member, is the pandemic a mistake that falls into the rezoning request under change or mistake?
Well, I think it would have to be changed, but, there's no real data, I mean, they have the burden, and even if somehow they prove change or mistake with this huge burden, the council is not required to change it anyway. But there's no data. It's all anecdotal. It's all circumstantial. It's like, oh, there was more packages. Well, I don't know if they're Amazon or UPS or Federal Express. There's more traffic. Well, there's more traffic from 2014 to 2021, 13 point whatever %. So that's going to be good if we then have another commercial property and it's like, oh, but everybody's going to start walking to this new bakery that we don't have no idea is going to exist because it might be something much more intensive.
All right, let's.
And just to summarize, thank you, Your
One
Honor.
more question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a record is being prepared, Your Honor. This is a quasi-judicial
I'm aware.
proceeding, okay? And I'm so sorry that it's taking so long.
I don't care
And-
about the time, but
Peter.
And that there are all sorts of
Information, please.
irrelevant
New
testimony that was
information,
introduced
please.
before we even had the opportunity to do our case.
One more question.
Okay. Along the same lines as the pandemic. Do you think that?
Oh, wait, that's what I forgot I was answering. Yes, I'm looking for the data. I didn't see any data you can hang your hat on that showed that the pandemic dramatically changed anything. I mean, there's speculation, there's like numbers that apply to the whole United States Postal Service, there's numbers that apply to packages that might be, I know I said this, UPS, Amazon, whatever. So I don't see how the pandemic, I mean, at least the testimony that we heard here, I don't see that how it proves anything.
Okay, and one more question, Ms. Dickinson. And the impact of the Lyshere Harrison property, Beck property, the post office plan, the activity on the carnival grounds, your opinion to each of those as to the fact that this is, to the ultimate issue, as to whether it's a change.
Well, as you all know, I don't know if you said Weiss. I mean, so the shopping center was already there, the carnival grounds were already there in great use. Harrison Lyshere is like a total unknown, which is way, way north. I mean, much more close to our property than it is to Dr. O'Brien's property, which is, some future, I can't remember what you call it, some just sort of unknown future event. Which doesn't matter if it's a surprise anyway. And I certainly would find it very, very, very surprising that the council would say, oh, now we're not going to have Harrison Lyshere, so we're going to make this one property community commercial. I mean, it would have affected the planning commission's decision in 2013. All right, so Harrison Lake Shear, total, I think, not relevant. You know, the Beck property, if it's relevant, it would give one pause, even greater pause to make this one commercial, because you're already going to have potentially all this additional traffic. And those folks I know, you know, who live in those townhouses or wherever, they're already like losing it because they think like there's going to be all this traffic coming through there. So if the Beck property to potential development is relevant, I think it would be more reason to not change this zoning to CC.
Post office?
Post office. Well, we already talked about that. We don't know the data. The data just says more packages. It doesn't say anything about the post office. Mr. Thaler didn't know the traffic related to the post office. The traffic he talked about was only on 27. The post office is, if there's some future event, it's in the future. You know, we don't know what it's going to be. I mean, and that's, I think there's a legal thing on that. It's like you can't make this decision based on what might happen in 5 years or 10 years or even 2 years because we don't know. It's speculative, and you know, and it's zone residential. And if it stops being a post office, if they move the post office to a shopping center, it will go back to being residential. And, you know, I don't know that that's true, but I have heard, you know, rumors, which have come up in this conversation this evening, you know, that the post office could be moving. So I don't know. But it's still residential, and that's all I have to say about the post office.
Okay.
Okay.
Your witness.
Counsel, do you have any questions?
So do you have any doubt that the...
Mark, can you speak into the microphone?
Microphone.
Excuse me. Do you have any doubt that the package deliveries at the post office has increased in the last 3 or 4 years? In real life, I mean, do you have any doubt?
I don't actually think what I think matters. I think what matters is you all providing data.
You're here to testify.
To
so
show.
I ask you a question. So do you?
Asked and answered.
Okay, no, I'll if
It
you
is
want.
council's
and answered.
turn to
No,
ask.
I'll continue.
You have to answer the question.
My understanding is from the things that I've read, which is a lot of newspapers, including the business sections like the New York Times and Washington Post, is that the package delivery for non-post office has increased dramatically. I have no idea about the post office.
You say there's no data. How about the data on the event facility use at the Fire Carnival grounds? Do you not believe that's data?
I don't. No, I don't refute that data. I think I was having trouble hearing. I was way back there. But like in my view, as I think I made pretty clear, the Carnival grounds is on the commercially developed side of the street of 27, and this is the residential side of 27.
So you do believe there's a demarcation line that runs down 27?
Oh, I've said it right here. It's in the Board of Appeals opinion.
Oh, you mean the 1987 Board of Appeals decision?
Oh, you think it's not
on a
relevant?
Special exception case?
Oh, you think it's not relevant? It's
Well-
what gave them the special exception.
Direct question, please. Let's
I think it's very relevant. Yes.
So
I think she testified that it was relevant.
do you believe that
Not your turn to speak.
I'm counsel.
Okay.
His opportunity to redirect.
Cross,
Do
yes.
you believe that the 1987 decision in that special exception case created a demarcation line that binds the town of Mount Airy in future planning actions?
I think it speaks for itself. It lays out that in the Board of Appeals at the time, who granted the special exception, pretty clearly stated that the east side of this street, the east side of 27 would be the commercial side.
Can you read in paragraph D?
There's D and E, yes.
D and E.
And the north of Dr. O'Brien and to the west and to the south would be residential.
Well, do you understand how those decisions work? I mean, do you realize those are findings of fact?
I do realize
that
that.
was made by the Board of
I
Zoning
do,
Appeals?
yes.
Okay, so the Board of Zoning Appeals found that generally the neighborhood is, et cetera, et cetera. That finding of fact as to what was on the ground in 1987, you now extrapolate to creating some sort of a principle that's binding on future 43, what's that, 33, 40 years hence?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Yep. And it doesn't have to be binding because you have the burden and the council gets to make the decision. And even if they think, oh, maybe there was a change, they're not bound to do what you want them to do, no matter what you prove, because that's what the Court of Appeals says in all these decisions. So, and remember, I wasn't qualified as an expert. So, I'm just testifying to what I know and the facts that I have. And, and if you want to know, to throw it back at you, it's like if this property had not gotten the special exception and was still residential, I don't think that there'd be any question that they wouldn't now be getting commercial. I think it's predominantly based on the fact that they've had a business there since 1987 or soon thereafter, and that somehow that, from that point, they should get this. They got this benefit all these years, and now they should get an additional benefit to be commercial. Now, if they were residential, I don't even think that we'd be here if that property was being used as a residence and not as a business. I don't think that they would have been coming and trying to become commercial. So, whatever it speaks for itself. It's up to the council what they think about the Board of Appeals findings.
You testified that this rezoning would constitute a detriment to the neighbors, right?
Well, that's what they've said.
No. You testified to it. What is the basis for you stating that?
The basis is that it will become commercial with potentially everything that's in. You know the code. You're the expert. I'm not a zoning attorney.
No.
When you're
Your
commercial,
basis is it's going to become commercial, therefore it's going to be a detriment.
Well, it very well could.
Okay.
Yes.
Where do you live in relationship to this property?
It's not about me.
No, where do you live?
I live on Main Street. I live on Main Street.
How far away from this property?
I don't know, half a mile?
Can you see it from your property?
No.
Can you smell it from your property?
I don't think this is relevant. This is totally irrelevant.
Objection, Your Honor.
Anybody who lives in the town is going to be
Let's ask
impacted.
constructive questions.
Yeah, well, you can testify next.
Next question.
I think it goes to the weight of the testimony. If somebody lives next door, they are obviously in a different position than somebody who lives a mile away. Doesn't mean she can't testify. It means that her testimony maybe is not as probative.
Well, maybe I just have a little bit of experience that seems relevant to the group,
Now-
regardless of where I live. I think it's actually, refreshing that I don't have, it will impact me to some extent because obviously I use that, intersection.
Guys, we have to go back to
but it's-
question and
But it's not
answer.
like I don't have some personal vested, negative or positive against Dr. O'Brien or this property. I think that
Guys,
it's
we
the best.
have to get back on topic, and we can't keep rehashing what we've already said. Do you have any further
harassing me,
questions?
so.
One more. Within the last 6 months or so, have you advocated for and voted for a proposed ordinance which would create a buffer which arguably would have torpedoed this individual rezoning application? And I'm referring to the buffer ordinance from CC.
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
Did you propose or advocate, along with others, an ordinance which would have required that any future zoning action by the town not allow a CC next to residential?
In the past 6 months? No.
Well, in the past year.
I may have. I don't know how long ago
You
it
don't
was.
remember?
I don't know how long ago it was.
Did you do it?
Maybe like 5 years ago?
March.
Objection, Your Honor. If he's going to testify, he can get up and testify.
Now, did that ordinance pass?
I have no idea. I'm not even sure what you're talking about, so I can't tell you for
For the
sure.
buffer ordinance that would have created, okay, never mind.
I mean, I didn't get to see like any of the exhibits that you put into evidence, so I'm not really sure what you're
Well,
talking
it's not in evidence,
Okay.
but I remember it. I was here for the consideration by the council.
Objection, Your Honor.
I
Question,
can
please.
say, that I have as part of the planning commission, I and others have long advocated, and we just haven't really gotten the time to do it, to amend the zoning code to make it consistent. I certainly believe it needs to be consistent and that it's not, but.
Council, do you have any other questions? All right, any redirect?
Redirect based on cross, just a couple. There was some testimony that on redirect, Ms. Dickinson, some testimony on redirect about questions. About activities at the carnival ground, Mr. Thaler said they went up from 120 to 188 over the course of time, a 56% increase. I would like to ask you about the nature of events at the carnival ground.
Yes.
Tell me about the different events that occur on the carnival ground and this 56% increase. That's really,
this is what I know
and
about
how
the
they
various
might
events.
impact on a change argument.
There's at least one carnival a year, maybe two, that's a fireman's carnival, and they might have a second one, I forget. They usually do like once a year, there's like a big car show thing. I think once a year is a
I
flea
don't know
market.
that the nature of the events is that relevant here. I mean,
I think it's because somebody had said there's an increase in the activities.
That's part of
So-
the argument that they're making. There's an increase in
Yeah.
activity at carnival ground. I just want to
So
indicate
there's-
that they're not all July 4th activities. Are they all similar
No,
to
that's
July
only
4th
on
activities?
July 4th. There's baseball games, Little League, whatever.
Thank you. I think we're making a record, Your Honor. We are making a record just like they're making a record, and I am so sorry, but this is the way these proceedings.
do you have any other questions?
I have no further questions for you.
Okay. Mr. Clark? Okay.
Councilwoman Galletti?
Yeah, I have one
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry.
So, yeah, you're not off yet. So I just need you to clarify one thing. It was quite a while ago,
Okay.
but luckily I was taking notes. So you said what would be the purpose of upzoning this one property? So in the 13 years you've been on planning, you've never upzoned a property? As planning?
Let me think.
Yeah.
We, in the 2013 plan, we gave neighborhood professional to the properties near Five Guys. So that would be like Dr. Schwartz just got his final approval. I can't even think of.
Chiropractor.
Yeah, well, he's the eye doctor, but he just got his final approval.
Right, I said, and like the chiropractor, those
Oh,
are
yeah,
neighborhood
he's right next to Dr.
Okay.
Andrew, even though Andrew's probably his first
Okay.
name. We've only done neighborhood professional. In fact,
You did upzone some properties, though.
to neighborhood professional.
Okay.
So wait, and let me just say, in fact, some of them requested limited commercial, and we said no, neighborhood professional. And you know neighborhood professional, it's just very, very low key. It's like, it's the neighborhood professional and the limited commercial were created so that you'd have the buffer. So it's supposed to be residential, neighborhood professional, and then that would be a buffer before limited commercial. The thing is that when they amended, when they created those zones, they didn't change anything else to be consistent with that. But yeah, the only thing we've upzoned for 2013 was neighborhood up to neighborhood.
So we did upzone other properties, all right.
Well, I shouldn't use it. I mean, you know what neighborhood professional is for, right?
Yeah, but if you recall, I asked you about a year ago to send me the detail of all the zoning.
I
Because
know,
you guys
but
kept
I
getting
didn't
mad at our
have-
council.
I know,
So let
but
me
I
stick to my
wanted you guys to
question.
come and meet with us.
So my next question.
Because I'm a
so-
volunteer and I don't have like tons and tons of extra time.
And I teach, so they'll be thrilled in the morning when I'm tired.
I know.
So then, my other question is, when someone asks you why you, because you can only answer to your votes on Planning Commission, why you had denied, and you said you had the Board of Appeals information, which was this evidence from 1987, and the 2003 and 2013 master plan, where if it was a mistake originally, it needed to be requested sooner. So where I'm confused and lost is a little while later you said, all of this going back decades is not relevant to this discussion. So you've lost me when you say you use that for your
What
decision.
did I say that in response to?
You just said in general, you were talking about the plaintiff's evidence, and all of this going back decades is not relevant to this discussion.
I can't, unless you
So
can
I wrote
tell-
it down exactly what you
Unless you
said.
can tell me what I was.
So my question is,
wait.
can you clarify? Because
No,
you said it was
if you
part
can
of
tell me,
your...
if you can tell me what I was answering to, then because if not, I don't know what.
You were talking in general about when you had denied his request, the information you had to look at, and then going back decades, you were talking about their evidence for this, what we're doing right now, this discussion here. So my question is...
Oh, I know, yes.
So clarify. So my question is, how is it relevant to your decisions as early as 2 months ago, March, whatever that was, but not relevant to right now? So that's where I'm lost. You're saying this old information
So I was,
wasn't...
when I said going back, what I meant was, I think, if I know what you're talking about, is that when they're, when they're showing pictures of what something was like in the early 90s or, before Weiss was built, that's not relevant because the change in mistake goes back to the last master plan. This is a challenge to us not giving them community commercial in the 2013 master plan. All that stuff was already there.
Okay.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was just not clear what you were talking about. Neighborhood professional is when there's, a house that hasn't been used or, so it's very kind of, it's to use places that generally, other people try to get it when they're not going to have a business, but it's usually for like.
Right, but that wasn't my question, neighborhood
Oh,
professional.
all right.
My question was
Yeah.
just about
Yeah.
Right.
old data then, but old data you made your decision with. So that was my question.
No, we didn't make our decision with old data, no.
I have no
Did
questions.
I clarify that for you? I think I've confused
No,
everyone.
we understand.
We didn't make our decision based on old data.
So
no.
I asked,
I have
you
no
had said how
questions.
you made your decision. You looked at the Board of Appeals information from 1987 and the 2003 and the 2013 master plan. So if it was a mistake.
No, we didn't look at the 2-3,000, no.
I'm saying
We
that's
ma-
what you said when you were asked.
It's
think from your
because,
counsel, how you make
because if it was a mistake in 2003, if there was a change, I don't know, I'm getting like
Yeah.
the whole change mistake.
Okay, next.
But I also, as I pointed out, I think in great detail was also about residents. It's not just what it says in the findings, it's that it is residential on the west side, and it
All right.
is commercial on the east side.
Okay, I have no questions.
All right. Thank you. I do have one question here regarding the definition in the Board of Appeals that there has been a demarcation line set at 27. I take that as running up and down 27 along Mount Airy. I believe in the current 2023 master plan request for rezoning, there was a property that we kind of know as the Hopman property, which is, I believe, above that demarcation line. And I'm not saying you personally, I cannot remember how the vote went, but it's been said that the Planning Commission has denoted 27 as a demarcation line. And the Hopman property, I believe, where is the Hopman property located?
It's on It's on Watersville, and it backs up to Pars Ridge.
Okay, and is that north or south, west or east of 2027?
That is west side
Okay.
of 27.
Was that, west of 27. What was that upzone to?
Was that up zone? I don't
Yeah,
know.
it was upzone from, I believe, residential to neighborhood professional, I believe.
I don't.
I believe so. I might be incorrect. I know they
Wait,
wanted.
hold on for a second. Do you remember that, John? I don't remember.
Yeah,
Not aware.
I know.
I mean, let me just correct. I shouldn't have used that term because neighborhood professional is like, an office,
Yeah,
a doctor's
low-intensive
office,
use.
whatever.
Okay.
A little business. It's not any intensity at all. But but the thing is, like, I don't remember them even coming up. I remember they came up before, and they could never
Okay.
get.
This
They-
hearing
wait,
is
wait,
not
you
about the
asked me.
Hopman
Hold on,
property.
I know, but let me just say, because it's a little consistent. We would never give them commercial because they back up to the park and the elementary school.
Well, it
So it's
doesn't-
actually a good example of not doing
Okay,
something.
Leslie,
Yes.
question's been asked, answered. I'm trying to make the point where the demarcation line is highly liberal in members of the Planning Commission because, quite frankly, I'll make another question too. MXD Beck property. What was the zoning classification of those properties on the west side prior to the application of MXD?
I think it's mostly residential with a little bit
And
of,
community commercial, yet again, west and east. So there is no demarcation line agreed to in the findings and discussion,
no,
in my
actually,
view.
hold on, Carl. Hold on.
Okay.
This is the findings in this particular case
You kept
for
saying.
the special exception.
Okay.
I didn't call anything a demarcation. I'm saying these two paragraphs, the Board of Appeals, when they granted special exception, this is what they said. They said, you can do this because it's consistent, it's not going to create some huge, there's some other stuff in here, it's not going to create some huge traffic problem because it's a vet. So-
I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is you have, last question. Have you not, I believe the record, we've heard many times people say D&E, I believe you've heard and spoken to. Have you not spoken that says these two paragraphs establishes a demarcation line that no matter where it is on 27, it has always been the Planning Commission's intentions that commercial stays east, residential stays west?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
I think what we're talking about here is.
Question's been
We're
answered
talking about,
and asked.
don't play.
No, I'm not
play.
playing. Question has been asked. You have answered.
This says.
I'm done questioning.
This is
Councilman DeMotor.
community commercial. I think that you were trying to put words in my mouth, and I'd like
No,
to
I'm not.
find out more about that
No,
Mountain
I'm not,
property.
but there is no demarcation line. This is a statement of finding. You have said it.
Well, maybe, I don't recall.
You have
Do you have
said
me
it.
on tape?
Go ahead. Okay, no.
Councilmember DeMotor?
Everybody done? I have no questions.
Very good.
Must be getting.
I guess I've been thorough. Thank
Yes.
you.
Your Honor, before I finish, just another point of clarification and procedure. Am I going to get an opportunity for a closing argument?
You will,
Okay, and when will that opportunity come?
when we're all done.
And is that after you finish deciding?
No,
What does
no,
that mean, when we're all done?
When we get through everyone in the audience that wants to give testimony. At the
Okay.
very end of that, the
Right, so
applicant's
right now, we're
counsel-
still in the middle of the
Correct.
proceedings. Okay, I would like to make some motions right now, and you can politely deny. I would like to strike all the written evidence that was submitted by Dr. O'Brien and counsel in this proceeding, because I was not provided copies of those prior to the proceeding. That's my motion. I would like to strike all those.
It's denied.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Is this the appropriate time for comments?
Yes, just state your name. Testimony.
Dick Swanson, 1107 South Main
Real
Street.
quick, were you here when we swore everyone in?
Yes.
Okay, you're good.
Just to hopefully change the tone a little bit of this proceeding. They've talked a lot about changing the zoning, and that's the purpose of this. But I want just to put something on the record that has to do with special exceptions, in case that comes up as the next discussion. And that is that in 2012, the law was changed because I was involved in issues dealing with Main Street, and in looking at the properties up and down Park Avenue, the code reads that they would not get a special exception for any property going up or down Park Avenue. And I think the record should indicate that, so that in case that comes up. That's my comment. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions?
Did you just say that there's a code provision in the Mount Airy Code that prevents special exceptions in a certain geographical area?
Not in a special geographic area. It is based on, if you, in order to get a special exception, that you can, you have to abut the property and it has to be on a corner. And since there are no properties that would be zoned commercial, or for that matter, already have a special exception, there are no properties up there that both abut and are on a corner.
No further questions.
Thank you. Council?
Can you just clarify, because I think he kind of, I got lost like council did. I think what you said, Dick, was according to the code, a special exception, any future special exception on Park Avenue, if someone wanted commercial, has to abut Doc O'Brien's property or be on a corner. Is that what you said?
And beyond the corner.
And
yeah.
beyond the corner.
Yes.
So there's no other, that's what you meant when you said there's no other property on Park Avenue that could, so it might not be this cascade effect of everyone's going to want commercial.
Not through the special exception provision of the code.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dick, you just don't, I know you don't happen to remember where in the code that is?
It's in, it's part of, I think it's chapter 112, zoning. It's in the zoning chapter.
All right, no, thank you. That's news to me too on that one, so thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No, I'm not a witness. Leslie Dickinson. I just wanted to respond to what Dick Swanson just said. So I assume, I don't know, I assume it's true, but the opening the door to other properties requesting community commercial has nothing to do with a special exception. Special exception is when you have your residential and then you're requesting to use your property as something else. What people on Park Avenue are concerned about is a cascade of people who request a zoning change to commercial, because if this property becomes commercial, that's not relevant at all to what is potentially going to happen here.
And I've been sworn in. Sheila Pyatt, 705 Park Avenue. A lot of the what I'm going to be reading has been spoken about, but my husband and I were the original signatures on the petition to allow Dr. O'Brien to come in. We were the young people on the block at the time. Now it has reversed, but we were the signatures on the petition allowing him to come in. Without the support of residents along Park Avenue, Dr. O'Brien would not have been given his special exception to operate his veterinary practice in 1987. The Planning Commission was split. The Board of Appeals granted this exception since so many neighbors approved. The Board of Appeals wrote an exhaustive set of criteria to support this decision. There were no mistakes. In 2012, Dr. O'Brien chose to violate this agreement by applying for commercial zoning. The Board of Appeals document was missing in the town records because of a move. I requested these documents be retrieved. During this 2013 master plan process, this Board of Appeals conditions was part of the decision to deny Dr. O'Brien's request. But the most crucial point was that Route 27 was a dividing line between 100% residential zoning on the western side, including Park Avenue, and a mix of residential zoning on the eastern side with no commercial. This reasoning was well documented and explained during the master plan hearings. The neighborhood along Park Avenue, Beck Drive, Marydale Drive, and Wildwood Senior Housing Development is largely unchanged since 1987, and in fact is more residential as houses were added. The neighborhood is consistent with the description in the Board of Appeals findings. There is no mistake, nor is there a change in the neighborhood. Mount Airy Park Avenue was always known as the gateway to Mount Airy. We have lived on Park Avenue for over 40 years, so we have not seen any change. Our neighbor moved into his house right across the street on O'Brien's side in 1958, and when we spoke to him recently, he's in his 90s, he said he remembers there is no change on the street since 1958. We have a developer, he's a contractor. He bought the house on Park Avenue and Marydale. He's fixing it up. He was hoping him and his wife would move in there as a retirement home. So there is nothing that's coming on Park Avenue that says residential. We were living there when the post office came. Nobody really wanted it, but it was a government building. Again, it got a special exception because it was zoned residential. We hear the helicopters, just like the O'Briens. The post office is there. We have the traffic. But if you live in town, this is what comes with living in town. And we love it. I never wanted to move out of the town. So I like the sidewalks, and I like having neighbors. So to convert his property into commercial, you just set up a whole line of people coming in saying, I want it. I can come in and say, I want business professional. Would you turn me down? I can't see how you would. If you're giving him across the street and the neighbor comes in and says, well, I'd like commercial too. So it's just a real bad precedent to start. He's never been a problem. The traffic has never been an issue with O'Brien. But it's very upsetting because we were the original petitioners. We had the understanding that when he retires, closes up, it goes back to residential, not to what he's claiming. I have a petition here, 42 signatures. These people knew what they were signing. They live on Park Avenue, Beck Drive. They live in the neighborhood. I'd like to present this as evidence.
Holly, is that exhibit 15? 16. Accepted.
So I can look at you. I'm a little tired.
Just make sure you speak into the microphone.
It's been a long, one nuance is that at the 2014 master plan hearing, I was present, and Carl's right about this. There was commercial land north of Watkins Park, and before the master plan, that was smaller, then it kind of grew, but there was always commercial there, and there was always commercial down where the Safeway Shopping Center is. And there was a lot of flack because of the carnival grounds being given residential, and it turns out they were true to their word. They really didn't, misuse it. I thought it was a good decision. I had some misgivings at the time, but this famous delineation existed between roughly Watkins Park and probably where the meeting up spot there is right before you get to the shopping center. So it was a fairly narrow band, but it was an important band because there was such a controversy over this losing our residential status. That was and there was a lot of discussion about it, but it was sort of a tacit understanding that it was a fairly narrow band. And I think the famous thing that's been read about 4 times about the definition of the neighborhood that fit into that. Another thing that I would like to really emphasize is that my career was spent working in the federal government. I worked for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and I worked on what happened after 3 Mile Island. And I really can tell you what a mistake is. That was a mistake. I spent about 10 years studying.
Mr. Pyatt, can you stay on topic, please?
Okay, I'm trying to say that I studied human errors, how people make mistakes. A lot of the things that were identified in the package of 5 items to be considered for this zoning request were things that happened, but they weren't necessarily a mistake. The pandemic is an act of God. There was a whole group of people that work on acts of God, things like lightning strikes and earthquakes and whatever. But a pandemic, these type of things are unforeseen events that happen, but they're not mistakes. A mistake is if somebody mistypes something, and I just looked up the definition tonight. A mistake is either a conscience or the fact that you know you did something wrong. Maybe you didn't mean to, but when you crash into somebody going the other way at an intersection, somebody made a mistake. So the term mistake was used very liberally, too liberally, because there were all these, and I think Mr. DeMotor did touch on that, and I know you were thinking that, but if you have 5 things that happen serendipitously, that's not a mistake. That's a whole bunch of stuff that happens. Mount Airy is a very complex town. When the Board of Appeals decision was written, I looked it up today, it was about 2,500 to 3,000 people. We're at 10,000 people. Things have really grown. Park Avenue was sort of the center of the universe for a lot of us at the time. But a lot of things happened. We added all those houses on the western side of town. We considered, negotiating with the county on LaShara Harrison. We entered into all these things, but they weren't mistakes when they don't work out. They're just a series of events. So you can't use that argument to say, oh, gee, if you add all these things together, it's a mistake. They weren't really mistakes, and I don't see any mistakes made. Were there changes in the neighborhood? Sure, but not substantially not. Surprisingly, when we go up and down our street, in many ways it hasn't changed in 40 years. In some ways it has, but it's 100% residential, and people live and pass away in those houses and turn them over to their children. It's that kind of a neighborhood. I don't know. I still don't understand the logic of the commercial request. It just defies my, I've been thinking about it for a long time. There's some other maneuver coming. I think one possibility is that they're trying to get the post office to move, and that's 2.5 acres. And since Dr. O'Brien would get commercial, then you sure as hell would have to give them commercial or something like that. I just can't see the logic of all this, just the money that was spent, just the money this evening on all the attorneys and, consultants. I didn't get any of it, but there was so much effort spent. I can't see it all being done for a little measly 13,000 square foot piece of land. I guess that's just me. And finally, I have one document I would also like to add into evidence. It was important information for evidentiary hearing on 806 Park Avenue. It was in our Mr. McCarron's package, and I'd like to have this introduced as evidence, if that's okay. I'll turn it over, and you guys have been patient or whatever. Appreciate it.
What is it? Oh, this is,
Mr. Pyatt's email that he sent us.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Counselor, do you have a question for him?
I do. More than a few. Oh, boy. You got the microphone there. Now, you've opposed the O'Brien zoning request for 10 years or so, have you not?
I have somewhat opposed it.
You speak into the microphone.
Yes, I have, I'm the kind of person that when things don't make sense, I question it. So I could never figure out why Dr. O'Brien wanted his property so badly commercial.
Have you opposed it?
Just answer the question.
I
Have
did-
you
I
opposed
did-
it? Yes
I
or no?
did- I did take actions to oppose it.
And you're here tonight to oppose it, correct?
Yeah,
Are you in favor of it?
I've stated my reasons. I mean, I guess you could say I was opposed to it.
Yeah, I guess so. Now, have the O'Briens, in your experience, used their property responsibly over the years?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. During the course of your opposition to the O'Brien's request, have you made statements about the request and the process that were not true?
I doubt it. I mean,
Well, let me list a few for you.
Okay.
Did you, and I have the, let me give you a packet of information, and I'd like to introduce this
Okay.
as my exhibit.
Thank you. All right.
Let's start from the second page of that document I just gave you, which is, by the way, the same document, at least the beginning.
That was, that was
Okay.
introduced.
Look at down toward the middle, request for rezoning to commercial while practicing veterinary services under B of A restrictions.
Okay.
You stay in there, it's likely illegal, and that Dr. O'Brien is in violation of his agreement, and he should not be allowed to continue at all in the current master plan?
Oh,
Is that your statement?
That's what we've been arguing all night.
No, you make a statement that his rezoning request is illegal?
Well, illegal, in whether it's a tort or a felony or a misdemeanor, it was in violation of an agreement.
And what's that agreement?
The Board of Appeals.
Is that the agreement that you stood up in a public hearing at the fire hall in 2013 and claimed that there was, in fact, a written agreement to the effect that Dr. O'Brien, when he stopped his veterinary practice, would discontinue or lose his special exception? Did you state that?
That was 10 years ago, if you say it was.
Well, it was a pretty big deal, wasn't it? Because didn't Councilman Everidge send a letter to the editor stating that Mr. Pyatt made a similar claim of the existence of documents and legal agreements that would prohibit a rezoning? I instructed town staff to pull all of the old records. After an extensive search, no such documents were found. That's a letter the editor published September 17, 2014.
We went through that with newspapers earlier. I'm responsible for what people write in newspapers, and I'm not responsible for the fact that newspapers publish them. Factually, what I think happened was Mr. Everidge took my council seat, and I think planning and zoning. So during one of the discussions in town, and this is where Mrs. Pyatt came, we realized that this document was missing.
The agreement?
The agreement was
Well,
not
there
in the
was
record.
no agreement, was there?
Well, the BOE findings.
Okay, but there was no agreement, was
we're
there?
splitting hairs. If you have a Board of Appeals agreement and you violate it, however you want to characterize it. I characterize it as being illegal. Maybe you could split hairs and say it wasn't.
The splitting hairs, there was no agreement. Now, subsequent to that letter by Councilman Everidge, you didn't let it sit, did you?
I have
You
no
then,
idea.
you did, well, turn to this page.
Are you going to come to my,
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to show you some, what I'm talking about. Here's the letter from Councilman Everidge.
Can you speak into the microphone, please? 1 second.
okay. On a different rezoning request, Mr. Pyatt made a similar claim of the existence of documents and legal agreements. Well, see, I'm referring to the Board of Appeals, and we did get another document from the former chairman of the Board of Appeals, Mr. Bob Woodward, that's in the records.
I'm aware of that.
Okay,
and
and
testify
he-
to that later if you want to.
Okay,
Now-
he basically-
Now it's my turn. It's my turn. Now.
Oh, wait a minute.
If I may wonder, like, what is the procedural, what is the relevance of this? It just seems like,
It is, you need to sit down and stop disrupting this meeting. It is council's term to redirect a gentleman that just gave testimony.
Yeah.
Okay, can you turn then, you didn't let it slip. You then sent an email to Peter Health, did you not?
I guess I did.
Let me show you where this is. This one right here. No, wait a minute. Right there.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's, and you, so on 9/24/2014, a couple days later, Peter, following a review of Councilman Everidge's letter in the Messenger on September 17th, and to which I drafted a response before I went away for the weekend, I am of the opinion that he perjured himself. He, one, is under an oath of office, and two, his actions were deliberately intended to skew public opinion. It is unclear whether he benefited financially, but the possibility is strong that he did. And I believe the ethics limbo we're in due to not passing the state mandated law precludes determining this. Did you send that email?
I guess I did. You have a
Do
copy
you have
of
any
it.
basis for believing that Councilman Everidge benefited financially from that
I didn't
matter?
say he did.
Council, I would ask you to either get to your point quickly or get back on topic.
My point is this, and I have other instances, probably 2 or 3. My point is this, that Mr. Pyatt will do and say almost anything, whether it's true or not, when he adamantly and passionately opposes a project. And here,
Well, I guess I was passionate. I never.
you don't even, and then your wife sent a letter to the editor saying that Dr. Bryan's not a decent human, right?
You have to
That's
ask
the
her.
Mensch
You
letter.
have to ask her. I can't,
You don't know what she does,
You
okay.
can bring her up and ask if you want.
All right. Now, you did the same thing with regard to the fire company, did you not, when they wanted their CC? That is, you went out and made totally outrageous and untrue statements about their request, did you not?
I don't know if I made outrageous or not.
Let's take a look at the newspaper article you wrote. Are you?
Clark, I think we get your
You
point.
get the, yeah, no, you can keep, yeah.
Well, I'll cut to the chase a little bit. When you write an article, that you can trust that, can't you? Because here's the opinion letter from August 7th, 2014 in there, right? And then here's the fire company's response by Bruce Walls, in which he points out, like I am today, the numerous innuendo, rumor, and frankly, untrue statements that you made regarding them. For instance, a $30 to $40 million profit they were going to make.
Well, I did get an opinion on the $30 million for the value of the property.
And did you,
That wasn't made up. I mean, I did get an informal appraisal.
What'd he say? He said it was, anyway. Now, did you do the same thing in the run-up to this hearing? Did you go to Wildwood and tell those senior people that there was going to be a CVS or a vape shop or something?
I didn't go, that was another gentleman. I didn't go to Wildwood.
Now, just today, in your direct testimony, you have suggested, again, without any evidence whatsoever, unless you have some that I haven't heard, that somehow there's a conspiracy between the O'Briens and the post office. You can't, to get this property rezoned to help the post office do something. Is that the kind of rumors you're spreading around the
I said
neighborhood?
it was a possibility. I didn't say it was a rumor. I just said it was a possibility. Do you deny that it was a possibility?
Yeah, I do deny it's a possibility.
So you don't think it's possible? That's good to know.
Well, I mean,
Questions, please. Questions and answers.
so what's your real fear here with this rezoning? What's the real, how does your horse get gored or your ox get gored if this thing gets rezoned?
I just have a gut feeling that when somebody goes to this much trouble for 10 or 15 years and spends the kind of money that we're seeing here tonight and in past meetings, that something is afoot. People don't spend, I mean, okay, you put a lot of time and effort into this case. Is this your associate?
My partner.
I mean, you guys have run up, I mean, give me a ballpark, $100,000?
I don't know that the cost of legal, that's a personal
But I'm just
expense for
saying,
Doc
the
O'Brien.
point, you asked the question of what drives my engine. And it's a fear that with this much energy and money and effort, in the end, it's not going to be good for the neighborhood.
So there's something out there that you can't put your finger on, and that's the reason why you're asking this council to turn this down. Is that what it is? Is that what it comes down to?
There was a lot of effort put into the master plan to address this issue of residential and commercial abutting each other. And I thought it was, you know, I didn't go to all the hearings, but I thought that was a premise that the town was working on for this master plan in particular. As a matter of fact, it might have been the focus of the new master plan until some of these other things came up to address the congruence of commercial and residential abutting each other. I mean,
Well,
you go to those
I'm
meetings
not talking
too.
about the master plan. I'm talking about
Well,
on the
it's-
ground in
it's-
real life.
It's the congruence of, look at what happened in South Main Street, where you had maybe 10 houses. This person wants commercial, this one doesn't, this one gets residential, this one didn't. It's very unnerving. You're in a bad situation if your neighbor wants commercial and you don't, or vice versa. Maybe you want commercial and he doesn't. This sets a precedent for that in the master plan, and I think you touched on that earlier when you sort of, you know, grilled Leslie Dickinson about it.
Okay.
But I think it's a real concern.
Okay.
So you can argue or not it, but I think it's a concern.
Okay. Now, you've been involved in town government over the years off and on, have you not?
Yeah.
You just talked about the master plan, and you've been involved in discussions of the master plan, et cetera, right?
I guess so.
Are you aware that state law provides that master plans are supposed to be updated every 6 years?
I thought it was every 10 years.
It used to be 10. It's been down to 6. You aware of that? No?
You know, I have to say I didn't. I've been more active the last year because of a
So
project
this one's
we can't
overdue.
mention.
Wouldn't you say this one's overdue? And it,
You know, I remember the master plan of 2003 was done, and within months, they came in with the Zeltman annexation, which was the
Let's get
largest
back on topic.
plan. So a master plan is a snapshot in time. It's required by state law. I think they go overboard a little bit, but it's just a plan. The only thing that really has any teeth in it is Chapter 4, which is the zoning. The rest of it is, you can call it mistakes or not mistakes. It's useful information, but the only people that seem to get concerned are the state people. I'm not belittling it.
Do you agree with me that there comes a time when the passage of time indicates that it's a good idea to update the zoning in the town?
Yes, we're always evolving zoning. It has changed over the years. It used to be residential, commercial, industrial. Now we have nuances in zoning. But as we've seen with mixed-use zoning, you have to take your time. That, we went too fast, so it has to evolve, but you have to know what you're doing before you pull the trigger on it.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to offer into evidence my 15.
It's accepted,
Yeah.
Okay, council, do you have any questions for Mr. Pyatt? No, I have no questions.
No questions, sorry.
Would anyone else like to give testimony? Come on up.
I'll switch things up a little bit. My name is John Superson. I'm a town resident for the last 23 years. My family moved here from Howard County. Raised 3 girls, all grown up, and I got grandkids now. So I've known Mike most the whole bit of time. My degree is not in engineering or a judicial degree, but it's in criminal justice. But I can tell you that as we know with the traffic a few years back, when I was listening to the town hearing with the zoning, there's over 30,000 vehicles that do come through that intersection. I researched it back then. The area's changed. We talk about the zoning and a lot of stipulations from 1987 and the master plan. Things have changed. Okay, I'm forward with change. We have a delineation line. I believe that the verbiage was used that goes from east-west, goes back and forth. There's no rhyme or reason for that. I was there at the one hearing where the individuals said that the commercial gave specifics on which side, the commercial and the residential was. It's not like that, okay? Things have changed. Looking back now, I sit at that intersection, okay, where I live north of where the O'Brien's properties on Park Avenue is. I'm not sitting at that bumper to bumper. I'll make a left on Park Avenue. I go down Park Avenue and I watch everyone blow through that stop sign and go in excess of the speed limit around the corner, okay? I've been over at Mike's place before. I also run an off-duty police security company. My officers are sometimes in assistance with Mount Airy and state police working the 4th of July. We run crime scene tape on his property. Hundreds of people come across. We push them back. They urinate on his lawn. Things have changed. It's larger. It's bigger. There's other functions going on over there. We have friends that come by and family that come by through that intersection. They always say how beautiful that property looks on their left, but the first thing they say is, there's no way that's residential. You can't let your pet loose on a leash there. Fear of being run over on 27 or Park Avenue. You can't teach your kid to ride a bike. I know there's families up there on Park Avenue, and I sat on that side of the room where they have families over there. How do you teach your kid to ride a bike? You can't put them in a post office because they come in the wrong way. People come the wrong way into the post office instead of adhering to the rules. Again, things have changed, and I'm for change. And I'm for his request for CC, and I'm looking at the council to look at this thing as a totality. We've been here for over 5.5 hours. I've listened to a judiciary smokescreen. It's dragged out. We've listened to the same aspects over and over and over ad nauseum until the lady that represents the Planning Commission, to the point where she doesn't even know what she's saying at this point, because she's tired. We're going over this on and on and on.
I don't think you should be looking at other
Just stay on topic, please.
Okay. So, and I apologize, but I know you're tired. We're all tired, okay? So, you know, my recommendation is we're for the CC, and that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you.
Reader. Okay. Anyone else? Come on, don't be shy.
How you doing? Good evening, almost morning. My name is Michael O'Brien. We are not related, oddly enough. Grew up in Boston, Massachusetts. My wife and I moved here from Ellicott City. We have two beautiful girls. Back one of my neighbors is here in the crowd. John did a great job explaining what we went through, his background. I have a very similar background. Going to keep it simple. Whether he's been here 34 years or not, he's an incredible person, right? I don't have any zoning background. I am criminal justice. That is my forte, for lack of better terms. One thing I can tell you is that he's a good man. All right. I don't know, back and forth spatting from neighbors. Been there, done that, dressed that. It happens. We've had 3 dogs. I wouldn't bring them to any other person. Okay. We had to put one of our dogs down. Our kids are there. No better person. All right, I understand things get kind of hostile in these type of situations. No one has a crystal ball, right? There's no flux capacity or anything like that to say, hey, what's going to happen to this property in 5 years? But this town is progressing. This is a very sought-after town. This heated argument is going to be very common because it's just going to have no choice but to expand.
Sheila, guys, you need to be respectful when people are talking.
So I'll leave it at that. It's late. Thank you very much. Any questions?
No
Thank you.
questions. Anyone else?
I wasn't here when you guys was swearing people in.
All right, let me swear you in real quick.
Okay.
Yep. Anyone who hasn't been sworn in that plans to talk, just raise your right hand. You ready? No. Do you declare to affirm, under the penalties of perjury, that the testimony you are about to give shall be truthful, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Okay. His name is Eric Diggs. I do not live in Mount Airy, as I stated before in one of these meetings. And you guys did the Pledge of Allegiance when you...
We did.
You did, right? And that's very impressive, you know. And once I was down at the Orioles ballpark, trying to rush in. The game was kind of started, and they was doing the Pledge of Allegiance. I was outside the stadium. Everybody stood up. Wow, I never did that before, and that's impressive. What you people are doing here is very impressive. You know, it's just like, this is what this country's about. It's very small, very minute. This man is very impressive. And when he was given his resume, one of the things he didn't talk about, how did he get here? What did he do to become a veterinarian? He went to the Philippines. He studied in the Philippines to become a vet, until he could get into one of the major schools here. Just talking about somebody's heart. This man, when he was there, he was good with cars and gambling and stuff, you know. Very young, and he won a lot of money. I love this story. And in Christmas time, all of his friends wanted to go home for Christmas. He used that money to bring them home. Who does that? And these people, these vets that was trying to learn the profession, you know, got drunk on the plane. You know, we should be there right now, right? This is so late. But they got drunk on the plane. And one of them was on the floor of the plane with his veterinary shears cutting the rug. Why was he doing that? And I kept thinking about this, and it came to me, this person was so committed to his profession, to what he was doing, that even when he was drunk, he was still practicing what he wanted to do.
Dr. Bryan has done that for 40 years in this town. And for these people, they have something, maybe they believe it in their heart, why they want it, and they probably are justified. But it's going beyond that now. It's going to a degree of vindictiveness that should not be part of where you guys stand. We should be committed to something better than that. We should be committed to something that Dr. Bryan has brought to this town. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No questions.
Hi, Sean Kelly, town resident. Short and sweet, I promise. So the issue isn't whether Dr. O'Brien, who everybody says great person, great resident, even the neighbors who are opposing this say he's an awesome neighbor. He's been a great neighbor. No issues, right? That's not the issue. The issue is what is the next owner of the property going to do? The issue is what are we going to have to deal with zoning-wise? We want consistency. Those of us who are going to be here for years, God willing, decades more, we just want consistent zoning. That's all we want. And this will be an example of inconsistent zoning. Again, stand-up guy. Everybody says, I don't know him personally. I wish I did. He sounds like an awesome human being and neighbor. It's not about what he is or what he's going to do. It's what the next owner of the property is going to do. It opens up so many doors and so many possibilities that the residents of the town don't want.
The only thing I ask, we all love Doc O'Brien, but I should have said this to the two previous people. Please keep your testimony related to the topic of the rezoning if possible.
I will do my best. Good evening. Thank you, members of the council, for letting me speak. My name is Christopher Boehm. Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Christopher Boehm. I live in Marydale Gardens, right across there. I've seen a lot of growth. I've seen a lot of change in composition and character since this town in 1980. So there was no public library, there was no nursing home, and there was no retirement community over there. There was no stop sign at Park. I used to ride my bike up there. There used to be a swimming pool behind where the post office is. So as far as I'm concerned, that's all been commercial. It's been all farmland, as far as I know. I've come back and moved to Mount Airy because I like the small town charm. I also like to support small business. And Brian does run a successful veterinary business. Nobody doubts that. Sorry. It's okay. I think it is. Do you want me to go over there? That's fine. Okay, sorry. Some people say this isn't personal, but I believe Sheila over there said that he's not a decent man. That's not true. So people have made it personal, and it shouldn't be. This is about a zoning that has been on the books. He deserves to have the commercial CNC there. It's on a corner. There's a commercial public parking lot down the street from that on that side. He was there long before any of the Weiss, any of the other stuff. In short, he's not only supported this community through his family-owned business, giving back and helping to clear the first sections of the rails and trails, and some of the other examples in this town, he's a Hall of Famer. He was just elected to the Hall of Fame. So I think he's a decent man. I think he deserves an opportunity, which he has today, to come here and get a commercial property license. I believe in small businesses here. They build this community. I'm glad, we've had a lot of Walmarts here, but this is a veterinarian practice. This is a practical place to have decent people come in, and he's taking care of our pets. He's taking care of us. He's actually helped me build urns for my parents who are buried at Arlington Cemetery in his wood shop. So I think that at the long end of the day, I support this man. I think he's done a great job in this community, and I think he deserves to have this looked at. Thank you.
Amy, you were sworn in, right?
I was here earlier and left and came back. Couldn't miss all the fun. I appreciate the sentiments, but we do need to get back to the facts at hand. The Board of Appeals in '87 made a decision. There have been umpteen, but at least 2, if not 3, master plans where this could have been brought before, and it wasn't. He was granted a special exemption. I don't understand why that needs to be open-ended, because quite honestly, it doesn't have to be and it shouldn't be. I appreciate what I know that he has contributed to the community. That can't be overlooked. I do recognize that. But it's not about that contribution. This property should not be commercial. It is, as everybody has said, it is a budded residential property. And that opens a can of worms. It sets a precedent. And I, for one, if I was a neighbor to a property that was trying to get changed to community commercial, I'd be aghast because there's no guarantee what's coming in. Could be a CVS, could be a restaurant, could be just about anything. Planning in town doesn't control what business can go in there. They just control what zones. So we need to get back to the fact that it's not about the person, but about exactly what the zoning should be, and it should be residential.
Thank you.
Amy Witter. You're welcome.
Okay, I believe that was everyone. We will move on to closing statements. Applicant's counsel will go first. We're going to limit opening statements to 5 minutes. Or closing statements, my apologies. We're not reopening the meeting.
Thank you. Would I get a short rebuttal if Mr. Sabonis makes a statement?
Actually, if you would you like Ms. Witter to come back up? Is that?
No, I'm saying, Tom.
Oh, yes, you will have a chance. Yes, yes.
That's how they do it at the Court of Appeals. Maybe 3 minutes.
Unfortunately,
We're going
you're
to
not
limit
running
it to
this
5
here.
minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Time starts now.
Thank you for your attention tonight. I'm probably part of the reason we got off topic a couple times, but I'm not taking all the blame. This is a change mistake, and then a do you want to rezone case. As I said in my opening statement, the change mistake doctrine is quite difficult to ascertain. You've probably figured it out from reading Tom McCarron's advices to you and my memo. The cases can go all over the map. The one theme, and I'll repeat it, that I've seen in all these cases is the municipality's decision is usually, almost always, upheld, up and down, on the change mistake and on the rezoning. Because the courts have found, and it's same with down. If they don't find it, it's hard to get over. We have a burden to show by a preponderance of the evidence that there's been either a change or mistake. We've argued both. We've put on the evidence. I'm not going to go back over. I know you carefully reviewed it because I could tell by your questions. We think there is clearly enough there to get us over the bar of half and half and establish either a change or a mistake. Frankly, I think mistake's a little bit of the more persuasive argument here. It's the failure to see and anticipate some of these things. Now, why do we have this? Well, this is a rezoning case. We have a piecemeal rezoning process that's authorized by law because everybody knows that master plans sometimes don't have the correct zoning for a property or the proper zoning or the best zoning, especially after the passage of time. So we have this ability to change it. That can come in a comprehensive, which has been, what, now 10 years, 10, 12 years. Well, it's not happened. And so we're here on a piecemeal, and we have a fairly large period of time to argue with you. The data is there. There has been a substantial change, and the O'Briens have testified, truthfully and probatively, that it has affected their neighborhood, the character of the neighborhood, and their enjoyment thereof. So I think we get over that. Now, if you find that, you can move on to the next question, which is, does this make sense? Now, let's look at the evidence, or let's consider the evidence against the case. Now, there's been some change mistake argument, but there's also been a lot of argument of this is not good, it doesn't fit here, it's inconsistent with the zoning, there's a demarcation line. First of all, I would submit to you that the 1987 decision is a red herring. No, it's nothing in terms of probative on whether or not this property should be rezoned. I've done a lot of rezonings. This is a four-corner rezoning, the only corner that's not used for industrial, commercial purposes. I mean, that's not a pig in a poke. That's not spot zoning. Now, we've also heard, and the main argument I've heard from the opponents is the what if and the scare stuff. What if they put something really bad there? Now, we've tried to rebut that. I think we successfully rebutted that with Mike Van Sant's testimony as to the building envelope. And it's not going to be a use which will, and there's no evidence, by the way, that any of these uses would have an adverse effect on them. There's just, we don't want it, we don't like it. Some of the people live near, some don't. We've also, I've suggested to you that it's possible that this has been, the opposition has been blown up by perhaps.
1 minute warning.
Thank you. Now, and the scare tactic of O'Brien's, this is the same thing in 2013. The O'Briens are just looking for a windfall, and they're going to sell their property, and that's what they're doing here, and they don't deserve it, and they're not going to get it. I agree. This is a property-focused thing. This is not an O'Brien focused thing. I do think they get some credit for their responsible use of the property, but that's not true, and it hasn't happened. The domino effect, that's been shot down. That's by our expert witnesses, and it's true. There's no legally binding precedent here on these cases. Zoning is a case-by-case basis. We hope and we've tried to put on evidence suggesting that we've met the burden, we've allowed you to consider the rezoning.
If you can wrap it up.
And I will. And that the rezoning makes sense from a lot of standpoints fiscally, and it fits in. And we thank you for your attention.
Would anyone else like to make closing arguments? As with the applicant's counsel, you have 5 minutes as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Fairness, fear, both legitimate. This is about fairness, okay? Change and mistake, it is a complicated legal doctrine. It is up to you to figure that out. I do not think that they've met their burden for change. The pandemic, all of these changes were anticipated. Pandemic, act of God. Post office, speculative. Carnival grounds, 68 additional events. Well, traffic, testimony by the expert, Mr. Thaler, indicated in 2004, 22,643 daily cars, daily, 2004. 2019, 33,700 daily. Mid-pandemic, 32,470 daily. It dropped during pandemic. Not really sure that the pandemic argument really is that there's substantial evidence on that. But back to fairness. Everything that you do, this is the beauty of land use and planning, isn't it? Everything that is done here, and that's the only thing you really control, is increases property value, decreases property value. And you can talk about whether there's a personal animus or whatever, and quite frankly, there was so much irrelevance in this hearing, and the next time you do a quasi-judicial proceeding, let's tighten it up. this was a kitchen sink presentation. My goodness, there's so much. Never mind. But this is about fairness and about property and property values, okay? And if he gets it, then other people should get it. That's the bottom line. This is not about personal animus. It's about what is fair and who is entitled to what in this country when it comes to private property. Are you entitled to the most value that you can get from your property? Where is that, quite frankly? Is it in the Constitution? No, that's about stripping value and due process, right? Is it in the Maryland Constitution? I can tell you it's not. Is it in the town charter? No. But somehow we have this very entitled attitude. And why do we have that entitled attitude? It's because we are privileged. We are privileged. And this is all about fairness. I don't think they met their burden, and I don't think that you should approve it. That's it.
Thank you. All right.
2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, 2 minutes.
So this is, just to be, so that we're clear, you can rebut his argument, but it can only, it's restricted to what he argued.
That's fine.
Okay.
In 2 minutes, I don't think I can do much more. So I noticed his first statement, he says this was anticipated, the pandemic, and then he said it's an act of God. There's directly contrary statements. The essence of us is that no, it could not have been anticipated. It was not known, and the specific effects that it caused with regard to the O'Brien property, post office, fire company, et cetera. Secondly, why does he get it? He's entitled, he's acting like he's entitled to, he shouldn't get it. If he gets it, other people should get it. Well, other people should get it if they live at an intersection like Park Avenue and 27, where the other three corners are developed for intensive commercial uses. Maybe they should get it, given the certain circumstances applicable to that. Should somebody in the middle of Park Avenue get it? Probably not. I don't know the property that's surrounded by residential with no commercial in the area, and they just want it. No, and that's why you're here, and that's why the Planning Commission's here, and they are told no. I've been around this town long enough to know no is not a word you're familiar with to development projects. This one meets the criteria. It makes sense. It'll add to a vibrant community. It'll be a small infill commercial development that is likely, I can't promise you, it's right, who knows? It's likely to add to the quality of life in Mount Airy, and not to mention the tax base. Thank you very much. Especially appreciate the time you've been willing to put in tonight.
Thank you. So now it's an opportunity for council to discuss. At this point on, there is no more public comment, so I ask that you remain quiet, no shouting or disruption, please. Who would like to go first? Tom, is there a structure to this, or we can just open discussion? Just go down the line. I'll start with you this time.
I always get to go first, don't I? Okay. So I'm going to make a summary statement, and then if you want, I can take the time to give specific examples that support my summary statement, or I can wait. Maybe I'll wait and listen to everybody else, and if we can get a second bite at the apple. So the argument of fairness certainly resonates with me. Listening to facts, presentation of facts is important. I am drawing upon the guidance that we were provided by our town attorney to help guide us in our consideration of what we hear this evening, and I've applied that. And so my summary statement is this. We need to base our determination on substantial evidence. And the guidance I've received is substantial evidence is such evidence a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion and as more than a scintilla. Okay, so that's the definition of substantial evidence that's been provided. So this is my summary statement. I have been persuaded, based upon substantial evidence that I've heard this evening, that there has been a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood since the last comprehensive rezoning pursuant to the last master plan. So I believe I've heard evidence, substantial evidence, I've heard facts that lead me to the conclusion that there has been a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood. Regarding a mistake, I'm a little more on the fence on that one, and I look forward to hearing to other viewpoints. I heard it sounded like the principal argument for a mistake was centered around the pandemic. There were certainly other arguments that kind of bled into that. I think the change in the neighborhood is, I'm convinced of that. The mistake, I need to think through a bit more. So that's my summary statement.
Councilwoman Galetti?
Sorry, I'm not used to going
Caught her
next.
off guard.
I'm just used to being forgotten about, and everyone's leaving the building, and they remember I'm sitting here. So I'll make it quick and brief. We've heard a lot of information in the last 6 hours, whatever that is, 5 hours, 6 hours. So what we have to look at is if we find a mistake and/or a change. So I have to agree with Councilmember Demoter. I've lived here over 30 years, and looking at the evidence that I hear and I saw today, there has been a substantial change in the area, and there has been a substantial change in the neighborhood. And I can get specific if you want, but one thing that comes straight to mind is that delineation with the east and the west. Well, I just literally drive to the next stoplight, and there's a commercial building with a doctor in it. My son was there today. So I have a lot of more examples if you need them, but I agree with Councilmember Demoter that there has been a substantial change in the neighborhood. And as far as the fears and what ifs, and I go back to the evidence of, one thing that sticks out was Dick Swanson, who's very knowledgeable in a lot of stuff in this town and very involved and very much volunteers a lot in this town, saying that the domino effect from what appears to me could not occur unless it was on Park Avenue on a corner and there isn't another house on another corner on Park Avenue. So I'm going to leave it at that and let the other two council members talk, but I agree that there has been a substantial change in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Councilmember Munder?
All right, thank you. I'm going to go on a little bit opposite of my seatmates here of Councilman Demoter and Councilwoman Galetti. I believe a mistake has been made to it, mainly due to the fact that it seems to have been that everyone was relying, including the Planning Commission potentially, in rezoning requests by the applicant and maybe even in the 2013 master plan of the, the Board of Appeals finding that they set up some type of demarcation line on 27 that has denied them a potential fair hearing when there's no such wording in the document. It's just more a statement of facts and findings at a moment in time about 36 years ago. So I believe there was a mistake on that. change in use in the neighborhood, I do not see that, unfortunately. Over time, since 1987, yes, there has been a change of use in the town, particularly on Long 27. But the change in use, if I remember our council advice, that the change in use has to be from the last master plan of 2013, if I'm understanding correctly. Correct, the last change of for the change of use has to be from the last master plan, significant change of use. I see that most of the things were either pre-existing to the 2013 master plan or may have been accounted for in the 2013 master plan in one way or the other. Yes, the pandemic was unforeseen, but I don't think nobody can design a master plan for that if we don't know it's coming, and that's what it was, unfortunately, on that. I'm not denying that there hasn't been an increase in use on 27, potential truck traffic in and out of the post office, but the question that hasn't been answered for me was, in the change of use, is would those things have happened outside of the pandemic, outside? I think the increased traffic at the post office would have happened anyway, because that is the way we shop now, is via online. So that's at the moment, that is my conclusion on that.
Okay. So a couple of things. Carl, can I have that document?
Which one, this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just so that I get the title correct.
No problem.
The findings and decision that granted the O'Briens their waiver to operate commercial was granted 37 years ago. So I think it's unfair to hold somebody to that. It was more than 3 decades ago. The character of the community around his home has changed. Again, the burden is to prove that there has been substantial change since the last master plan, 2013, but his residence and his business, which he has been operating a commercial business at this property for 37 years at minimum. It's a state highway, it's a major intersection, 3 of those corners are intensive commercial. So in my opinion, there has been a substantial change since 2013 because the highway went specifically from 2 lanes to 4 with the turning lanes. That's one point. The Beck property was rezoned MXD. That is, in my personal opinion, within the vicinity of his property, and it does change the character. Lynn, the only other statement I would make to you is what Dick Swanson talked about was if a resident requested a waiver similar to what Doc O'Brien has, there are stipulations. It does not prevent other residents from requesting rezoning changes. And that's really all I have to say. So is there any more discussion needed, or are we ready to go to vote?
I can certainly enumerate a number of factors. Let me enumerate just a few.
Okay.
So I asked the question of one of the witnesses, and they answered in the affirmative. He was an expert. I think it was Mr. Van Zandt, perhaps. So understanding, we're looking at things like traffic, proposed new development. We talked about the post office and change in operations. And per the guidance that I received to think through, if any one of those elements in of itself is a potential change, then that may not in of itself warrant a determination that there's been a change in the neighborhood. But if you look at them in combination, if you look at them synergistically, then clearly, in my view, as I said, I believe there is evidence that the neighborhood has changed. Secondly, and I think it was Mr. Van Zandt, I asked a specific question. I said, I think he said, in my opinion, this should have already been zoned CC. And I said, well, when do you think it should have been zoned CC? How far back in the past? Back to the 2013 master plan? And he said, yes, it could have been zoned CC in the 2013 master plan. So that was another piece of evidence to me that was important. We heard testimony that this property cannot support a gas and go or anything of a large size. We heard that there was an adequate buffer zone between a commercial, if it was CC, and a residential property, and that buffer zone is kind of a standard buffer zone that's used very widely. I did hear some testimony that was rebutted as being not credible based on a pattern of, it sounded like a little bit of dishonesty. So per my guidelines, I am not giving any credence to that testimony. And I think that covers the main items. But I think I heard through the testimony established facts that support the change in the neighborhood. Thank you.
So are we voting or just
We're voting.
okay, so he voted for change in neighborhood?
No, we haven't taken the vote.
Oh, okay, all right, so am I just,
So I'll read the votes, or the questions, and we will do a roll call vote.
Okay.
And there will be two, one based on 3.
So the first question will be,
Mhm.
and do a roll call.
And then we go here.
And I would go here, okay? And then you still have to answer the question of are you going to rezone the property and you set it to what?
Okay.
okay. All right, so he just was more reiterating what he think, okay, all right.
Wait, before we vote, can I have a question of clarification?
Yes.
So we're going to take a separate vote on change and a separate vote on mistake.
Correct.
If either one of those two votes carries in favor that there was a change or there was a mistake, do they both have to occur or just one? If only one of those passes, then we go to the next step.
That's correct. And the last step will be, remember that under the law, just because you find a change or a mistake does not mean necessarily that you have to rezone.
Right.
You then have to make the legislative decision whether to rezone the property, and if so, to what.
Okay.
All right, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. Do you find that the applicant has met the burden of establishing that there has been a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood surrounding the property? Councilmember Demoter.
Yes.
Councilmember Munder.
Nay.
Councilwoman Galetti.
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So that's 3-1. Okay. Do you find that the applicant has met the burden of establishing that there has been a mistake in zoning the property? Councilmember Demoter.
Yes.
Councilmember Munder.
Yes.
Councilwoman Reed, or Galetti.
Yes.
My vote is yes as well. Okay.
C is if you find a change or mistake, do you find that the property should legislatively be rezoned?
Do we find that the property, if you find a mistake, do you find that the property should legislatively be rezoned? Councilmember Munder, or Demoter.
Yes.
Councilmember Munder.
And after this, do I get to say what it should be rezoned to? Okay. Yes.
Councilwoman Galetti.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Okay. To what zoning classification should the property be rezoned? Councilmember, okay, so
Was there a discussion on that or a straight vote?
we can have a discussion.
We can?
Okay, thank you.
clearly you have something to say.
Well, I am interested in hearing from my contemporaries here what your thoughts are, if it should be zoned CC or to some other zoning classification.
I am happy to start the conversation, and I realize this is not going to be popular, but it is truly what I believe based on the information that we've received. I believe it should be zoned community commercial based on the character of where the property is located, the surrounding area being commercial, the traffic. I don't know that COVID was a strong argument, but I believe that this property has every characteristic of what community commercial should look like.
I'd like to listen to everyone else first.
Okay, I was going to ask you that. Okay, after hearing everything and being a liaison for the planning commission and everything, I would rather see this property, if it goes a commercial zone, to be limited commercial, mainly due to the fact that one of the plans that was shown indicated the buffer zones and things of that. If the existing buildings were reused or repurposed, those buffer zones would not be put in place. So I believe a limited commercial zone protects the surrounding residents and the potential, in the long run, potentially, I want to say, limits the uses there even more so. Limited commercial allows for the 50-foot buffer zone the whole way around, instead of buildings being repurposed that they're currently back up directly to existing land uses and residential uses. So that's what I believe the land should be, limited commercial. Also, it could limit to maybe allay some fears of automatic change to something else or some other use, or selling the property for a commercial and coming in and having restaurants open late and everything else. So limited commercial, I believe the town could have some more potential control over what goes there, the hours of operation, offer some protection to the surrounding residents, and can start as a potential transition zone down Park if the fears do come to realize that things go down, then everything else can be rezoned potentially as neighborhood professional down the street. So I'm not willing to let it go down past this current property down Park. So that's why it's limited commercial for me.
You, Councilman Munder, because I
Yeah.
was looking up while you were talking about the different, so if, with the limited commercial, there's now a required buffer zone. You said there's the minimum buffer zone for the limited commercial between residential and what's there. How would that affect the current property as it is? Do we know?
Limited commercial does not allow for existing structures to be reused. That's the only downfall of that. But I believe it does offer
So
a
if
buffer
somebody
zone.
came in and wanted to open like a coffee shop, we'd have to tell them, sorry, you can't repurpose these buildings, you gotta do something totally different.
Potentially, yes. But the coffee shop would be, where would it be located? Would it be located in the house? Potentially, the hours of operation, it would be right next to existing, potentially next to existing residents there.
So that
The
could
deck's there, the
potentially make
noise
it
is
literally
there.
be closer to the next door neighbor if it was in the existing building then. as
Well,
opposed to-
maybe, is there a buffer zone under limited commercial, John? Do you know
I
off the
think you
top?
just said that there was a minimum.
So the only problem I have with the limited commercial is because you can't reuse the building.
That's,
Commercial.
That concerns me then, because we've got some good buildings over there. I've seen them
Yeah.
from what people have testified about them. We've all seen them as we've gone by.
Yeah.
They're well-kept. Nobody testified to anything different. They're in good condition. We should repurpose those buildings. So that is a real concern for, so
Yeah.
what would you say to that for limited commercial?
With commercial, they have, like, the best ability for anyone who would purchase that property if it went CC is to reuse the building, because to tear it down and rebuild, they lose too much of the developable square footage. So it's almost an incentive for whoever buys it, if it's commercial, CC, to keep the existing structure, because that's where they're going to get the most use of the property.
Yeah, can I add to that too? That's where I'm afraid of the unknown. So someone comes in, they tear it down, they put up a building that doesn't look anything like an old Victorian. We got a lot of Victorians in Mount Airy. There might not be a lot of them on Park Avenue, but they're all down Main Street, they're down my street, they're down a lot of the historic streets in town. So that's a concern for me then, now that you've said that, is they could put up something awful.
We can, I believe the planning commission can, under design standards for residential and commercial, we can control what the building looks like and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So I'm not a.
So thank you for answering those
Yeah.
questions, but I would have to say, looking at all the evidence, looking at the area, the neighborhood, there's all commercial over there. I mean,
Yeah.
when you look at those corners, and then whether it's, I don't want to spend another half hour talking about a delineation.
Yeah.
Because literally the next light up is commercial on the west side.
Yeah.
Down is a commercial, as you go south, there's a commercial parking lot, there's the Safeway Shopping Center. The thing just got approved on the other side. So there's no, in my opinion, looking at the facts, real delineation as to where the commercial is and where the residential is. So this is a commercial corner. We're really looking at that corner and the commercial corner.
Yeah, I
So-
just believe the zoning should
Thank
be,
you for answering that question.
a less intensive unit.
Right.
Zoning, that's all. And there's nothing, stopping anyone from purchasing and living there for a while or something
Right.
something else, or coming in and maybe, if an eye doctor that buys it or something, wants to live there for a while, insurance company is allowed under there too. So there's nothing limiting them using the old Victorian house. It might be the smaller, where the vet practice is currently. They might not be able to use that for a thing, but maybe they can do a text amendment or something like that to allow there to use it, depending on the person that purchases the property and wants to reuse it. But my concern would be if someone did open a coffee shop, commercial, 10 o'clock, there are neighbors around there, there's a deck there, and as people said, I just believe this would offer the best protection if somebody did come in and take out the property or the existing structures for the surrounding residents.
I have Councilmember DeWitt, you're up.
Want me to go? So after, listening to my fellow council members, this is where I was headed originally, and I just wanted to hear what your views were. But I think what I heard were, again, through the testimony that we heard under oath, I heard that reuse was a recommended focus if it were going to be transitioned to community commercial. And if the buildings were going to be taken down, once again, the footprint limits the type of businesses that could go there. There's adequate buffering. And then the third point I thought I heard, which some council members reference, is there's a whole process there. There's a site development plan review process where, the type of structure, how it looks, all the features of it have to get reviewed and approved. So with all that being said, I believe it should be rezoned to community commercial as requested.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, let's take a vote. All those in favor of rezoning the applicant's request to rezone to community commercial, we'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Demoter.
Yes, aye.
Councilmember Munder.
Nay.
Councilwoman Galetti.
Yes, aye.
And I am a yes as well. Oh, right. So, yep, so we actually have to select a date before we convene to set a special meeting for review and approval of the written findings and decision, and we have to do it before close of business Friday. So. What?
What?
Okay, so we need to do it before Thursday. Okay, so I'm available any night this week. So you guys, Tom, how long do
I'm
you need?
good.
Okay, so how about, can we do it Thursday? How about Wednesday? All right, let's
Not
do
tomorrow.
Wednesday to give Tom an opportunity. Pick when, or pick a time. What's the earliest? Okay. May 10th at 6 o'clock. All right. All right, on that, we will,
Did we do the roll call with John?
yeah, that's what we're
Okay,
going to
sorry.
do. Roll call to adjourn. For fun, Councilwoman Galetti?
Aye.
Councilwoman Reed? Aye.
Aye.
Demoter?
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned.
Thank you for your attention.